An Open Letter to Open-Minded Progressives by Mencius Moldbug. Narrated by an artificial intelligence based on the voice of Orson Welles. Produced by Parker Banks. Chapter 1. A Horizon Made of Canvas. Are you an open-minded progressive? Maybe not, but you probably have friends who are. This is for them. Perhaps it can serve as a sort of introduction to this strange blog, Unqualified Reservations. If you are an open-minded progressive, you are probably not a Catholic. If you are, you probably don't take the Pope too seriously. Imagine writing an open letter to Catholics, suggesting ways for them to free their minds from the insidious grip of Rome. That sort of thing is quite out of style these days. And in any case, how would you start? But here at UR, we are never afraid of being out of style. And as for starting, we already have. Is being a progressive like being a Catholic? Why shouldn't it be? Each is a way of understanding the world through a set of beliefs. These beliefs may be true, they may be false, they may be nonsense, which does not even make enough sense to be false. As an open-minded progressive or an open-minded Catholic, you would like to think all the beliefs you hold are true, but you are willing to reevaluate them, perhaps with a little gentle assistance. There is one big difference between Catholicism and progressivism. Catholicism is what we call a religion. Its core beliefs are claims about the spirit world, which no Catholic, except of course the Pope, has experienced firsthand. Whereas progressive beliefs tend to be claims about the real world, about government and history and economics and society. These are phenomena which, unlike the Holy Trinity, we all experience firsthand. Or do we? Most of us have never worked for a government, and those who have seen only some tiny corner of one. History is something out of a book. It isn't the Bible, but it might as well be. What is our personal experience of economics? Gasoline prices, and so on. Unless your life has been both long and quite unusual, I suspect your memories shed very little light on the great questions of government, history, etc. Mine certainly don't. Of course, much of progressive thought claims to be a product of pure reason. Is it? Thomas Aquinas derived Catholicism from pure reason. John Rawls derived progressivism from pure reason. At least one of them must have made a mistake. Maybe they both did. Have you checked their work? One bad variable will bust your whole proof. And is this really how it happened? Are you a progressive because you started by believing in nothing at all? We are nihilists, we believe in nothing, thought it through, and wound up a progressive? Of course, I can't speak for your own experience, but I suspect that either you are a progressive because your parents were progressives, or you were converted by some book, teacher, or other intellectual experience. Note that this is exactly how one becomes a Catholic. There is one difference, though. To be a Catholic, you have to have faith because no one has ever seen the Holy Ghost. To be a progressive, you have to have trust because you believe that your worldview accurately reflects the real world, as experienced not just by your own small eyes, but by humanity as a whole. But you have not shared humanity's experience. You have only read, heard, and seen a corpus of text, audio, and video compiled from it. And compiled by whom? Which is where the trust comes in. More on this in a little bit. I am not a progressive, but I was raised as one. I live in San Francisco. I grew up as a Foreign Service brat. I went to Brown. I've been brushing my teeth with Toms of Maine since the mid-'80s. What happened to me is that I lost my trust. David Mamet lost his trust too. His Village Voice essay is worth reading, if just for the shock value of the world's most famous playwright declaring that he's no longer a brain-dead liberal. There are about 500 comments on the article. Perhaps I missed one, but I didn't notice any in which the commenter claimed that Mamet had opened his eyes. Of course, Mamet is Mamet. He's out to shock, not convert. Even the word liberal, at least as it refers to a present-day political persuasion, borders on hate speech. It's like an ex-Catholic explaining why I am no longer a brain-dead papist. John Stuart Mill was a liberal. Barack Obama is a progressive, and so are you. Basic rule of politeness. Don't call people names they don't call themselves. Worse, Mamet doesn't just reject progressivism, he endorses conservatism. Dear God, talk about making your problem harder. Imagine you live in a country in which everyone is one of two things, a Catholic or a Hindu. Isn't it hard enough to free a man's mind from the insidious grip of Rome? Must he accept Kali, Krishna, and Ganesha at the same time? For example, Mamet endorses the conservative writer Thomas Sowell, who he claims is our greatest contemporary philosopher. Well, I like Thomas Sowell. His work is certainly not without value, but really. And if you Google him, you will see that his columns frequently appear on a conservative website called townhall.com. Click that link. Observe the atrocious graphic design. Have you noticed how far above the rest Obama's graphic design is? Some font designers have. Observe the general horribleness, so reminiscent of Fox News. Then hit back, or I don't know, read an Ann Coulter column or something. Dear Lord, I am not a progressive, but I'm not a conservative either. If you must know, I'm a Jacobite. Over time, I have acquired the ability to process American conservative thought, if generally somewhat upmarket from Fox News or townhall.com. This is an extremely acquired taste, if taste is even the word. It is probably very similar to the way Barack Obama handled the Reverend Wright's more colorful sermons. When David Mamet points his readers in the general direction of townhall.com, it's sort of like explaining to your uncle who's a little bit phobic that he can understand the value of gay rights by watching this great movie. It's called 120 Days of Sodom. It's not actual communication. It's a fuck you. It's Mamet. But many people will think exactly this. If you stop being a progressive, you have to become a conservative. I suspect that the primary emotional motivation for most progressives is that they're progressives because they think something needs to be done about conservatives. Game over, gutter ball. Right back to the insidious grip. Where does this idea that if NPR is wrong, Fox News must be right come from? They can't both be right because they contradict each other. But couldn't they both be wrong? I don't mean slightly wrong. I don't mean each is half right and each is half wrong. I don't mean the truth is somewhere between them. I mean neither of them has any consistent relationship to reality. Let's think about this for a second. As a progressive, you must believe, that conservatism is a mass delusion. What an extraordinary thing. 100+ million people, many quite dull, but some remarkably intelligent, all acting under a kind of mass hypnosis. We take this for granted. We are used to it, but we have to admit that it's really, really weird. What you have to believe is that conservatives have been systematically misinformed. They are not stupid, at least not all of them, nor are they evil. You can spend all the time you want on townhall.com, and you will not find anyone cackling like Gollum over their evil plan to enslave and destroy the world. They all think just like you, that by being conservatives, they are standing up for what's sweet and good and true. Conservatism is a theory of government held by a large number of people who have no personal experience of government. They hold this theory because their chosen information sources such as Fox News, townhall.com, and their local megachurch feed them a steady diet of facts, and possibly a few non-facts, which tend to support, reinforce, and confirm the theory. And why does this strange pattern exist? Because conservatism is not just an ordinary opinion. Suppose instead of a theory of government, conservatism was a theory of basketball. Conservatism would be a system of views about the pick and roll, the outside game, the triangle defense, and other issues of great importance to basketball players and coaches. The obvious difference is that unless you are a basketball coach, your opinions on basketball matter not at all, because basketball is not a democracy. The players don't even get a vote, let alone the fans. But conservatism can maintain a systematic pattern of delusion because its fans are not just fans, they are supporters of a political machine. This machine will disappear if it cannot keep its believers, so it has an incentive to keep them. And it does. Funny how that works. So, as a progressive, here is how you see American democracy. As a contest in which truth and reason are pitted against a quasi-criminal political machine built on propaganda, ignorance, and misinformation. Perhaps a cynical view of the world. But if you believe that progressivism is right, you must believe that conservatism is wrong, and you have no other option. But there is an even more pessimistic view. Suppose American democracy is not a contest between truth and reason and a quasi-criminal political machine, but a contest between two quasi-criminal political machines? Suppose progressivism is just like conservatism. If it was, who would tell you? Think of conservatism as a sort of mental disease. Virus X, transmitted by Fox News, much as mosquitoes transmit malaria, has infected the brains of half the American population, causing them to believe that George W. Bush is a regular guy, global warming isn't happening, and the U.S. Army can bring democracy to Sadr City. Fortunately, the other half of America is protected by its progressive antibodies, which it imbibes every day in the healthy mother's milk of the Times and NPR, allowing it to bask securely in the sweet light of truth. Or is it? Note that we've just postulated two classes of entity, viruses and antibodies, mosquitoes and mother's milk. William of Ockham wouldn't be happy. Isn't it simpler to imagine that we're dealing with a virus Y? Rather than one set of people being infected and the other being immune, everyone is infected, just with different strains. What makes virus X a virus is that, like the shark in Jaws, its only goals in life are to eat, swim around, and make baby viruses. In other words, its features are best explained adaptively. If it can succeed by accurately representing reality, it will do so. For example, you and I and virus X agree on the subject of the international Jewish conspiracy. There is no such thing. We disagree with the evil virus N, which fortunately is scarce these days. This can be explained in many ways, but one of the simplest is that if Fox News stuck a swastika in its logo and told Bill O'Reilly to start raving about the elders of Zion, its ratings would probably go down. This is what I mean by no consistent relationship to reality. If for whatever reason an error is better at replicating within the conservative mind than the truth, conservatives will come to believe the error. If the truth is more adaptive, they will come to believe the truth. It's fairly easy to see how an error could make a better story than the truth on Fox News, which is why one would be ill-advised to get one's truth from that source. So our first small step toward doubt is easy. We simply allow ourselves to suspect that the institutions which progressives trust are fallible in the same way. If NPR can replicate errors just as Fox News does, we are indeed looking at a virus Y. Virus Y may be right when virus X is wrong, wrong when virus X is right when virus X is right, or wrong when virus X is wrong. Since the two have no consistent relationship to reality, they have no consistent relationship to each other. There's a seductive symmetry to this theory. It solves the problem of how one half of a society, which by global and historical standards doesn't seem that different from the other, can be systematically deluded while the other half is quite sane. The answer? It isn't. Moreover, it explains a bizarre contradiction which emerges beautifully in Mamet's piece. At one point he writes in his new conservative persona, "What about the role of government?" Well, in the abstract, coming from my time and background, I thought it was a rather good thing. But tallying up the ledger in those things which affect me and in those things I observe, I am hard-pressed to see an instance where the intervention of the government led to much beyond sorrow. But earlier, he told us, as a child of the 60s, I accepted as an article of faith that government is corrupt, that business is exploitative, and that people are generally good at heart. Okay, Dave, as a child of the 60s, you accepted as an article of faith that government is bad, but now you believe that government is bad? Who's doing donuts on the road to Damascus? One of the fascinating facts of American politics today is that both progressives and conservatives hate their government. They just hate different parts of it, and they love and cherish the others. In foreign policy, for example, progressives hate the Pentagon and love and cherish the State Department. Conservatives hate the State Department and love and cherish the Pentagon. Look at how nicely this fits in with our virus XY theory. Washington contains many mansions, some of which are part of the virus X machine, others of which are perma-infected with virus Y. Outside the Beltway is our herd of drooling, virus-ridden zombie voters. The X zombies hate the Y agencies, the Y zombies hate the X agencies, but none of them hates Washington as a whole, so they can never unite to destroy it, and the whole machine is stable. See how beautiful this is? By separating voters into two competing but cooperating parties, neither of which can destroy the other, the two-party system creates a government which will survive indefinitely, no matter how much happier its citizens might be without it. This is the prize at the end of our mystery. If you can find a way to stop being a progressive without becoming a conservative, you might even find a way to actually oppose the government. At the very least, you can decide that none of these politicians, movements, or institutions is even remotely worthy of your support. Trust me, it's a very liberating feeling. But we are nowhere near there yet. We have not actually found a genuine reason to doubt progressivism. Minor errors, some little fact-checking mistake at the Times or whatever, don't count, because they don't do anything about your conviction that progressivism is basically right and conservatism is basically wrong. Even with a few small eccentricities, progressivism as a cure for conservatism is worth keeping.
It may not be an antibody, but perhaps virus Y is at least a vaccine. Moreover, we've overlooked some major asymmetries between the progressive and conservative movements. They are not each other's evil twins. They are very different things. It is quite plausible that one would be credible and the other wouldn't, and the advantages all seem to be on the progressive side. First of all, let's look at the people who are progressives. As the expressions blue state and red state indicate, progressives and conservatives in America today are different tribes. They are not randomly distributed opinions. They follow clear patterns. My wife and I had a daughter a few weeks ago, and right before she was due to be discharged, the doctors found a minor and probably harmless heart problem, which required a brief visit from UCSF's head of pediatric cardiology, a very pleasant person. And one of the first things he said, part of his bedside manner, a way of putting us at ease, was a remark about George W. Bush. Somehow I suspect that if he had diagnosed us as Hicks from Stockton, he would not have emitted this noise. Rather, the good doctor had identified us as members of the stuff white people like tribe. This little satirical site has attracted roughly 100 times UR's traffic in a tenth the time, which is a pretty sure sign that it's onto something. The author, Chris Lander, really only has one joke. He's describing a group that doesn't like to be described, and he's assigned them the last name they choose for themselves. Lander's white people are indeed overwhelmingly white, as anyone who has been to Burning Man can testify. But there are plenty of white people who are Asian, or even black or Latino. In fact, as Lander points out, white people are the opposite of racist. They are desperate to have minorities around. Thus, the humor of calling them white. In fact, as anyone who went to an integrated high school can testify, Lander's use of the word white is almost exactly the black American usage, as in, that's so white. Add the word bread, and you have it down. Who are these strange people? Briefly, they are America's ruling class. Here at UR, we call them Brahmins. The Brahmin tribe is adoptive rather than hereditary. Anyone can be a Brahmin, and in fact, the less white your background, the better, because it means your achievements are all your own. As with the Hindu original, your status as a Brahmin is not a function of money, but of your success as a scholar, scientist, artist, or public servant. Brahmins are people who work with their minds. Brahmins are the ruling class because they are literally the people who govern. Public policies in the modern democratic system are generally formulated by Brahmins, typically at the NGOs, where these white people like to congregate. And while not every progressive is a Brahmin and not every Brahmin is a progressive, the equation generally follows. Most important, the Brahmin identity is inextricably bound up with the American university system. If you are a Brahmin, your status is either conferred by academic success or by some quasi-academic achievement, like writing a book, saving the earth, etc. Thus, it's unsurprising that most Brahmins are quite intelligent and sophisticated. They have to be. If they can't at least fake it, they're not Brahmins. The natural enemy of the Brahmin is, of course, the red state American. I used to use another Hindu caste name for this tribe, Vaisyas, but I think it's more evocative to call them townies. As a progressive, you are probably a Brahmin. You know these people and you don't like them. They are fat. They are exclusively white. They live in the suburbs or worse. They are into oak and crochet and minivans. And of course, they tend to be Republicans. If they went to college at all, they gritted their teeth through the freshman diversity requirement. And their work may be white-collar, but it has no real intellectual content. It's interesting how much simpler American politics becomes once you look at it through this tribal lens. You often see this in third world countries. There will be, say, the Angolan People's Movement and the Democratic Angolan Front. Each will swear up and down that they work for the future of the entire Angolan people. But you notice that everyone in the APM is an Ovambo, and everyone in the DAF is a Bakongo. The status relationship between Brahmins and townies is clear. Brahmins are higher, townies are lower. When Brahmins hate townies, the attitude is contempt. When townies hate Brahmins, the attitude is resentment. The two are impossible to confuse. If Brahmins and townies shared a stratified dialect, the Brahmins would speak acrolect and the townies mesolect. In other words, Brahmins are more fashionable than townies. Brahmin tastes, which are basically better tastes, flow downward toward townies. 20 years ago, health food was a niche ultra-Brahmin quirk. Now it's everywhere. Suburbanites drink espresso, shop at Whole Foods, listen to alternative rock, you name it. Thus we see why progressivism is more fashionable than conservatism. Progressive celebrities, for example, are everywhere. Conservative ones are exceptions. Although many progressive celebrities appear to be quite sincere in their beliefs, cold calculation would suffice. Bono's PR people are happy that he's speaking out against AIDS. Mel Gibson's PR people are not happy that he's speaking out against the Jews. So when we question conservatism, we are thinking in a way that is natural and sensible for people of our tribe. We are attacking the enemy. And the enemy is indeed a pushover. In fact, the enemy is suspiciously easy to push over. Look at the entire life cycle of conservatism. The whole thing stinks. Virus X replicates in the minds of uneducated, generally less intelligent people. Townies are, in fact, the same basic tribe that gave us Hitler and Mussolini. Its intellectual institutions, such as they are subsidized fringe newspapers, TV channels, and weirdo think tanks supported by eccentric tycoons. In government, the bastions of conservatism are the military, whose purpose is to kill people, and any agency in which corporate lobbyists can make a buck, for example, by raping the environment. Whereas Virus Y, if virus is indeed the name for it, replicates in the most distinguished circles in America, indeed the world. The top universities, the great newspapers, the old foundations such as Rockefeller and Carnegie and Ford. Its drooling zombies are the smartest and most successful people in the country, indeed the world. In government, it builds world peace, protects the environment, looks after the poor, and educates children. The truth of the matter is that progressivism is the mainstream American tradition. This is not to say it hasn't changed in the last 200 years or even the last 50. It has. However, if we look at the ideas and ideals taught and studied at Harvard during the life of the country, we see a smooth progression up to now. We do not see any violent reversals or even inflection points, and we end up with good old modern-day progressivism. Of course, by American tradition, we mean the New England tradition. If the Civil War had turned out differently, things might have gone otherwise. But when you realize that Nathaniel Hawthorne wrote a novel about a hippie commune 150 years ago, you realize that nothing is new under the sun. As Machiavelli put it, if you strike at a king, strike to kill. Conservatism, which is barely 50 years old and which has numerous shabby roots, can be mocked and belittled and scorned. The difference between criticizing conservatism and criticizing progressivism is the difference between criticizing Mormonism and criticizing Christianity. You can't doubt progressivism just a little. You have to doubt it on a grand scale. To say that conservatism is a corrupt and delusional tradition, no more than some virus X, is to say that it's a tick on the side of America, an aberration, an abortion, an error to be corrected, a failure of education, of leadership, of progress. A small thing, really. To doubt progressivism is to doubt the American idea itself, because progressivism is where that idea has ended up. If progressivism is virus Y, America itself is infected. What is the cure for that? It is a strange and terrible thought, a promise of apocalypse. And yet it makes an awful kind of sense. For one thing, if you were a mental virus, which tradition would you choose to infect? The central current of American thought or some benighted backwater? The Brahmins or the townies, the fashionable people or the unfashionable ones? Copy your DNA into the New York Times and it will trickle down to Fox News in 20 or 30 years. Copy yourself into Fox News and you might influence the next election. Or two. But how lasting is that? How many people are intellectually moved by George W. Bush? Repulsion doesn't count. As a Brahmin, I'll assume you're a Brahmin, you live inside virus Y. You are one of the zombies. Your entire worldview has been formed by Harvard, the Times, and the rest of what, back in David Mamet's day, they used to call the establishment. Everything you know about government and history and science and society has been filtered by these institutions. Obviously, this narrative does not contradict itself, but is it true? Well, it mostly doesn't contradict itself. It's very well put together. In some places, though, if you look really closely, I think you can see a stitch or two. You don't need to sail to the edge of the world like Jim Carrey in The Truman Show. All you need, for starters, just to tickle your doubt muscle and get it twitching a little, is a few details that don't quite fit. Let's start off with 3 questions. We'll play a little game. You try coming up with a progressive answer. I'll try coming up with a non-progressive answer. We'll see which one makes more sense. I don't mean these questions don't have progressive answers, because they do. Everything has a progressive answer, just as it has a conservative answer. There is no shortage of progressives to compose answers. But I don't think these questions have satisfying progressive answers. Of course, you will have to judge this yourself with your own good taste. 1. What's up with the third world? Here, for example, is a Times story on the fight against malaria. Often, as with politicians, journalists speak the truth in a fit of absent-mindedness, when their real concern is something else. If you read the story, you might notice the same astounding graph that I did, and the world changed. Before the 1960s, colonial governments and companies fought malaria because their officials often lived in remote outposts like Nigeria's hill stations and Vietnam's marble mountains. Independence movements led to freedom, but also often to civil war, poverty, corrupt government, and the collapse of medical care. Let's focus on that last sentence. Independence movements led to freedom, but also often to civil war, poverty, corrupt government, and the collapse of medical care. I often find it useful to imagine that I'm an alien from the planet Jupiter. If I read this sentence, I would ask, what is this word freedom? What exactly does this writer mean by freedom, especially in the context of civil war, poverty, and corrupt government? What we see here is that independence movements, which the writer clearly believes are a good thing, led to some very concrete and very, very awful results, in addition to this curious abstraction, freedom. Clearly, whatever freedom means in this particular context, it's such a great positive that even when you add it to civil war, poverty, corrupt government, and the collapse of medical care, the result still exceeds zero. Isn't that strange? Might we not be tempted to revisit this particular piece of arithmetic? But we can't. Because if we postulate that colonial governments and companies, whatever these were, with their absence of freedom, were somehow preferable to independence movements, which created this same freedom, the words freedom and independence appear to be synonyms in this context, we are off the progressive reservation. In fact, not only are we off the progressive reservation, we're off the conservative reservation. No one believes this. You will not find anyone on Fox News or townhall.com or any but the fringiest of fringe publications claiming that colonialism, with its intrinsic absence of freedom and its strangely effective malaria control, note how the writer implies without actually saying that this was only delivered for the selfish purposes of the evil colonial overlords, was in any way superior to post-colonialism with its freedom, its malaria, its civil war, etc. And what exactly is this word independence? It seems to mean the same thing as freedom, and yet it is strange. For example, consider this post-op-ed by Michelle Gavin of the CFR, which starts with the following intriguing lines. When Zimbabwe became an independent country in 1980, it was a focal point for international optimism about Africa's future. Today, Zimbabwe is a basket case of a country. Let's put our alien from Jupiter hat back on and consider the phrase, when Zimbabwe became an independent country in 1980. In English, as she is normally spoke, the word independent is composed of the prefix in, meaning not, and the suffix dependent, meaning dependent. So, for example, when the United States became independent, it meant that no external party was funding or controlling her government. If my daughter were to become independent, it would mean that she was making her own decisions in the world, and I didn't need to give her a bottle every 3 hours. In the case of Zimbabwe, however, this word seems to have changed strangely and taken on an almost opposite meaning. From LaWick, the Unilateral Declaration of Independence, UDI of Rhodesia from the United Kingdom, was signed on November 11, 1965 by the administration of Ian Smith, whose Rhodesian Front Party opposed black majority rule in the then British colony. Although it declared independence from the United Kingdom, it maintained allegiance to Queen Elizabeth II. The British government, the Commonwealth, and the United Nations condemned the move as illegal. Rhodesia reverted to de facto and de jure British control as the British dependency of Southern Rhodesia for a brief period in 1979 to 1980, before regaining its independence as Zimbabwe in 1980. So, strangely enough, the country now known as Zimbabwe declared independence in 1965, much as the U.S. declared independence in 1776. The former, however, was not genuine independence, but rather illegal independence. In order to gain genuine legal independence, the country now known as Zimbabwe had to first revert to British control, that is, surrender its illegal independence. Are you feeling confused yet? It gets better. When Zimbabwe became an independent country in 1980, It was a focal point for international optimism about Africa's future. Today, Zimbabwe is a basket case of a country. Over the past decade, the refusal of President Robert Mugabe and his ruling party to tolerate challenges to their power has led them to systematically dismantle the most effective workings of Zimbabwe's economic and political systems, replacing these with structures of corruption, blatant patronage, and repression. So, the independent rulers of the new free Zimbabwe have refused to tolerate challenges to their power. Thus, the international optimism held by Miss Gavin, who perhaps needed a bottle or two herself in 1980, and her ilk, has given way to pessimism, and the place is now a basket case. And who might have been challenging good President Mugabe's power? Presumably someone who did not intend to dismantle the most effective workings of Zimbabwe's economic and political systems, thus earning the friendship of Miss Gavin and her not uninfluential ilk. This independence, as you can see, is a very curious thing. In the sense of doing its own thing and never ever needing a bottle, there is actually one remarkably independent country in the world. It's called Somaliland, and it is not recognized by anyone in the international community. The Wikipedia page for Somaliland's capital, Hargeisa, achieves a glorious level of unintentional high comedy. Aid from foreign governments was non-existent, making it unusual in Africa for its low level of dependence in foreign aid. While Somaliland is de facto as an independent country, it is not de jure legally recognized internationally. Hence, the government of Somaliland cannot access IMF and World Bank assistance. Isn't all of this quite curious? Doesn't it remind you even a little bit of the scene in which Jim Carrey rams his yacht into the matte painting at the edge of the world? 2. What is nationalism, and is it good or bad? This question is rather similar to question 1. I thought of it when a progressive blogger for whom I have great respect made the offhand comment that Ho Chi Minh was a nationalist. Sure, I found myself thinking, and so is Pat Buchanan. It wasn't the time, but I saved this little mot d'escalier and can't resist bringing it back up now like bad fish. Unlike independence, I think everyone pretty much agrees on the definition of nationalism. Nationalism, from the Latin natus birth, is when people of a common linguistic, ethnic, or racial heritage feel the need to act collectively as a single political entity. German nationalism is when Germans do it. Vietnamese nationalism is when Vietnamese do it. Black nationalism is when African Americans do it. American nationalism is when Pat Buchanan does it. And this is where the agreement ends. LeWick's opening paragraph is a masterpiece of obfuscation. Nationalism is a term referring to a doctrine or political movement that holds that a nation, usually defined in terms of ethnicity or culture, has the right to constitute an independent or autonomous political community based on a shared history and common destiny. Most nationalists believe the borders of the state should be congruent with the borders of the nation. However, recently, nationalists have rejected the concept of congruency for sake of its reciprocal value. Contemporary nationalists would argue that the nation should be administered by a single state, not that a state should be governed by a single nation. Occasionally, nationalist efforts can be plagued by chauvinism or imperialism. These ex-nationalist efforts, such as those propagated by fascist movements in the 20th century, still hold the nationalist concept that nationality is the most important aspect of one's identity, while some of them have attempted to define the nation inaccurately in terms of race or genetics. Fortunately, contemporary nationalists reject the racist chauvinism of these groups and remain confident that national identity supersedes biological attachment to an ethnic group. Everything between them is pure nonsense as far as I can tell, but note the direct contradiction of the first and the last sentences. How can you be a nationalist, even a contemporary nationalist, if you believe that national identity supersedes biological attachment to an ethnic group? If nationalism isn't plagued by racist chauvinism, in what sense is it nationalism at all? And so, if I'm a Czech and I live in Austria-Hungary, do I have a right to my own country? Should I make violence and terror and bomb until I get it? What if I'm a German and I live in Czechoslovakia? Should I make violence and terror and bomb? A number of Germans noticed this very odd thing in the 20s and 30s. They noticed that America and her friends were very much committed to national self-determination. That is, unless you happen to be German. Czech nationalism was good, very good. German nationalism was bad, very bad. Once you start looking for this little stitch in the canvas, you find it everywhere. It is good, very good, to be a black nationalist. In La Fair Right, we have seen the intimacy between progressivism and black nationalism, so well illustrated by Tom Wolfe. Indeed, every reputable university in America has a department in which students can essentially major in black nationalism.
On the other hand, it is bad, very bad, to be a Southern nationalist. Any connection to Southern nationalism instantly renders one a pariah. Of course, Southern nationalists have sinned, but then again, so have black nationalists. Are Americans, black or white, really better off for the activities of the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, or even the good Reverend Wright? Similarly, it is good to be a Vietnamese nationalist. It is still bad to be a German nationalist or a British nationalist or even a French nationalist. Germans, Brits, and Frenchmen are supposed to believe in the common destiny of all humanity. Vietnamese, Mexicans, or Czechs are free to believe in the common destiny of Vietnamese, Mexicans, or Czechs. Actually, I'm not sure about the Czechs. This one may have changed. Does this make sense? Does it make any freaking sense at all? Since this subject is so touchy, I will let my feelings on it slip. I don't believe in any kind of nationalism. Of course, being a Jacobite and all, I also believe in Strafford's thorough, so you might not want to be getting your constitutional tips from me. 3, why are the Nazis considered to be so much worse than other comparably murderous groups? There's no question that the Nazis murdered 10 million people or so. That's bad. There's really no defending the unprovoked massacre of millions of civilians. On the other hand, I really recommend Human Smoke by Nicholson Baker, which, according to the book Blurb, gives a wide-ranging, astonishingly fresh perspective on the political and social landscape that gave rise to World War II. Baker is a progressive and pacifist of immaculate credentials. His previous achievement was a novel which fantasized about assassinating President Bush. And what Human Smoke drums into you is not a specific message, but the same thing I keep saying: the pieces of the picture do not fit together. They almost fit, but they don't quite fit. The genius of Baker's book is that he simply shows you the picture not fitting and leaves the analysis up to you. For example, we are taught that the Nazis were bad because they committed mass murder, to wit, the Holocaust. On the other hand, A, none of the parties fighting against the Nazis, including us, seems to have given much of a damn about the Jews or the Holocaust. B, one of the parties on our side was the Soviet Union, whose record of mass murder was known at the time and was at least as awful as the Nazis. And of course, C, the Allies positively reveled in the aerial mass incineration of German and Japanese civilians. They didn't kill 6 million, but they killed 1 or 2. There was a military excuse for this, but it was quite strained. It was better than the Nazis' excuse for murdering the Jews, who they saw, of course, as enemy civilians, but the death toll was still appalling. And as Baker does not mention, our heroes, the Allies, also had no qualms about deporting 1 million Russian refugees to the Gulag after the war, or about lending hundreds of thousands of German prisoners as slave laborers to the Soviets. The idea of World War II as a war for human rights is simply ahistorical. It doesn't fit. If Nazi human rights violations were not the motivation for the war that created the world we live in now, what was? Furthermore, Baker, who is of course a critic of American foreign policy today, sees nothing but confusion when he tries to apply the same standards to Iraq and to Germany. If Abu Ghraib is an unbridgeable obstacle to imposing democracy by force on Iraq, what about Dresden or Hamburg and Germany? Surely it's worse to burn tens of thousands of people alive than to make one stand on a box wearing fake wires and a funny hat. Or is Iraq just different from Germany? But that would be racism, wouldn't it? Beyond this is the peculiar asymmetry in the treatment of fascist mass murder versus Marxist mass murder. Both ideologies clearly have a history of mass murder, if numbers count, and why wouldn't they? Marxism is ahead by an order of magnitude. Yet somehow today, fascism or anything reminiscent of it is pure poison and untouchable, whereas Marxism is at best a kind of peccadillo. John Zmirak pulls off a lovely parody of this here, and while I have yet to read Roberto Bolano, the reviews are quite glowing. Neither the Soviet Union nor the Third Reich is with us today, but the most recent historical examples are North Korea and South Africa. North Korea is clearly somewhat Stalinist, while apartheid South Africa had looser but still discernible links to Nazism.
I welcome anyone who wants to claim that South Africa, whose border fences were designed to keep immigrants out, was a worse violator of human rights than North Korea. An entire country turned into a prison. And yet we see the same asymmetry, engagement with North Korea, pure hostility against South Africa. If you can imagine the New York Philharmonic visiting Pretoria in an attempt to build trust between the two countries, you are firmly in Bolano world. Again, this is just weird. As with nationalism, each individual case can be explained on its own terms. Put all the cases together and double standards are everywhere. And yet the inconsistencies do not seem random. There seems to be a mysterious X factor which the Nazis have and the Soviets don't, or the South Africans have and the North Koreans don't. The treatment may not just be based on X, it may be X plus human rights, but it is definitely not just human rights. And yet X does not appear in the explanation. X seems to be related to the fact that the Nazis are right-wing and the Soviets left-wing. As the French put it, pas d'ennemi à gauche, pas d'ami à droite. But why? What do right-wing and left-wing even mean? Weren't the Soviet and Nazi systems both totalitarian dictatorships? If communism is too hot, fascism is too cold, and liberal democracy is just right, why not oppose communism and fascism equally? In fact, the former is much more successful, at least since 1945, so you'd think people would be more worried about it. Again, we are left with pure confusion. It is simply not possible that the horizon is made of canvas, and yet our boat has crashed into it and left a big rip. Chapter 2. More Historical Anomalies. In Chapter 1, we looked at 3 anomalies in progressive political thought. A surprising definition of the word independence, an oscillatory ambivalence around the concept of nationalism, and a chiral gradient in sensitivity to human rights violations. These particular anomalies are not just progressive, they are in fact modern. They are generally shared across the conservative-progressive spectrum. They are even shared by most libertarians, except maybe the Randians, who have epistemic troubles of their own. They are simply as close to universal as it comes, unless, of course, the past is allowed to dissent. Because when we look backward a little, we see that these ideas come along quite recently. They are fresh, very fresh. To a progressive, of course, this is mere progress. But if you are also an evolutionary geneticist, you might also call it a selective sweep. Obviously, our anomalies have some competitive advantage, but what might that advantage be? Well, perhaps the anomalies have prevailed because, in some way that we maybe don't quite understand completely yet, they are good and sweet and true. After all, people would rather think thoughts that are good and sweet and true. They would also prefer to share such with their friends. Because it is so obvious, so elegant, and so widely believed, we'll label this the null hypothesis. I'm going to interrupt the discussion for a moment and digress. Since this is, after all, the 21st century, perhaps we can enliven our proceedings with a little mixed media. Here's a YouTube clip of a protester in the recent violence in Kenya. As far as I can tell, no one is harmed in this 80-second clip, but otherwise it's as dramatic as it gets. It has a talky start, a shocking climax, and a happy ending. Well, it's sort of a happy ending. At least the blue car gets away. By the way, I lied. The protester is hard to follow, but his corner seems to be here. Metro is this. If you were fooled, sorry. Try watching it again with this perspective. I think this clip is a good litmus test for whether you've sneaked into the auditorium without a permission slip or whether you really are a progressive. If you really are a progressive, when you try to connect the clip above, which might well have been staged, with the broad sweep of human history, you will think of Hitler or Mussolini or maybe even George W. Bush. Why? Because our protagonist is behaving exactly like them. His actions are tribal, territorial, and predatory. As one of our great Vulcan thinkers once put it, every 10 years or so, the United States needs to pick up some small, crappy little country and throw it against the wall just to show the world we mean business. I'm sure the people who decided to invade Iraq had many goals, all of which they imagined in entirely benevolent terms. But I really have trouble believing that this wasn't at least one of them. If you sneaked in, who knows what you think? Something awful, I suspect. Kids, this presentation is not for you. Can't you just slink back to your slimy holes for once? Note to all, in case you ever find your nice, clean, progressive discussion forums overrun with Nazis, You can drive them away by making the Jew noise, Jew, Jew. It's better than the mosquito.
In any case, thanks for participating in our first experimental test of URTV. More videos are not coming soon. Let's get back to these anomalies. We will continue by assuming two things about the null hypothesis. One is that it's basically true. Two is that any small ways in which it may be imperfect are A, minor, B, accidental, and C, either self-correcting or at least correctable. Since this is basically what progressives and most non-progressives believe, it is only fair to start with it. It's a pity, though, that it leaves us with these odd asymmetries. It is easy to note that progressives, as well as most non-progressives, express these mental adaptations. It is hard to understand why. This is especially true since progressive thought seems to lack any sort of theology which can explain just about anything. Why are people with red hair and blue eyes evil? Because that's how Baal made them. So our three anomalies have three things in common. One, progressives have explanations for all of them, but these explanations seem less than usually compelling. Two, these strained explanations are generally shared not just by progressives, but also by their enemies, the conservatives. And three, there is a single anti-progressive hypothesis, which is obviously on its face wrong or at least incomplete, but can at least be explained in terms that do not require a gentleman to hurl his Sartor Resartus at his dinner companions, and seems to explain them all quite nicely with plenty of headroom left over. The hypothesis is that the international community, a phrase we see used on a pretty regular basis, although perhaps we are not quite as clear as we might be as to what exactly it might mean, is, and always has been, a fundamentally predatory force. The fact that falsifies the hypothesis, at least for me, is that my father was a U.S. diplomat, and if the international community means anything, it must mean foggy bottom. And I can tell you that it is simply impossible to mistake a transnational bureaucrat or transy for an SS officer or vice versa. If the Third Reich is your image of an international predator, and why shouldn't it be? Can't we make Hitler work for us? The adjective is clearly misapplied. As anyone who has ever known any number of progressives knows, progressives are generally decent, intelligent, and well-meaning people. Moreover, this fact does not stop at the edges of government. By definition, decent, intelligent, and well-meaning people are not predatory. Since the international community is clearly progressive, the hypothesis is falsified. Whew! But not endorsing this false hypothesis, but simply using it as a tool of argument, it sure is interesting to look at how nicely it explains our little anomalies. It may or may not be productive to replace three poorly explained phenomena by one incorrect assumption, but at least it reduces the number of problems. Let's work through them one by one. First, what happened to the Third World? Well, that's pretty easy. It was conquered and devastated by the international community. Admittedly, the devastated part kind of sucks. But when you're a predator, it's better to conquer and devastate than not to conquer at all. N'est-ce pas? Let's take a look at this independence thing. What exactly is a multilateral declaration of independence? Since it's not this? Well, on the sweet and good and true side, a multilateral declaration of independence seems to involve a change in the ethnicity of government officials. Foreign officials are replaced by native-born officials. Clearly, for example, it would be an outrage for true-born Americans to be governed by a dirty, no-good Mex. Oh, wait. We're progressives. We're not racists. Ethnicity means nothing to us. Well, the post-colonial regimes are no longer controlled from overseas. They can do whatever they want. They're free. Sure they are. They're so free that they've received $2.6 trillion in aid since 1960. Does the phrase, "who pays the piper calls the tune," ring any bells? Again, in English at least, the word independence is a compound of the prefix in meaning not and dependent meaning dependent. And what does it mean for a government to be free anyway? Is the government of North Korea free? What about ExxonMobil or the Democratic Party? I have a fairly good understanding of what it means for a human being to be free. When it comes to an organization, especially one which claims to be a government, I'm quite without a clue. One test we can apply for independence, which should be pretty conclusive, is that the structures of government in a genuinely independent country should tend to resemble the structures that existed before it was subjugated, rather than the structures of some other country on which it may happen to be, dependent. These structures should be especially unlikely to resemble structures in other newly independent countries,
with which it presumably has nothing in common. In other words, after 1960, did the Third World become more westernized or less westernized? Did it revert to its pre-Western political systems, rejecting the foreign tissue like a bad transplant? Or did it become a more and more slavish imitation of the West? There is exactly one region in which the former happened, the Persian Gulf. Not that the Gulf states are utterly unwesternized, but their political systems are clearly the least Western in the world. Oddly enough, the Gulf states also happen to be independent in the good old financial sense of the word. There are also two exceptions in Africa, Somaliland, which fell through the cracks, and Botswana, which has diamonds. You will sometimes hear Botswana described as a model of African democracy. How fortunate that the Botswanan people should be so wise as to elect as their first president none other than their hereditary monarch. In practice, the place is more or less run by De Beers on the good old United Fruit model. Across most of the Third World, however, we see a very simple transition from the traditional forms of government and tribal leaders whom the British, French, Rhodesians, etc., supported at a local or even regional level in the policy of indirect rule, to a new elite selected and educated in Western missions, schools, and universities. In Africa, these men are called the Wabenzi. Wa is the Swahili prefix for tribe, and I think Benzi speaks for itself. Moreover, the rhetoric of tiers-mondisme is and was almost the same everywhere. If Algeria and Vietnam were truly growing up and following their own destinies, you might think the former would be ruled by a Dey and the latter by emperors and mandarins. You'd certainly be surprised to find that they both had an organization called the National Liberation Front. And finally, perhaps the subtlest aspect of dependency is power dependency. To whom did this rash of fresh presidents, congresses, and liberation fronts owe its existence? Where exactly did Macmillan's wind of change blow from? For that matter, who cares about all these people now? Why does a vast river of cash still flow from European and American taxpayers to these weird, camo-bedecked, mirror-shaded thugs? Well, one theory is that the brave liberation front seized power through their own military prowess, or the unquenchable anger of the people at foreign domination, which could no longer be repressed, or the fiery will of the workers, which blazed out once too often, or the shining light of education, which brought the dream of democracy to our little brown brothers. Or, I'm afraid Professor Frankfurt has taught us much on this subject. In fact, you'll see that in pretty much every case, including some that may surprise you. Here's a great primary source. The liberation fronts achieved power because they had powerful friends. Sometimes the friends were in Paris. Sometimes they were in London. Sometimes they were even in Moscow. But for the most part, they were in New York and Washington. There's an excellent new film on this subject from Barbet Schroeder, the man who gave us General IDI Amin Dada, reality's answer to Forrest Whitaker. It's called Terror's Advocate, and you gotta see it. Once again, if this is independence, I'm a three-eyed donkey. Note that the English language has a perfectly good word for a regime which appears to be independent, but in reality is dependent. It starts with P and rhymes with Muppet. In fact, perhaps Muppet is a good term for the post-1945 post-colonial regimes. A Muppet state is not quite a puppet state. It delivers a far more lifelike impression of individual identity. It has not just an invisible hand supporting it from below, but invisible strings pulling it from above. In fact, Muppet states often appear quite hostile to their masters. There are a variety of reasons for this. One is internal conflict within the master state, which we'll get to in a bit, but the simplest is just camouflage. The classic story is de Gaulle's legendary obstreperousness during World War II. De Gaulle had to cause problems for the British and Americans because his whole story was that he represented the true spirit of oppressed France, rather than being just some guy that Churchill set up in an office, which is, of course, exactly what he was. Furthermore, because a blatant display of puppetry would have been no use to the Allies, they had to tolerate his acting out. The phenomenon of dependent rebellion is quite familiar to anyone who has ever been a teenager, an analogy that's a good guide to the sort of independence we see in the likes of a Mugabe, a Castro, or even a Khomeini, each a member of the I Got My Job Through the New York Times Club. It's easy to see what a network of post-colonial Muppet states harnessed to the hegemonic will of an imperial alien overlord looks like. We have the perfect example, the Warsaw Pact, and its assorted flunkies in Africa and Asia. In fact, we have two evil Muppet empires to look at because the Maoists spun off their own. The Marxist-Leninist Muppet states all insisted fervently that they were liberated, independent, etc., and that their alliances were brotherly partnerships of equals with their own politburos and everything. And of course, the whole enterprise was run by Comrade Brezhnev from the white phone in his petit salon. Even Hitler's quislings in New Order Europe did not exhibit quite this level of gall. There was no pretense that Vichy France, for example, was an equal of the Third Reich. And since the Soviet and Western blocs often competed for the same set of Muppets, for example, Nasser, Tito, and even Ho Chi Minh, who never lost his popularity out in Langley, I'm afraid the pattern is really quite clear. So from our counterfactual perspective, the story of the Third World is quite clear. In the second half of the 20th century, the Third World passed from its old colonial masters, the British, French, and Portuguese, who were certainly no angels, but who were perhaps at least a little less brazen, to a new set of ruthless and cynical overlords, the Cold War powers, whose propaganda skills were matched only by the devastation that their trained thugs unleashed. Under the mendacious pretext of liberation and independence, most remnants of non-European governing traditions were destroyed. Major continents such as Africa were reduced to desolate slums ruled by corrupt, well-connected fat cats, much of whose loot went straight from Western taxpayers to Swiss banks. What's especially interesting is that when we step back and consider the history of the non-Western world since 1500, we see a broad trend that does not reverse course at all the 20th century. If anything, the 20th century is more of the same, only more so. We see four basic structures of government: native rule with private Western trade, native rule under the protection of chartered companies or other monopolies, like the East India Company, the British South Africa Company, Anaconda Copper, etc., etc., classic nationalized colonialism with indirect rule, and the post-colonial Muppet states. Across all these stages, as time increases, we see the following trends. 1, the non-European world becomes culturally and politically westernized. 2, more and more Westerners are employed in the actual task of governing them. I don't know the ratio of aid workers today to colonial administrators 50 years ago, but I'm sure it's tremendous. And 3, the profits accruing to the West from all of this activity dwindle away and are replaced by massive losses. Aid is essentially a subsidy to the Muppet states, which are to the old chartered companies as a Lada factory is to a Honda factory. Who benefits from these trends? The international community, that is, the vast army of international administrators who labor diligently and ineffectively at healing the great wounds they have torn in the side of the world. Who loses? Everyone else. Western taxpayers in the usual slow, relentless dribble. Africans and Asians in the gigantic revolutionary hemorrhage of civil war, poverty, corrupt government, and the collapse of medical care. If you read travel narratives of what is now the Third World from before World War II, I've just been enjoying Erna Ferguson's Guatemala, for example, you simply don't see anything like the misery, squalor, and barbarism that is everywhere today. Ferguson describes Guatemala City as clean. I kid you not. What you do see is social and political structures, whether native or colonial, that are clearly not American in origin, and that are unacceptable not only by modern American standards, but even by 1930s American standards. So again, we have two theories of the international community. One, its own, depicts it as the savior and liberator of the planet, and essentially global and universal in nature. Two, the one I've just developed, shows it as a ravenous predator, the dominant player in a second scramble for Africa with Asia and South America added to the plate, essentially a new version of the Delian League with Washington in the part of Athens. And neither quite makes sense. The first hypothesis is very hopeful and reassuring, and most people believe it, but it has these odd Orwellian tics in the way it uses English. And the second is, once again, quite counterfactual. I know these people. They are not at all predatory. There is no denying that transnational bureaucrats have the world's best interests at heart, and they are certainly not in any way American nationalists. They simply do not remind me in any way, shape, or form of cornerman. So let's put this conundrum aside and move on to the second anomaly, nationalism. I hope it's not too much of a surprise that this turns out to be a special case of the first. Nationalist regimes and movements are good when they're doing God's work. That is, their goal is to become nice, multilateral members of the international community. Nationalist regimes and movements are bad when they defy international opinion and turn against said community, which wants nothing other than to be able to love them as its beloved children. In other words, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Typical Machiavellian predatory behavior. It is always pleasant to depart from the bleak, mendacious 20th century and return to its predecessor, whose leaders could be just as unscrupulous but who dressed much better. There was an international community in the 19th century as well, and at least in the old world it operated out of one place, London. Quick association test. The unification of Italy, good or bad? I'll bet you said good. Well, here's a little story. A couple of years ago, Mrs. Moldbug and I spent 3 weeks in Italy. For the first week, we split a villa in Salento with some friends, which was lovely, if a little buggy, and involved inhaling enormous quantities of limoncello. Next, we thought we'd take our backpacks and bop around on the train a little. Our first stop, Naples. I'm afraid it's not for nothing that northern Italians say, Garibaldi didn't unite Italy, he divided Africa. Obviously, this is a racist statement, and I can't condone it. But even the Lonely Planet warns travelers that you might think you're in Cairo or Tangier. I've never been to Cairo or Tangier, but if they are anything like Naples, God help them. The 3000-year-old city of Naples is a reeking, garbage-ridden sewer. This year there was an actual garbage strike, but the problem is perennial. There was a giant, seemingly permanent mound of it right across the street from our LP-recommended albergo. At all times, almost everyone on the street appears to be a criminal, especially at night. The streets are ruinous, unlit, and patrolled by thieves on mopeds. We saw one pull up in front of an old lady carrying a bag of groceries, openly inspect her goods for anything worth stealing, then scoot away. Apparently, they have a reputation for ripping earrings out of women's ears. From Naples, you can take the Trans-Vesuviano to Pompeii. This train has a wonderful name, but its main purpose appears to be to transport criminals from the Stalinist banlieues in which they live to the city in which they steal. Signs in every language known to humanity warn the tourist that pickpockets are everywhere. The trains are stripped to the metal and covered with graffiti, which is not in Latin. As the train stopped at one station, we saw a couple of carabinieri carrying a body bag away from the platform. The night after this, we wandered the historic district of Naples, simply looking for one open-air cafe in which to sit and chat. Eventually, we found one. We were pretty much the only people there. It was Saturday night. We moved on and discovered one clean thing in Naples, the new EU-funded subway. Tried a couple of stops. Everything was the same. Finally, I remembered a snarky little use of the word bourgeois in the Planet and marched Mrs. Moldbug over to the funicular, which goes up the hill to the Vomero, a sort of internal suburb. Quell difference. You go 300 feet up a cliff, and you have gone from Cairo to Milan. We immediately found a wine bar with an English-speaking hostess and enjoyed several lovely glasses. Suddenly we realized that it was late, and we didn't know when the subway stopped running to get us back to our albergo near the Stazione Centrale. So we asked, and no one knew. Not the waitress, not anyone in the bar. These hip young people had no idea of the subway hours in their own city. I believe the waitress actually said something like, "Why do you want to go there?" We hurried, and I think we got the last train. The next day, Mrs. Moldbug, who is far more tasteful than I and who would never repeat that nasty line about Garibaldi, expressed the desire to just hop on the Eurostar and stay on it until we get to Stockholm. In fact, we ended up in Perugia, which is, of course, lovely. So, Naples. Obviously, Naples being this way, I assumed that Naples had always been this way. There was that old line, "See Naples and die," but presumably it referred to a knife in the ribs. That poor bastard on the Trans-Vesuviano had seen Naples and died. Was it worth it? So I was surprised to discover a different version of reality from British historian Desmond Seward's Naples, A Traveler's Companion. In size and number of inhabitants, she ranks as the third city of Europe, and from her situation and superb show may justly be considered the Queen of the Mediterranean, wrote John Chetwode Eustace in 1813. Until 1860, Naples was the political and administrative center of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, the most beautiful kingdom in the world. Consisting of southern Italy and Sicily, it had a landmass equal to that of Portugal and was the richest state in Europe. For 5 generations, from 1734 till 1860, it was ruled by a branch of the French and Spanish royal family of Bourbon, who filled the city with monuments to their reign.
The Borboni, as their subjects called them, were complete Neapolitans, wholly assimilated, who spoke and thought in Neapolitan dialect. Indeed, the entire court spoke Neapolitan. Until 1860, glittering court balls and regal gala nights at the San Carlo, which staggered foreigners by their opulence and splendor, were a feature of Neapolitan life. In 1839, that ferocious Whig Lord Macaulay was staying in the city and wrote, "I must say that the accounts which I have heard of Naples are very incorrect. There is far less beggary than in Rome and far more industry. At present, my impressions are very favorable to Naples. It is the only place in Italy that has seemed to me to have the same sort of vitality which you find in all the great English ports and cities. Rome and Pisa are dead and gone. Florence is not dead, but sleepeth, while Naples overflows with life. The Borboni's memory have been systematically blackened by partisans of the regime which supplanted them and by admirers of the Risorgimento. They have had a particularly bad press in the Anglo-Saxon world. 19th century English liberals loathed them for their absolutism, their clericalism and loyalty to the papacy, and their opposition to the fashionable cause of Italian unity. Politicians from Lord William Bentinck to Lord Palmerston and Gladstone, writers such as Browning and George Eliot, united in detesting the tyrants. Gladstone convinced himself that their regime was the negation of God. Such critics, as prejudiced as they were ill-informed, ignored the dynasty's economic achievement, the kingdom's remarkable prosperity compared with other Italian states, the inhabitants' relative contentment, and the fact that only a mere handful of southern Italians were opposed to their government. Till the end, the Two Sicilies was remarkable for the majority of its subjects' respect for and knowledge of its laws, so deep that even today probably most Italian judges, and especially successful advocates, still come from the south. Yet even now there is a mass of blind prejudice among historians. All too many guidebooks dismiss the Borboni as corrupt despots who misruled and neglected their capital. An entire curtain of slander conceals the old pre-1860 Naples. With the passage of time, calumny has been supplemented by ignorance, and it is easy to forget that history is always written by the victors. However, Sir Harold Acton, in his 2 splendid studies of the Borboni, has to some extent redressed the balance, and his interpretation of past events is winning over increasing support, especially in Naples itself. Undoubtedly, the old monarchy had serious failings. Though economically and industrially creative, it was also absolutist and isolationist, disastrously out of touch with pan-Italian aspirations. Beyond question, there was political repression under the Bourbons. The dynasty was fighting for its survival, but it has been magnified out of all proportion. On the whole, prison conditions were probably no worse than in contemporary England, which still had its hulks. What really upset Gladstone was seeing his social equals being treated in the same way as working-class convicts. Since opposition to the regime was restricted to a few liberal romantics among the aristocracy and bourgeoisie, the Risorgimento was a disaster for Naples and for the South in general. Before 1860, the Mezzogiorno was the richest part of Italy outside the Austrian Empire, after it quickly became the poorest. The facts speak for themselves. In 1859, money circulating in the Two Sicilies amounted to more than that circulating in all other independent Italian states, while the Bank of Naples' gold reserve was 443 million gold lire, twice the combined reserves of the rest of Italy. This gold was immediately confiscated by Piedmont, whose own reserve had been a mere 27 million, and transferred to Turin. Neapolitan excise duties, levied to keep out the North's inferior goods and providing 4/5 of the city's revenue, were abolished. And then the Northerners imposed crushing new taxes. Far from being liberators, the Piedmontese administrators who came in the wake of the Risorgimento behaved like Yankees in the post-bellum southern states. They ruled the Two Sicilies as an occupied country, systematically demolishing its institutions and industries. Ferdinand's new dockyard was dismantled to stop Naples competing with Genoa. It is now being restored by industrial archaeologists.
Vilification of the Borboni became part of the school curriculum. Shortly after the two Sicilies enforced incorporation into the new Kingdom of Italy, the Duke of Maddaloni protested in the national parliament, "This is invasion, not annexation, not union. We are being plundered like an occupied territory." For years after the liberation, Neapolitans were governed by northern padroni and carpetbaggers. And today the Italians of the north can be as stupidly prejudiced about Naples as any Anglo-Saxon, affecting a superiority which verges on racism. Africa begins south of Rome, and lamenting the presence in the north of so many workers from the Mezzogiorno. The ill feeling is reciprocated, the Neapolitan translation of SPQR being Sono porci, questi Romani. Throughout the 1860s, 150,000 troops were needed to hold down the South. Note the pattern. What made Italian unification happen? Why did Ferdinand of Naples, with his 443 million gold lyre, just roll over for Charles Albert of Piedmont with his mere 27? Two reasons: Lord Palmerston and Napoleon III. Where did exiles such as Mazzini and Garibaldi find their backers? Not in Pompeii, that's for sure. The unification of Italy was an event in the 19th century's great struggle between liberalism and reaction. The international liberal movement of the 20th century, in which a figure such as Karl Schurz could go from German revolutionary in 1848 to Civil War general in 1861, was the clear precursor of today's international community. And once again, we see it playing the same predatory role, conquering and destroying in the name of liberation and independence. Unless you count the American Revolution, perhaps the first and clearest case of this strange phenomenon, multilateral independence, was the Greek War of Independence. As Lawick, without a trace of irony, puts it, after a long and bloody struggle, and with the aid of the great powers, independence was finally granted by the Treaty of Constantinople in July 1832. Indeed, and if we look at the citizens of said great powers, principally, of course, Great Britain, who gave us Greek independence, we see the same type of people who were behind Mazzini, Schurz, and all the way down to today's international community. Liberals, radicals, thinkers, artists, progressives. Lord Byron is, of course, the archetype. Again, these are the best and nicest people in the world now or then. So why in the world do they always seem to turn up in the same breath as phrases like long and bloody struggle? So we have not solved the anomaly of nationalism, but at least we have reduced it to the same problem as our first anomaly, which has to be something. What happened to the third world? It was devoured by predatory, cynical, bogus nationalism. Why would educated, cosmopolitan, and civilized thinkers support predatory, cynical, bogus nationalism? Again, we hit the wall. Let's move on to our third problem, Hitler. Of course, I hold no brief for Hitler. Jew. The anomaly, to reprise, is that Hitler today is detested for his human rights violations, that is, the Holocaust, and the Allies are therefore revered for defeating Hitler, wrapping the whole problem up in a neat little bow. The only problem with this human rights theory of World War II is that it has no resemblance to reality. First, the Allies included a fellow whose human rights record was at least as bad as Hitler's. Second, Roosevelt and Churchill not only didn't seem to much mind the extermination of the Jews, whom they had many opportunities to save. If anything, they covered it up. Which makes neo-Nazi claims that the Holocaust was Allied war propaganda grimly comical, to say the least. And third, the Allies didn't at all mind barbecuing as many enemy civilians as they could fit on the grill. Put these facts together, and the human rights theory of World War II makes about as much sense as the suggestion that Caesar invaded Britain because he wanted to see Manchester United play Chelsea. So why did it happen? The nominal cause of the European war was that Britain wanted to preserve a free Poland. You'd think that if this was their key goal, they would have found a way to come out of the war with a free Poland, especially having won and all. Much the same can be said with respect to the US and China. Note that what we are interested in here is not the motives of Hitler and Mussolini and Tojo. These men are dead, and so are their movements. The movements that defeated them, however, live on. I think it's pretty clear that the international community and the Allies are one and the same. Our question is why said community had such a harsh reaction to Nazi Germany. especially since its response to Soviet Russia, which was just as aggressive and just as murderous, was so different. One simple answer, continuing our counterfactual, was that the fascist movement was a competing predator. Perhaps the Allies destroyed the Nazis for the same reason that a lion will kill a leopard if it gets the chance. Not because leopards are all that good to eat, but because there are only so many antelope in the world. Unfortunately, the waters here are freshly muddied by Jonah Goldberg's half-educated bestseller, which argues that fascism was really a left-wing movement. Erich von Könelt-Ledin, a far better writer, made the case far earlier and far more eruditely. He was still wrong. As a reactionary Jacobite myself, I feel it's especially important to face up to the basically reactionary nature of the fascist movement. Fascism and Nazism were certainly creatures of the democratic era. Nothing like them could have been imagined in the 19th century. They certainly borrowed many techniques of government from both liberals and Bolsheviks. And the experience of living in a totalitarian state does not much depend on whether that state is communist, fascist, Buddhist, or Scientologist. Nonetheless, Goldberg is wrong. There is a fundamental difference. In the 1930s, there was no confusion at all as to whether the fascist movements were parties of the extreme right or of the extreme left. Everyone agreed. They were parties of the right. Populist right-wingers, to be sure, but right-wingers nonetheless. For once, the conventional wisdom is perfectly accurate. For example, in 1930, Francesco Nitti, nephew of a liberal prime minister by the same name, published a book called Escape, about his escape from internal exile on an Italian island. Let's just say that it wasn't exactly the Gulag. In the preface, his uncle, the PM, explains Mussolini for the English-speaking reader. Mussolini represents a medieval adventure in Italy. Until some 15 years ago, communist and anarchist, he defended regicide, anarchist crime, political assassination. He has written and predicted individual revolt. He has always considered all religions, these are his very words, like opium to lull people to sleep. He has written and repeated for 20 years in his discourses that the abyss between capitalism and the proletariat should be filled with the heads of capitalists. Again, in the year 1920, he incited workmen to occupy factories and to pilfer. In 1914, he laughed at the Belgian occupation and urged the Italians to rebel against those who wanted to drag them into the war, which all sounds very well for Goldberg's thesis. But wait, not having succeeded in making a red revolution, he attempted a white reaction, taking advantage of the discontent after the war. He succeeded with the help of a few generals and part of the army who wanted reaction. Becoming dictator, Mussolini has not only forswore all his past, but has introduced the most terrible reaction. All form of liberty has been suppressed. Press liberty, association liberty, reunion liberty. Members of parliament are practically nominated by the government. All political associations have been dissolved. For those not versed in the color symbolism of 19th century Europe, white is the color of reaction, just as red is the color of revolution. Thus, Nitti is telling us, unlike the old socialist Mussolini, the new fascist Mussolini is a reactionary, just like the Borboni. As we've seen, if the international community is a predator, reactionaries are its prey. So while the Soviets might be seen as a competing predator, fascism is something quite different. Fascism is a species of prey that, unlike the Borboni, decided to fight back, and it was not exactly averse to fighting dirty. Here is my perception of fascism. It was a reactionary movement that combined the worst ideas of the Ancien Regime, the worst politics of the Democrats, and the worst tyrannies of the Bolsheviks. And what was the result? It is every bit as vanished as the Borboni. For a reactionary, fascism is more or less a short course in what not to do. Even a lifetime later, our emotional responses to fascism and Nazism make these concepts very difficult to handle. Full disclosure, my grandfather, a Jewish communist, enlisted in the U.S. Army to kill Nazis, and I'm pretty sure he bagged a few. One way to step away from these associations is to look not at the Third Reich, but at the Second, the strange regime of Kaiser Bill and the war he made. A less loaded name for fascism might be neo-militarism. The ideology of Wilhelmine Germany was generally described as militarism, a perfectly accurate description. It was certainly reactionary and also quite populist for a monarchy. World War I was extremely popular in Germany, as in all countries. Under the Kaiser, the highest social status available was conferred by military rank. You might be a distinguished professor of physics, But if your reserve rank as a military officer was low or worse, non-existent, no one would talk to you at parties. Even for Americans who know something of the military, it's almost impossible to imagine living in a true militaristic society. Why did the last survivors of the Ancien Regime become so aggressive and militaristic? Why, for example, did the German military jump at the opportunity to start a war in 1914? Because they believed our counterfactual, that the international community was a killer with fangs. The German theory in 1914 was that the British alliance with France and Russia was designed to encircle Germany, not exactly implausible if one glances at a map. And we have already seen how the British dealt with reactionaries when they got the chance. The theory of the German General Staff in 1914 was that Germany, surrounded and besieged, had to attack or it would be gradually choked to death. This bit of Nazi propaganda from 1939 explains the German militarist theory of modern history quite well. The deepest roots of this war are in England's old claim to rule the world, and Europe in particular. Although its homeland is relatively small, England has understood how to cleverly exploit others to expand its possessions. It controls the seas, the important points along major sea routes, and the richest parts of our planet. The contrast between England itself and its overseas territories is so grotesque that England has always had a certain inferiority complex with respect to the European continent. Whenever a continental power reached a certain strength, England believed itself and its empire to be threatened. Every continental flowering made England nervous. Every attempt at growth by nations wanting their place in the sun led England to take on the policeman's role. One must understand this to make sense of England's German policy from Bismarck to our own day. England was not happy with the results of the War of 1870-1871. British sympathies were already on France's side, since for the previous 100 years it had never had the same fear of France as it had of Germany. France had secured its own colonial empire, and its shrinking biological strength left enough room for expansion within its own natural boundaries. Things were different in Germany. England knew that the German people were strong when they had good leadership, and that nature had given them limited, resource-poor territory with a limited coast. Great Britain kept an eye on Germany, all the more whenever Germany expressed its strength, even in the most natural ways. The Second Reich experienced England's balance of power policy. We know that England did not want a true balance of power. It wants a situation in which England is always in a position with the help of its allies to have its way with a minority of confident, forward-moving nations. Obviously, this is propaganda. But one bit of real history that I can recommend to anyone is the viewpoint of the fellow on the other side of this encirclement business, Lord Grey of Falodon. If you've ever wondered who said the lights are going out all over Europe, we shall not see them lit again in our lifetime, Lord Grey is your man. His memoirs are extremely readable. Indeed, reading them, one sees just why we have not seen the lamps lit again. There is simply no individual of Grey's caliber, politician or civil servant, in the whole government racket these days. Needless to say, to Lord Grey, writing after the war, no one would ever dream of trying to encircle Germany. Rather, the German militarists are paranoid and jingoistic, constantly trying to enhance their domestic political position by triggering European crises. And indeed, the pot that boiled over at Sarajevo was by no means the first such crisis. Agadir is a fine example. The British, on the other hand, are simply doing their best to keep the peace. In the end, they failed. Germany attacked Belgium without provocation, and British honor bound her to respond. I find Grey completely credible. I have no reservations about his sincerity. He certainly strikes me as a far more trustworthy character than the slippery Palmerston, who really was a bit of a snake. And his summary of the causes of the war is peerless. After 1870, Germany had no reason to be afraid, but she fortified herself with armaments and the Triple Alliance in order that she might never have reason to be afraid in future. France naturally was afraid after 1870, and she made her military preparations and the dual alliance with Russia. Britain, with a very small army and a very large empire, became first uncomfortable and then, particularly when Germany began a big fleet program, afraid of isolation. She made the Anglo-Japanese alliance, made up her quarrels with France and Russia, and entered into the Entente. Finally, Germany became afraid that she would presently be afraid, and struck the blow, while she believed her power to be invincible. Heaven alone knows the whole truth about human affairs. But I believe the above sketch to be as near to a true statement of the causes of war as an ordinary intelligence can get in a few sentences. And yet, did Germany, or more precisely the Hohenzollern monarchy, have no reason to be afraid? The Bourboni were certainly caught napping. And note that while Germany was challenging British naval hegemony, the overdog remained Britain and the underdog Germany. Who exactly had more reason to be afraid of whom? Gray is not exactly shy and waxing Palmerstonian about the contest between democracy and reaction. We had no thought ourselves of going to war in 1914 because we supposed that sooner or later we should have to fight. We just strove to prevent war happening at all. But when, in spite of our efforts, war came, it is well that we took our place in it and at the outset. The latent forces at work became apparent as the war proceeded, and the incidents in which the war originated were forgotten as these forces were revealed. It was a great struggle between the Kultur that stood for militarism and the free, unmilitarist democratic ideal. It was the perception of this, whether consciously or unconsciously, that brought the United States into the war. The United States, which as a whole had cared little about the incidents that caused the war at the outset, and which did not as a whole then perceive it. But it was the perception of it, revealed to us as the war developed, that made us know that we were fighting for the very life of what Britain and the self-governing dominions cared for. We could not have escaped that struggle between militarism and democracy by turning our backs on the war in August 1914. The thing would have pursued us until we had to turn our backs and face it, and that would have been when it was even stronger and when we had become weak and isolated. Who sounds a little paranoid here? The British Empire covered the globe. The forces of democracy and liberalism were clearly on the advance. Reactionary militarism was beleaguered. Did it absolutely have to be utterly crushed right then and there, bang? Note that for most of World War I, it was Germany who wanted peace on the basis of the status quo, and the Allies who insisted that Germany be defeated and militarism eradicated. Perhaps Hitler considered his war a crusade to stamp out democracy forever, but the Kaiser did not. His opponents, however, felt no such compunctions. Gray reproduces a memo from his ambassador in Washington that states the basic German perspective as of September 1914.
German ambassador has stated in press that Germany is anxious for peace on basis of status quo and desires no new territory, but that England has declared intention of fighting to finish for her selfish purposes and is consequently responsible for further bloodshed. Gray responds, Germany has planned this war and chosen the time for forcing it upon Europe. No one but Germany was in the same state of preparation. We want in future to live free from the menace of this happening again. Treitschke and other writers of repute and popularity in Germany have openly declared that to crush Great Britain and destroy the British Empire must be the objective for Germany. We want to be sure that this idea is abandoned. A cruel wrong has been done to Belgium, an unprovoked attack aggravated by the wanton destruction of Louvain and other wholesale vandalism. What reparation is Germany to make to Belgium for this? Is Gray's real concern reparations to Belgium, more or less a British client state? Clearly, it is not. His concern is setting a condition that the German militarists cannot accept without losing face, because his objective is to crush Germany and destroy the German Empire. As he wrote in early 1916, nothing but the defeat of Germany can make a satisfactory end to this war and secure future peace. We must, however, be careful in stating our determination to continue the war to make it clear that our object is not to force, but to support our allies. Increasing mischief is being made between us and our allies by German propaganda. This propaganda represents the war as one of rivalry between Great Britain and Germany. It insinuates that France, Russia, and Belgium could have satisfactory terms of peace now, and that they are continuing the war in the interest of Great Britain to effect the ruin of Germany, which is not necessary for the safety of the Allies, but which alone will satisfy Great Britain. It is just possible that this insidious misrepresentation, false though it be, may create in France, Russia, Italy, and Belgium a dangerous peace movement, a movement positively unfriendly to us. It would be well if we could all, ministers and press alike, strike one note, that of determination to help the Allies who have suffered the most grievous wrong, to secure the liberation of their territory,
reparation for wrong done, and the advantages necessary for their future security. We should emphasize the impossibility and disgrace of thinking of peace till the Allies are secure, but should let it be understood that it is for them whose territory is occupied by the enemy, whose population has been and is being so grossly ill-treated, rather than for us to say when it is opportune to speak of peace. Till that time comes, we use all our efforts and make every sacrifice to defeat the enemy in the common cause, and have no other thought but this. Can you make this stuff up? We're fighting for the sake of the Allies. If they would prefer peace, it is their place to speak of peace, not ours. But let's make sure we don't let them think it's okay to think of peace, because Germany must be defeated. It's especially important to counter the insidious German peace propaganda, which may lead our allies to think we can only be satisfied by the defeat of Germany, which is nonsense. We're only fighting to redress the wrongs to our allies. Again, I'm not sure these excerpts really convey the flavor of Lord Grey's thinking. Obviously, I am not presenting it at its best. I really do find Grey a congenial character, as I'm sure I would not find, say, Ludendorff. It is simply impossible to think of him as a predator, and yet once again it is difficult not to see the fangs. In any war, each side presents itself as the injured party, and the other side as the aggressor. Is Germany trying to crush Britain, or is Britain trying to crush Germany? Or are they both aggressors? Again, we are at an impasse. We have a very tempting theory that seems to explain all of these anomalies quite neatly, but the theory is obviously not true. Reject it, however, and the anomalies are back, and they seem to have friends. What to do? Chapter 3. The Jacobite History of the World. Okay, open-minded progressives, you've read Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Quite a bushel of prose. And has any of it changed your mind? Are you ready to stop being a progressive and start being a reactionary? Almost certainly not. We haven't really learned anything here. All we've done is plant a couple of little tiny seeds of doubt. Now we're going to throw a little water on those seeds and see if we can maybe get a leaf or two to poke its head out. Don't expect a full-grown redwood to fly up and hit you in the face. Even when they work, which isn't often, conversions don't work that way. Doubt is a slow flower. You have to give it time. What we've seen is that the story of the world that you and I grew up with, a story that is the common heritage of progressives and conservatives alike, although progressives are certainly truer to it, is oddly complicated in spots. The great caravan of the past comes with quite a baggage wagon of paradoxes, each of which needs its own explanation. So, for example, by one set of standards which seem essential to the progressive mind, the end of colonialism was a great victory for humanity. By another set of standards which it is equally difficult to imagine rejecting, it was a vast human tragedy. Could it be both? A tragic victory, perhaps? Cleo was always both poet and historian, and the idea of a tragic victory has definite Emersonian potential. On the other hand, however, history is big. We shouldn't expect it to be simple, but we'd like it to be as simple as possible. When we study the errors of others, we see that nonsense often conceals the obvious. And what is nonsense to those who believe in it? To a Catholic, what is the Trinity? A mystery. Some things are truly mysterious, but others have simple explanations. The Trinity is a compromise designed by a standards committee. History 1, Mystery 0. I hate to beat this colonialism thing to death, but there is an odd little op-ed this morning by former Times foreign correspondent John Darnton. It's about Robert Mugabe and T.S. Eliot. It's short and worth a read. I've seen a few similar reminiscences in the fish wrap recently. We'll let this one serve as an example. I first heard mention of Mr. Mugabe in May 1976 in the Quill Club of the Ambassador Hotel, a watering hole where Prime Minister Ian Smith's police, guerrilla sympathizers, reporters, and agents from various factions suspended normal antipathies for the sake of gossip. We foreign correspondents used to toss around names of the ultimate leader of the emergent new country like miners testing gold nuggets. Would it be Joshua Nkomo, Ndabaningi Sitole, Jason Moyo? What's fascinating about these pieces is how close they come to being apologies, and yet how far away they are. Because why should John Darnton apologize? What could he possibly be sorry for? You apologize when you're responsible for something bad that has happened. President Mugabe is clearly a bad egg, but how could Mr. Darnton and his Quill Club friends be responsible for him? They are reporters, that's all. They report, you decide. And yet there is that phrase, responsible journalism. While we're on the fish wrap beat, Another puzzle was inflicted on Americans this week by a man of the cloth. As one might expect, the smart people of the world have smart explanations, whereas the dumb ones scratch their heads and say, "Duh." Chris Matthews said it best when he said if anything like the 9/11 remarks had been said in his church the weekend after, he would certainly have known. I know that's true. In 20 years, you have never heard anything inflammatory. It just isn't believable. He unidly lied when ABC first aired the tapes. The next night, he was asked by 3 different news medias, and he said he did not hear, nor did he know of any of these remarks. Then the following Tuesday, he acknowledged he had heard about them before he announced his candidacy, and that's why he asked him not to come out. Too weird. Too weird. Indeed, weirdness is the mother of doubt. Is it not slightly weird that a 20-year member of the Church of Hate Whitey could become not only the leading candidate for the presidency, but the candidate who stands for racial harmony? Is it more weird or less weird than the fact that Robert Mugabe had no interest in T.S. Eliot? The thing is, these things don't seem weird to me. In the progressive story of the world, they are mysteries. They can be explained, but they need to be explained. In the reactionary story of the world, however, they are firmly in dog bites man territory. I have yet to justify this assertion, but as a progressive, you can swallow it without fear. It is not the red pill that will turn you to an instant Jacobite, forcing you to abandon your life, your beliefs, your friends and lovers, and replace them with an ascetic and fanatical devotion to the doomed old cause of the Royal Stuarts, though at least you'd still oppose republicanism. Because even if we admit that the progressive story has these little lacunae, the reactionary story has giant gaping holes. In fact, it's hard to even say there is a reactionary story. If there was, how would you know it? What would Archbishop Laud make of the iPhone? Of jazz? Of Harley Davidson? The mind, she boggles. Hopefully she will boggle slightly less after you read the following, which will still not turn you into a Jacobite, but might at least help you understand the temptation. Before we can tell the reactionary story, we have to define these weird words, progressive and reactionary. Vast tomes have been devoted to this purpose, but let's make it as simple. To be progressive is to be left-wing. To be reactionary is to be right-wing. What is this weird political axis? As you may know, the terms left and right come from the seating arrangements in the French Legislative Assembly, a body no longer in existence. Yet somehow the dimension remains relevant. It is easy to say that if Barack, Hillary, and McCain were seated in the Legislative Assembly, Hillary would be sitting to the right of Barack, and McCain would be to the right of Hillary. Moreover, we can apply the axis to events even before 1791. For example, we can say that in the Reformation, Catholicism was right-wing and Protestantism left-wing. This gets a little confusing in the post-1945 era. Most pre-20th century Catholics would find the present-day church quite, Protestant. If you are unconvinced of this, you may enjoy Novus Ordo Watch. But there is really no Catholic equivalent of the Munster Republic, the Levelers, etc., etc. Of course, politics is not a quantitative science, or a science at all, and sometimes it can be a little tricky to decide who is to the left or right of whom. But it's really quite amazing that this linear criterion can be applied so effectively across 5 centuries of human history. It even works pretty well on the Greeks and Romans. Imagine, for instance, that we wanted to classify music along a linear axis. Is Bach to the right of the Beatles? Okay, probably. Are the Stones to the left of the Beatles? Where does The Cure fit in? And John Coltrane? And the Dead Kennedys? What about Einstürzende Neubauten? Are they to the right of Tom Petty or the left? Is Varg Vikernes between them? And how does he stack up next to 50 Cent? Each of these musicians represents a way of thinking about music. None of them invented music, nor are any of them unique. They are members of movements. If we have trouble classifying the individual artists, we should at least be able to classify the movements. So is punk to the left of goth? Is Baroque to the right of death metal, gangster rap, ragtime, etc.? We remain completely lost. I'm sure you could arrange all these musical forms on a line if you had to, and so could I. But I doubt our answers would be the same. Yet strangely, in the political sphere, this works. Indeed, we take it for granted. Why should philosophies of music be all over the map, but philosophies of government arrange themselves along one consistent dimension? Feel free to come up with your own answer. Here is mine. Let's start with the obvious. A reactionary, i.e., a right-winger, is someone who believes in order, stability, and security, all of which he treats as synonyms. Think as a progressive about the simplicity of this proposition. It is so stupid as to be almost mindless. What is the purpose of government? Why do we have government rather than nothing? Because the alternative is cornerman. Note that cornerman has his own philosophy of government. He exercises sovereignty. That's his corner. Metro, the Las Vegas PD, can't even get me off this corner. Indeed, he has much the same relationship to the government that you and I know and love, that Henry VIII had to the Pope. And how did he acquire his corner? I've been on this corner for 10 goddamn years. In legal theory, this is called adverse possession, which is more or less how the Tudors acquired their little island. Of course, we reactionaries are not fans of Cornerman, largely because his claim to the corner is contested by a superior authority which will prevail in any serious conflict. Why does he attack the blue PT Cruiser? Is it because he's on crack? Perhaps, but perhaps it's also because the driver owes allegiance to the other side of the conflict, Metro, and neither has nor would acknowledge Cornerman's authority. For example, she has not paid him any taxes, fees, or rents for the privilege of positioning her vehicle on his so-called territory. One synonym for reactionary is legitimist. When the legitimist asks whether Cornerman really owns his corner, he is not asking whether Cornerman should own his corner. He asks whether Cornerman does own his corner, and his answer is no. He prefers the claim of Metro, not just, because Metro is not in the habit of getting loaded and bashing the holy heck out of random people's cars, but because Metro and Cornerman have conflicting claims, and in the end, the former is almost certain to win. And when he asks whether the Bourbons are the legitimate rulers of France or the Stuarts of England, he is not asking whether A, the Bourbon or Stuart family has some hereditary biological property that makes their scions ideal for the job, midichlorians perhaps, or B, the Bourbon or Stuart will suffer intolerably as a result of being deprived of the throne, or even C, the Bourbon or Stuart families obtained their original claims fairly and squarely, at least not if he has any sense. None of these arguments is even close to viable. Thus, the order that the rational reactionary seeks to preserve and or restore is arbitrary. Perhaps it can be justified on some moral basis, but probably not. It is good simply because it is order, and the alternative to order is violence at worst and politics at best. If the Bourbons do not rule France, someone will, Robespierre or Napoleon or Cornerman. One of the difficulties in resurrecting classical reactionary thought is that when this idea was expressed in the 17th century, it came out in the form of theology. Who put the Stuarts in charge of England? God did, obviously, and you don't want to argue with God. For a believer in divine providence, this is pretty much unanswerable. For a 21st century reactionary, it won't do at all. Perhaps the best and most succinct statement of the reactionary philosophy of government, especially considering the context, was this one. Truly, I desire their liberty and freedom as much as anybody whomsoever. But I must tell you that their liberty and freedom consists of having of government, those laws by which their life and their goods may be most their own. It is not for having a share in government, sir, that is nothing pertaining to them. A subject and sovereign are clean different things. While I'm not prepared to endorse the author on all matters whatsoever, and I feel that chartered companies are more likely to produce effective neo-reactionary government than royal families, Stuart or otherwise, I agree with every word of the above. At least for me, it makes a fine endpoint to the axis. It is impossible to be more reactionary than Charles I. So we know what a reactionary is, a believer in order. What is a progressive? Here is the problem. We only have one dimension to work with. We know that a progressive is the polar opposite of a reactionary. So if a reactionary is a believer in order, a progressive is a believer in disorder, a believer in mayhem, a believer in chaos. Well, of course, this is exactly what a reactionary would say. In fact, Dr. Johnson did say it. The only problem is that it's obviously not true. When you, dear progressive, watch the clip of Cornerman, do you revel in the crunch of smashing glass, the screams of the victims, the thrill of wanton destruction? No, you're horrified, just like me. Let's put aside this question of order for the moment. We know that reactionaries believe in order. We know that progressives do not believe in chaos, but we know that reactionaries are the opposite of progressives. Is this a paradox? It is, and we will resolve it, but not quite yet. We can say quite easily that a progressive is someone who believes in progress. That is, he or she believes the world is moving toward, or at least should be moving toward, some state which is an improvement on the present condition of affairs. This is what Barack Obama means when he talks about change. Why do he and his listeners assume so automatically that this change will be for the better? Isn't this word neutral? Change means a transition to something different. Different could be better, or it could be worse. Surely the matter deserves some clarification. The obvious explanation is that since Obama and his followers will be doing the changing, they will make sure that the result is desirable, at least to them. I find this answer inadequate. It implies that progressives are egocentric, humorless, and incapable of self-criticism. I'm sure this is true of some. I'm sure it is also true of some reactionaries, although these days you need a pretty solid sense of humor to even consider being a reactionary. But it is rude to apply a pejorative derivation to an entire belief system, and nor is it particularly accurate in my experience. A better answer is that today's progressives see themselves as the modern heirs of a tradition of change, stretching back to the Enlightenment. They see change as inherently good because they see this history as a history of progress, that is, improvement. In other words, they believe in Whig history. Whether you are a progressive, a reactionary, or anything in between, I highly recommend the recent documentary Your Mommy Kills Animals about the animal rights movement. In it, there is a clip of Ingrid Newkirk in which she makes the following proposition. Animal rights is a social justice movement. All social justice movements in the past have been successful. Therefore, the animal rights movement will inevitably succeed. This is pure Whig history. It postulates a mysterious force that animates the course of history and operates inevitably in the progressive direction. Note the circular reasoning. Social justice succeeds because social justice is good. How do we know that social justice is good? Because it succeeds and good tends to triumph over evil. How do we know that good tends to triumph over evil? Well, just look at the record of social justice movements, which is impressive indeed. If there is any constant phenomenon in the last few hundred years of Western history, it's that, with occasional reversals, reactionaries tend to lose and progressives tend to win. Whether you call them progressives, liberals, radicals, Jacobins, Republicans, or even revolutionaries, socialists or communists, the left is your winning team. What's interesting about this effect is the number of theories that have been proposed to explain it. Richard Dawkins attributes it to a mysterious force which he calls the zeitgeist. Dawkins, to his great credit, allows as how he has no understanding of the effect. It is just a variable without which his equations won't balance, like Einstein's cosmological constant. Others of a more theological bent have attributed the effect to divine providence. Note that the success of progressivism quite conclusively disproves the providential theory of divine right monarchy. And then, of course, there is our old friend, dialectical materialism. Since all these theories are mutually inconsistent, let's reserve our judgment by calling this mysterious left-favoring force the W force, W for Whig. What explains the W force? One easy explanation is that it's just the interaction of hindsight and a random walk. Everything changes over time, including opinions. Since by definition we consider ourselves enlightened, history appears as a progress from darkness to light. For example, Professor Dawkins, since he is a progressive, sees the modern tolerance of gays and lesbians as genuine progress. I happen to agree. And for the same reason, he sees the modern intolerance of slavery in just the same way. However, if these changes are indeed arbitrary, a random walk could reverse them. Professor Dawkins's great-great-grandchildren could then explain to us just as sincerely the great moral advance of society, which early in the 21st century still turned a blind eye to rampant sodomy and had no conception of the proper relationship between man and servant. While this theory is amusing, it is pretty clearly wrong. It depends on the fact that we don't yet have a good definition of what it means to be progressive. But it clearly does mean something. We don't see these kinds of reversals. We see consistent movement in a single direction. Furthermore, we know that progress is the opposite of reaction, and we have a very good definition of reaction. And we know that reaction tends to lose. That isn't random. Another phenomenon that people often invoke implicitly is the advance of science and engineering, which indeed is very like the W force. It is easy to assume, for example, that Charles I could not possibly have anything to say to us on the theory of government because, to paraphrase Hilaire Belloc, we have the iPhone, and he did not. Of course, all the forms of government we know today were known not only to Charles I, but also to Aristotle. We know why science and engineering have advanced monotonically. It is much easier to create knowledge than destroy it. Since the American approach to government, which has now spread around the world, not only considerably predates iPhones, but was in fact based on ancient Greek models, the analogy is quite spurious. It rests on little more than the double meaning of the word progress. Another way to evaluate this question is to imagine that the technology of the present suddenly became available to the societies of the past. Stuart iPhones simply break the brain, but we can imagine what the reactionary England of 1808, in which approximately 12 people had the vote, and small children were hanged for inappropriate use of the word God, would make of 21 century technology. I suspect they would do pretty much what they did with 19th century technology, use it to take over the world. We should also seriously consider the possibility that the W force is exactly what it claims to be, and that good really does have a tendency to triumph over evil. Unfortunately, when we examine political turmoil at the micro level, this is not the tendency we see, the classic case being the French Revolution. Why did the French Revolution, the vast majority of whose initiators meant nothing but the best for their country, go so sour? A simple explanation is that good people are scrupulous and evil ones are not. Thus, the latter have more freedom of action than the former. Thus, those who are immoral and simply wish to get ahead in life should choose the side of evil. Thus, good is outnumbered and evil is reinforced, producing the Yates effect. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity.
Anyone who has not seen this in practice has no experience of human affairs. I'm afraid I have no rational, progressive explanation for the W force. If anyone else does, I'd be curious to hear it. Professor Dawkins might be curious to hear it as well. I do, however, have a reactionary explanation. First, let's consider the famous first paragraph of Macaulay's History of England, which, as Lewick notes, has long served as the case study of Whig history. I purpose to write the history of England from the accession of King James II down to a time which is within the memory of men still living. I shall recount the errors which in a few months alienated a loyal gentry and priesthood from the house of Stuart. I shall trace the course of that revolution which terminated the long struggle between our sovereigns and their parliaments, and bound up together the rights of the people and the title of the reigning dynasty. I shall relate how the new settlement was, during many troubled years, successfully defended against foreign and domestic enemies, how under that settlement the authority of law and the security of property were found to be compatible with a liberty of discussion and of individual action never before known, how, from the auspicious union of order and freedom, sprang a prosperity of which the annals of human affairs had furnished no example, how our country, from a state of ignominious vassalage, rapidly rose to the place of umpire among European powers, how her opulence and her martial glory grew together, how, by wise and resolute good faith, was gradually established a public credit fruitful of marvels, which to the statesmen of any former age would have seemed incredible, how a gigantic commerce gave birth to a maritime power, compared with which every other maritime power, ancient or modern, sinks into insignificance, how Scotland, after ages of enmity, was at length united to England, not merely by legal bonds, but by indissoluble ties of interest and affection, how in America the British colonies rapidly became far mightier and wealthier than the realms which Cortez and Pizarro had added to the dominions of Charles V, how in Asia British adventurers founded an empire not less splendid and more durable than that of Alexander. Okay, imagine you are the leader of a daring, futuristic, secret science project whose goal is to resurrect the mind of Macaulay by digitizing scraps of rotten tissue from his cranium, applying a holographic reconstruction algorithm, and simulating the result in a giant supercomputer. After great effort, you succeed. Macaulay lives. You connect the computer to the internet. Running at superhuman speed, it downloads gigabytes of information from Lewick and other reliable sources. It says nothing. It is merely processing. Macaulay is revising his great history of England. You wait, breathless, as he reacts to the last 150 years. Finally, the screen flashes to life and produces a single sentence. And then it all went to shit. The trouble is that the people who run England now
while they are progressive to a T and consider themselves very much the heirs of the British liberal tradition, have different objective standards of success than Macaulay. By Tony Blair's standards, Great Britain is doing better than ever. By Macaulay's standards, it is a disaster area. What happened? The W force itself. With its customary glacial irresistibility, it has been driving the center of British politics steadily to the left for the last 150 years. Meanwhile, poor Macaulay has been stuck in his own cranium, just rotting. He has had no chance to adapt. So he still has the same opinions he held in 1859, which in the world of 2008 put him somewhere to the right of John Tyndall. If I think of Gordon Brown's Labour as the left edge of my screen and David Cameron's Tories as the right, Macaulay is somewhere out on the fire escape. Of course, if you are a progressive with a soft spot for Macaulay, despite some of his rather, Eurocentric opinions, you might assume that by reading the last 150 years of history, he would realize that New Labour is exactly where it's at. I suppose this is a matter of opinion. Perhaps Gordon Brown really is that convincing. However, we also need to consider the possibility that Macaulay would be convinced in the opposite direction. Given the fact that the state of England today would horrify him, he might well be open to moving further out on the fire escape. A reaction not dissimilar to the response that 18th century Whigs, such as Burke, yes, Burke was a Whig, had to the Reign of Terror. The absolute shibboleth of the 18th century and 19th century British liberal movement, for example, was the proposition that a fundamentally aristocratic government could resist democratic pressures by conceding a mixed constitution. Contemporary commenters on the Reform Acts of 1832 and 1867 are constantly explaining that Tory or Adulamite right-wing resistance to these measures was not only futile, but actually dangerous. It could spark an actual French-style revolution. Indeed, the entire constitution of post-1688 Britain was based on this proposition because it was based on the concept of constitutional monarchy, as opposed to that dreaded Jacobite abomination, absolute monarchy. And how exactly did that one work out? As Lewick puts it, as originally conceived, a constitutional monarch was quite a powerful figure, head of the executive branch, even though his or her power was limited by the Constitution and the elected parliament. An evolution in political thinking would, however, eventually spawn such phenomena as universal suffrage and political parties. By the mid-20th century, the political culture in Europe had shifted to the point where most constitutional monarchs had been reduced to the status of figureheads with no effective power at all. Instead, it was the democratically elected parliaments and their leader, the prime minister, who had become those who exercised power. If in 1688 you had insisted that the concept of a constitutional monarchy was a contradiction in terms, that constitutional simply meant symbolic, and the upshot of the whole scheme would simply be a return to the rule of Parliament, you were a Jacobite, plain and simple, and you were also dead wrong for about 2 centuries. Most of the royal powers died with George III, but even Queen Victoria exercised a surprising amount of authority over the operations of her government. No longer. If the W force has made anything clear, it's that constitutional monarchy is not a stable form of government, nor is restricted suffrage. There is simply no compromise with democracy, good or bad. Moreover, 19th century classical liberals promised over and over again that democracy, despite the obvious mathematics of the situation, need not lead to what we now call socialism. Supposedly, the English people, with their stern moral fiber, would never tolerate it, etc. The lesson of history is quite clear. Whether you love the W force or hate it, surrendering to it is not an effective way to resist it. There is no stable point along the left-right axis at which the W force, having exacted all the concessions to which justice entitles it, simply disappears. Oh no, it always wants more. I can has cheeseburger? The persistence of this delusion in Anglo-American thought is quite remarkable. For example, I was reading Harold Temperley's Life of George Canning from 1905 when I came across this amazing passage on the Holy Alliance. Despite the Great Revolution, the despots of Europe had learnt nothing and forgotten nothing except their one saving grace of benevolence. The paternal system of government has not succeeded where strong local institutions or feelings exist, and for this reason Austria has never conciliated or subdued Hungary. But the Holy Alliance proposed a sort of patriarchal system of government for all Europe, which could not really have applied to those nations where free constitutions or strong patriotic feelings still remained. These proved indeed to be to Metternich and Alexander what Kossuth and Dake have been to Francis Joseph. Metternich did not understand the changes created by the French Revolution in the ideas and hearts of men. He thought he could tear a page from the book of history and destroy both the memory and the hope of liberty. He believed that reaction could be permanent, that new ideals and opinions could be crushed, and the world again beguiled into the dreary inaction which characterized the home politics of all nations before 1789. Dreary inaction, their one saving grace of benevolence. Friends, the world today is not such an awful place, corner man aside, but compared to what it would be if dreary inaction had prevailed in the world since 1905, it is a sewer and a slum and a dung heap. Think of all the beautiful people who would have lived, all the beautiful cities that would not have been bombed, all the hideous ones that would not have been built. The Napoleonic Wars were a garden party compared to the First and Second World Wars. The French Revolution was a garden party compared to the Russian. And as we've seen, the Whig foreign policy of exporting democracy as a universal remedy for all ills, as practiced by both Canning and Temperley, does not appear entirely unconnected with these tragedies. Temperley is even wrong about the small stuff. The hot-blooded Hungarians, snoring soundly in the arms of Brussels. And before that, Moscow, which had far less trouble with Nagy than Franz Joseph had with Kossuth. No constitutions conceded there, so much for the book of history. Moreover, Temperley didn't even need the future to prove him wrong about Metternich, who, as de Ogilvulf points out, if anything, exaggerated the eventual futility of his efforts. Europe's era of pure reaction was short, but the years between 1815 and 1848 were great ones. Don't miss the Wolf's rare sally into long form, wherein he devastates the Enlightenment in the shape of the distinguished Professor Grayling, who turns up in the comment barrel and receives the brisk filleting his name suggests. This brings us to the failed project of conservatism, which puts its money in a slightly different place. The proposition that all the concessions made to the W force in the past are good and necessary, but any further concessions are bad and unnecessary. The Confederate theologian R.L. Dabney dispensed with this quite eloquently. It may be inferred again that the present movement for women's rights will certainly prevail from the history of its only opponent, Northern conservatism. This is a party which never conserves anything. Its history has been that it demurs to each aggression of the Progressive Party and aims to save its credit by a respectable amount of growling, but always acquiesces at last in the innovation. What was the resisted novelty of yesterday is today one of the accepted principles of conservatism. It is now conservative only in affecting to resist the next innovation, which will tomorrow be forced upon its timidity and will be succeeded by some third revolution, to be denounced and then adopted in its turn. American conservatism is merely the shadow that follows radicalism as it moves forward towards perdition. It remains behind it, but never retards it, and always advances near its leader. This pretended salt bath utterly lost its savor. Wherewith shall it be salted? Its impotency is not hard indeed to explain. It is worthless because it is the conservatism of expediency only, and not of sturdy principle. It intends to risk nothing serious for the sake of the truth, and has no idea of being guilty of the folly of martyrdom. It always, when about to enter a protest, very blandly informs the wild beast whose path it essays to stop that its bark is worse than its bite, and that it only means to save its manners by enacting its decent role of resistance. The only practical purpose which it now subserves in American politics is to give enough exercise to radicalism to keep it in wind, and to prevent its becoming pursy and lazy from having nothing to whip. No doubt, after a few years, when women's suffrage shall have become an accomplished fact, conservatism will tacitly admit it into its creed, and thenceforward plume itself upon its wise firmness in opposing with similar weapons the extreme of baby suffrage. And when that too shall have been won, it will be heard declaring that the integrity of the American Constitution requires at least the refusal of suffrage to donkeys. There it will assume with great dignity its final position. I'm sure Reverend Dabney would have regarded the era of Ingrid Newkirk with great amusement. However, Note how thoroughly hoist by his own petard he is. The proposition that suffrage is a bad idea, period, may not be one you regard as defensible, but it is surely more defensible than the proposition that all men should be able to vote, but not all women, or white men and not black men, another proposition of which the Reverend Dabney was convinced. Note that this bastion also proved impractical to defend. So, we still do not understand the W force, nor do we understand why reaction is the polar opposite of progressivism, nor do we have any theory which explains in which cases the latter is good and in which cases it is bad. But Dabney and Metternich suggest a very different way of dealing with it. Perhaps if you actually oppose the W force, the most effective way to oppose it is simply to oppose it. After all, as a progressive, you oppose racism. Is the most effective way to oppose racism to give it a little air, to let it blow off steam, to be just a little bit racist, but not too much? It strikes me that the most effective way to oppose racism is simply to not tolerate it at all. As a progressive, you support democracy. But if you set this aside, wouldn't your advice to a government that opposed democracy simply be the same? If you, with full hindsight, were advising Charles I, would you really advise him to let the Parliament execute Strafford on the grounds that it might sate their lust for necks? What I'm suggesting is that the W force actually behaves as an inverted pendulum, perhaps with a bit of a delay loop. As an absolute monarch, the best strategy for maintaining your rule is to preserve your sovereignty entirely intact. Ripping off chunks of it and throwing them to the wolves only seems to encourage the critters. Why was this not obvious to the kings and princes of old Europe? Perhaps it was obvious. The trouble was that absolute monarchy was always an ideal, never a reality. Every sovereign in history has been a creature of politics, not democratic politics perhaps, but politics still. At the very least, a king who loses the support of the army is finished. So the pendulum is not quite vertical, and it's all too easy to let it do what it obviously wants to do. The inverted pendulum model suggests that for a stable and coherent non-democratic state, eliminating politics requires very little repressive energy. Singapore, Dubai, and China, for example, all have their secret police, as did the 19th century Habsburgs. Each of these governments is very different from the others, but they are all terrified of the W force. Yet they manage to restrain it, without either falling prey to democracy or opening death camps.
Residents of these countries can think whatever they like. They can even say whatever they like. It is only when they actually organize that they get in trouble. If you don't want the Ministry of Public Security to bother you, don't start or join an anti-government movement. Certainly this is not ideal. I don't think this blog would be tolerated in China, and my image of the ideal state is one in which you can start all the anti-government movements you want, as long as they don't involve guns or bombs. However, when we compare this level of infringement of personal freedom to the experience of daily life under Stalin or Hitler, we are comparing peanuts to pumpkins. Why does China not tolerate peaceful anti-government politics? Because people power can defeat the People's Liberation Army? No, because China is not a perfectly stable state, and it knows that quite well. Within the Chinese Communist Party, there is politics galore. One move that is off limits for contending figures within the Chinese regime, however, is imposing one's will on one's adversaries by means of mob politics. Almost everyone in any position of responsibility in the PRC today was personally scarred by the Cultural Revolution, in which China felt all the vices of democracy and none of its virtues. Only by outlawing politics can the party hold itself together. Note that in 1989, the Chinese government broke the cardinal rule of Whig government: never fire on a mob. As John F. Kennedy put it, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Not only did the Chinese government make peaceful revolution impossible, they made peaceful revolution violent. And the result? Violent revolution? No. 20 years of peace, unparalleled prosperity, and personal, if not political, freedom. As philosophers say, one white raven refutes the assertion that all ravens are black. The inverted pendulum model of the W force gives us a great way to understand Hitler. Yes, Hitler was a reactionary. I am a reactionary. Yikes! If I ever feel the need to grow a mustache, which I won't, I'll have to make sure it extends well past the nose on both sides. Perhaps waxing and curling the tips is just the only way.
Nazism and fascism in general was a reactionary movement. It was also the product of a very unusual set of circumstances in history. The fascisms emerged in countries in which the top level of the political system had been turned over to liberals. But many remnants of the ancien regime still existed, notably in the security forces and judiciary system, and retained considerable popular support among the petit bourgeois or townie caste. So the pendulum was a long, long way from top dead center. But the system still had a crude mechanism by which it could be brutally yanked back, street violence. Hitler and Mussolini came to power partly by good old democratic politics, and partly by using their thugs to intimidate their political opponents. This would not have been possible without a security system which tolerated this sort of behavior. When the SA had street fights with the communists, the SA men tended to get off and the communists get long jail sentences. Note how much effort post-1945 governments invest in making sure this particular horse does not escape from this particular barn. There is zero official tolerance for right-wing political violence in any Western country today. There is a good bit of tolerance for left-wing violence, notably the European Antifas, who are the real heirs of Ernst Röhm. Classical fascism simply does not work without a hefty supply of judges who are willing to let boys be boys. The Western judicial systems today cannot be described as reactionary in any way, shape, or form. Thus, if you are a progressive, you can cross fascism, at least good old 1930s style fascism, off your list of worries. And if you are a reactionary, you can cross it off your list of tricks to try. Considering the results of the 1930s, I have to regard this as a good thing. Okay, enough suspense, enough digressions. Let's explain the W force. Let's also explain why progressivism is the opposite of reaction. In fact, let's explain them both with the same theory. Progressives do not, in general, believe in chaos. Imagine breaking into the Obama website and replacing all uses of the word change with chaos. Happy, chanting crowds holding placards that just say chaos. Frankly, the whole thing is creepy enough as it is. Nor do they believe in disorder, mayhem, destruction, or doing a massive pile of crack and smashing the crap out of some poor woman's car. Rather, when you look at what progressives, Whigs, Republicans, and other anti-reactionaries actually believe in, whether they are supporters of Obama, Lafayette, Herzen, or any other paladin of the people's cause, it is rarely, although not never, the simple, nihilistic liquidation of the present order. It is always the construction of some new order, which is at least intended as an improvement on the present one. However, in order to construct this new order, two things need to happen. One, the builders of the new order need to gain power. Two, they need to destroy the old order, which by its insistence on continuing to exist obstructs the birth of the new. In the progressive mind, these indispensable tasks are not objectives, they are methods. They may even be conceived as unpleasant, if necessary, duties. One fascinating fact about the presidential campaign of 2008 is that both Democratic candidates are, or at least at one point were, disciples of Saul Alinsky. Clinton actually studied and corresponded with Alinsky. Obama was an Alinskyist community organizer. Next year, we may well have our first Alinskyist president. Last year, the New Republic, not a reactionary publication, published an excellent article on Obama's Alinskyist roots. I'm afraid this piece is required reading for all progressives. If you are still a progressive after reading it, at least you know what you're involved with. Here's the bit that jumped out for me. Alinsky's contribution to community organizing was to create a set of rules, a clear-eyed and systemic approach that ordinary citizens can use to gain public power. The first and most fundamental lesson Obama learned was to reassess his understanding of power. Horwitz says that when Alinsky would ask new students why they wanted to organize, they would invariably respond with selfless bromides about wanting to help others. Alinsky would then scream back at them that there was a one-word answer: you want to organize for power. Galuzzo shared with me the manual he uses to train new organizers, which is little different from the version he used to train Obama in the 80s. It is filled with workshops and chapter headings on understanding power, power analysis, elements of a power organization, the path to power. Galuzzo told me that many new trainees have an aversion to Alinsky's gritty approach because they come to organizing as idealists rather than realists. But Galuzzo's manual instructs them to get over these hang-ups. We are not virtuous by not wanting power, it says. We are really cowards for not wanting power, because power is good and powerlessness is evil. The other fundamental lesson Obama was taught is Alinsky's maxim that self-interest is the only principle around which to organize people. Galuzzo's manual goes so far as to advise trainees in block letters, get rid of do-gooders in your church and your organization. Obama was a fan of Alinsky's realistic streak. The key to creating successful organizations was making sure people's self-interest was met, he told me, and not just basing it on pie-in-the-sky idealism. So there were some basic principles that remained powerful then, and in fact I still believe in. Obama so mastered the workshops on power that he later taught them himself. On his campaign website, one can find a photo of Obama in a classroom teaching students Alinskyan methods. He stands in front of a blackboard on which he has written Power Analysis and Relationships Built on Self-Interest, an idea illustrated by a diagram of the flow of money from corporations to the mayor.
I haven't looked for this picture. I suspect the site has probably been updated. Here's my theory about progressivism. It is a relationship built on self-interest. It is exactly what Alinsky says it is, a way for people who want power to organize. It brings them together around the oldest human pleasure other than sex, ganging up on your enemies. It lets them rationalize this ruthless, carnivorous activity as a philanthropic cause. But the real attraction is the thrill of power and victory, sometimes with a little money thrown in. This is why the likes of a Temperley cannot imagine a world of dreary inaction, with no politics at all for anyone. That is nothing pertaining to them. Obama once tried to take a regular job at an ordinary company. He felt dead in it. It was like feeding a dog on turnips. Carnivores need meat. What made Alinsky so effective was that he dispensed with the romantic euphemisms. He just described the thing as what it is. You have to admire him for that, I feel. A Lafayette, a Herzen, or almost any 19th century Republican outside the Marxist department would have been absolutely appalled by Alinsky. But the fact is that they were basically in the same business. So the progressive is indeed the polar opposite of the reactionary. Just as order and stability are essential to reaction, disorder and destruction are essential to progressivism. The progressive never sees it this way. His goal is never to produce disorder and destruction. Unless he is Alinsky himself, he is very unlikely to think directly in terms of seizing power and smashing his enemies. Usually there is some end which is unequivocally desirable, often even from the reactionary perspective. But if you could somehow design a progressive movement that could achieve its goal without seizing power or smashing its enemies, it would have little energy and find few supporters. What makes these movements so popular is the opportunity for action and the prospect of victory. To defeat them, ensure that they have no chance of success. No one loves a loser. This theory also explains why progressive movements can produce results which are good. 1. Their goals have to be good, at least from their followers' perspective. Since these are not evil people we're talking about, their definition of good is often the same as yours or mine. And 2, if progressivism is an essentially destructive force, some things still do need destroying. Let's take homophobia, for example, because this is one area on which, despite my breeder tendencies, I am fully in agreement with the most advanced progressive thinking. And yet, the destruction of homophobia is an act of violent cultural hegemony. Americans and Europeans have considered homosexuality sick, evil, and wrong since Jesus was a little boy. If you have the power to tell people they can't believe this anymore, you have the power to tell them just about anything. In this case, you are using your superpowers for good. Is this always so? As for the W force, while the inverted pendulum is a good physical analogy, there is another: entropy. Progressivism is obviously entropic. Obviously, its enemy is order. Progressives instinctively despise formality, authority, and hierarchy. Reactionary political theorists such as Hobbes like to conceive the state in terms of an ordered system, a sort of clockwork. Progressivism is sand in the gears of the clock. More subtly, however, the real entropic effect is in the progressive method of capturing power not by seizing the entire state, but by biting off little chunks of it wherever it sticks out. The effect is a steady increase in the complexity of the state's decision-making process. And complexity, of course, is the same thing as entropy. Chapter 4. Dr. Johnson's hypothesis. In the first 3 chapters, dear open-minded progressive, we've tried to build up some tools that will help you evaluate the disturbing proposition we're about to present. The proposition is neither new nor mysterious. We'll call it Dr. Johnson's hypothesis, from this quip by the great doctor. And I have always said the first wig was the devil. Of course, this is not a hypothesis in the scientific sense of the word. We cannot prove it, nor will we try. It is just a phrase you can agree with or not. The great advantage of Dr. Johnson's formulation is that it has a pleasant Boolean quality. You can agree or disagree. It is pretty hard to be indifferent. Let's take it for granted that as a progressive you disagree, and we'll try to figure out what might change your mind. What does it mean that the first wig was the devil? What do you think of when you think of the devil? I always think of Mick Jagger. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year, stole many a man's soul to waste. And I was round when Jesus Christ had his moment of doubt and pain, made damn sure that Pilate washed his hands and sealed his fate. Pleased to meet you, hope you guess my name. But what's puzzling you is the nature of my game. I stuck around St. Petersburg when I saw it was a time for a change, killed the Tsar and his ministers. Anastasia screamed in vain. I rode a tank, held a general's rank when the blitzkrieg raged and the bodies stank. Surely we can agree that the devil rode a tank, held a general's rank when the blitzkrieg raged and the bodies stank. What Dr. Johnson is proposing is that the adversary clapped at the Putney debates, that he smeared his face and shook his tomahawk on the Dartmouth, that he leered and cackled as he swore the tennis court oath. Not that it's a short song, but I don't recall these bits. Of course, there is that part about St. Petersburg when it was time for a change. I actually have been holding out on you guys here. I have a little family secret to reveal. I am not a progressive, but my father's parents were. Great-neck Jews of the Yiddish variety. Progressive is the exact word they always used to describe their views. And they meant exactly the same thing by it that Barack Obama does. One of the last things my grandmother said to me before she fell down the stairs and smashed her frontal lobe, kids, when your elderly relatives sign living wills, they generally mean it. Make sure the doctors are reminded often. Was that Frank Rich is a really, really wonderful writer. Only, you know what? For Gramps and Grandma, who were about the nicest people you could imagine, who certainly had no interest in the devil or any of his works, not even Mick Jagger. Progressive was a code word, a sort of dog whistle. What they really were was communists. I don't mean just pinkos or fellow travelers of the Alger. I mean Adlai variety. I mean actual dues-paying members of the CPUSA from the 30s through at least the 70s. Did they have cards? Did they carry them? Did they ever pull out their party cards by mistake at Safeway? I'm sorry, ma'am, this may entitle you to free travel on the Moscow subway, but it does not provide access to our low-price specials. I'm afraid these details are lost to history, but my brother has wartime letters from my grandfather in which he closes by asking his wife to keep faith with the party. My parents recall dinner table conversations from the early 70s in which the phrase party line was used in a non-ironic context. And the story goes that the two of them actually met at a party meeting at which Gramps stood on a chair in someone's kitchen and made some kind of a rabble-rousing speech. I am relying on family hearsay here, because my grandmother would never admit any of it, even to me. Not that I outed myself as a Jacobite, but it must have been clear that I hadn't been reading quite enough Frank Rich. Once I screwed up my courage and asked her if the story about owing my existence to a party cell was true. "Oh, no," she said. "It was a meeting of the American League for Peace and Democracy." I'm afraid Grandma's conspiratorial reflexes were not made for a world with Wikipedia. So in 2008 terms, what we're saying when we say that the first wig was the devil is that this idea of progress might be kind of, well, creepy and weird. As you see, my family background predisposes me to this suspicion. There is no use in trying to convince me that there was never any such thing as an international communist conspiracy. As a modern progressive, of course, you are not a communist, but, like Sartre, an anti-communist. You think of communism as a mistake, which, of course, is exactly what it was. The anti-communism of a Joe McCarthy or a Robert Welch still shocks and appalls you. Its opposite does not. McCarthyist is a live insult in your mind. So is fascist. Communist, or any of its variants, is kind of dated and almost funny. You communist. At most, you might say that Obama is a communist the same way Mitt Romney is a Mormon.
Romney is not a Mormon because he personally read the Book of Mormon and felt the awe and mystery of Joseph Smith's golden plates. He is a Mormon because his parents were Mormons, just as Obama's were communists. I use the small c to mean sympathy, not membership. Even if you made Romney absolute king of the universe, I suspect that reestablishing the state of Deseret would not be high on his agenda. I'm sure the same goes for Obama and the Politburo. The anti-communist theory of history has a special niche for communism. It is not good exactly, but it is also not good to attack it, so we won't. The truth is that communism is only one small part of the progressive experience. The conclusion that progressivism must be bad because Stalin called himself progressive is just as facile and fallacious as the conclusion that reaction must be bad because Hitler, though he did not use the word, was a reactionary. At best, communism is an example of how progress could be creepy and weird. But because of these historical associations, it's not an effective example of creepy and weird. Here's a better one. Scientology. Did you watch the Tom Cruise Scientology video? I really think this is a necessity. If you go straight from this to the Obama We Are the Ones video, not, I hasten to point out, an official campaign production, what is your gut response? Coincidence or, conspiracy? What I'm suggesting is that progressivism, from Dr. Johnson's Whigs and even well before to Will.I.am, is a little like Scientology. Let me emphasize the word little. I'd say progressivism resembles Scientology in the same way that Scarlett Johansson resembles the Caenorhabditis nematode, a Porsche Cayenne resembles a wheelbarrow, or LSD resembles green tea. On the surface, they are totally different things. The similarities are all low level. Scientology is obviously creepy and weird. To make the case that progressivism is creepy and weird, we have one overwhelming challenge: the fact that progressives are not in general creepy and weird. Progressives are in general pleasant, well-educated, and well-grounded. This cannot be said of Scientologists. Then again, there's another thing that Scientologists don't have: friends in high places, at least as far as I'm aware. I would like to think that the penetration of Scientology in government and other prestigious institutions is fairly minor. Perhaps I'm mistaken about this. I hope not, because I really have no reason to think that if Scientologists take control of any institution, the CIA, Cirque du Soleil, the New York Times, Starbucks, the NBA, Yale, Apple, you name it, they will ever depart of their own free will. At least if you believe Mr. Cruz, they seem quite sincere about their desire to take over the world. For its own good, of course. Again, does this ring a bell? Maybe. But there's only so much we can learn from this kind of innuendo. I'm afraid it's time for some heavy political theory. Our concern is the relationship, past and present, between progressivism and American institutions. Clearly a tricky question. There is no plausible null answer as for Scientology. There is something going on. But what is it? What is the big picture? Let's play a fun little game. We'll separate civilized societies into 3 types, 1, 2, and 3, according to their relationship between opinion and authority. To make the game fun, I'll describe the classes abstractly, without giving examples. Then we'll try to figure out which class we live in. Type 3 is what Karl Popper called the open society. In a Type 3 society, thoughts compete on the basis of their resemblance to reality. Institutions which propagate thoughts compete on the basis of the quality of the thoughts they propagate. Is this rocket science? It is not. Good ideas outcompete bad ideas in a Type 3 society because most of us would rather be clueful than deluded. While many individuals have cognitive biases, such as a natural preference for optimistic over pessimistic predictions or the reverse, these average out and are dwarfed by the general ambition of intellectuals to see reality as it actually is. Intellectuals are brutally competitive by nature and delight in exploding the delusions of others. Nonsense should not last long around them. Thus, in a Type 3 society, we cannot say that everyone will agree and they will all be right. But we can be quite confident that the best thoughts will be readily available to those who care to think them. In a Type 3 society, there will always be superstitions because there will always be superstitious people who may, like everyone else, think and speak as they please. There will always be differences of opinion because many questions cannot be answered by precise and objective methods. Whose performance is better, Humphrey Bogart's in Casablanca or Rutger Hauer's in Split Second? But since reality is one thing, and people are people, people who are smart and want to understand reality will generally cluster around the truth. So when you live in a Type 3 society, While you can think for yourself, you generally don't have to think for yourself. Why buy a cow when milk is so cheap? The Type 3 society makes an accurate perception of reality easily available to anyone who wants it. If you want an accurate understanding of history, just buy a history book. If you want a weird, creepy understanding of history, you can probably find that as well. But first you will need to find a group of historians who share your weird, creepy biases. The sane ones will almost certainly be in the majority. I think you and I can agree that a Type 3 society is where we want to live. The question is, do we live in one? Let's take a rain check on this baby. Type 1 is basically the opposite of Type 3. Let's call it the loyal society. In a Type 1 society, your thoughts are coordinated by the government. Public opinion is a matter of state security. Why is public opinion a matter of state security? Because people are freaking dangerous. Anyone who has ever raised a male child has seen its instinctive affection for weapons. Heck, chimpanzees are freaking dangerous. And you'll notice that most of the Earth's surface is controlled by their hairless relatives, which is clearly not how it would be if our brother apes had their druthers. In a Type 1 society, the state establishes two categories of thoughts, good thoughts and bad thoughts. It penalizes people for expressing bad thoughts or rewards them for expressing good thoughts, or ideally, of course, both. A bad thought is any thought that, if a sufficient number of people were to think it, might be threatening to the safety of the state. A good thought is any thought that is useful to the state, even if just because it fits in the spot where a bad one might otherwise go. To install its good thoughts in your brain, the state supports a set of official information organs, institutions which churn out good thinking on a cradle-to-grave basis. The organs install good thoughts in the young and maintain them in the adult. Hominids are learning machines. They learn what's put in front of them. It's really not that hard. To keep bad thoughts from spreading, the state uses its powers to discourage, prohibit, or destroy unofficial or otherwise uncoordinated information organs. It constructs a legal environment in which direct, person-to-person transmission of bad thoughts is socially and professionally imprudent at best, actionable at worst. It may exempt dissenters from the protection of the law, or impose legal disabilities on them, or on those who tolerate them. Or, of course, it can imprison, banish, or execute them. In a successful Type 1 society, there have been many. The range of good thoughts may be rich and broad. Many, if not all of them, can be quite sensible. It should be possible for an intelligent member of the governing classes to live a normal and successful life without once being tempted to venture off the reservation. However, from the perspective of the security forces, it may be quite useful to have one or two questions for which the bad answer is true, and the good one is nonsense. Some people are just natural-born troublemakers. Others are naturally loyal. Separating the sheep from the goats gives the authorities a great way to focus on the latter. Of course, not everyone in a Type 1 society needs to be a believer. The more the better, however, especially among the governing classes. An ideal structure is one in which believers are concentrated among the most fashionable and successful social circles, and dissenters, if there are any, tend to be poorly educated, less intelligent, and nowhere near as wealthy. If this can be achieved, the believers will feel a natural and healthy contempt for the dissenters, who will be inclined to abandon any bad thoughts they may have been brought up with if they have any desire to succeed in life. The sine qua non of a Type 1 society is central coordination of information. Because the organs are the instruments which make state security a reality, they cannot be allowed to contradict each other. In a state which is secured purely by military force, can various units of the Army and Navy get into little catfights with each other? No. Likewise, in a state secured by thought control, as well as probably some military force, any intellectual conflict is a menace of the first order. Even on trivial details, disagreement means instability. In other words, the information organs of a Type 1 society are synoptic. They see the world through one eye, one set of doctrines, one official story. Call it the synopsis. How does a Type 1 state maintain the coherence of its synopsis? One easy way is to have a single leader who exercises unified executive supervision. Ideally, the same leader manages both physical and intellectual security. If the Type 1 state doesn't have a single leader, it should at least have a single authoritative institution. Since security depends on synoptic coherence, any divergence can quite literally lead to civil war. There is no mystery around the historical identity of Type 1 societies. This is an unambiguously right-wing pattern. It is also the default structure of human government, the God-King. The Greeks called it Oriental despotism. In Christian history, it is known as Caesaropapism. In Anglo-American history, it is the throne and altar state, as represented by the High Church Anglican or Catholic tradition. When Americans express an affection for separation of church and state, they are expressing an antipathy to the Type 1 design. And of course, in 20th century history, we see the Type 1 state most clearly in National Socialism and Italian fascism. The fascisms discarded most of the trappings of Christian theism, but reused the basic Caesaropapist design. Under Hitler's supervision, of course, Goebbels was more or less the Pope of Nazi Germany. His executive authority over all intellectual content in the Third Reich, from films to schools to universities, was easily the equal of any medieval pontiffs. I highly recommend watching the Goebbels experiment. The Nazi term Gleichschaltung, generally translated as coordination, is more or less the modern epitome of the Type 1 design. The Nazis also used the word Aufklärung, meaning enlightenment or literally clearing up, for the inculcation of useful thoughts in the German people. I think of this term every time I see a public service message. We also see the Type 1 pattern, if not quite as distinctly, in the communist states. It tends to be more institutional and less personal. It is easy to identify communist Hitlers, but there is no clear communist equivalent of Goebbels. Communist states over time experienced a decay of personal authority, which passed instead to institutions. But the party in a modern one-party state is more or less equivalent to the church in the old Christian dispensation, and an established church is an established church, whether governed by pope or synod. The Type 1 state is certainly the most common form in history. It is not the end of the world. China today is a Type 1 society. It also has the world's most successful economy, and is not such a bad place to live at all. Elizabethan England, which experienced perhaps the greatest artistic explosion in human history, was a Type 1 society with secret police galore. On the other hand, North Korea is a Type 1 society, and it's awful in almost every possible way. I can say generally that I would rather live in a Type 3 society than in a Type 1 society, but the details matter. But here is the problem. The problem is, modern, post-1945 Western society certainly does not match the description of a Type 1 society. For example, there is no coordinating authority. Unless you can come up with some conspiracy theory, Jew, it simply doesn't exist. There is no Goebbels who tells writers what to write, filmmakers what to film, journalists what to print, or professors what to profess. There is no pope, there is no church, there is no party, there is nothing. And as we've seen, the Type 1 design makes no sense without coordination. On the other hand, however, one, while our society does not match the Type 1 description in this essential sense, it seems to match it quite well in others. And two, while it matches the Type 3 description in some ways, it does not seem to match it in others. In a Type 3 society, for example, we should see intellectual inhomogeneities between competing institutions. Harvard and Yale should mostly agree because reality is one thing. So should the New York Times and the Washington Post. But there will always be sclerosis, stagnation, drift. Competition, not just among ideas, but among institutions, is essential to the Popperian ideal. We should see these institutions drift away from reality, and we should see the marketplace of ideas punish them when they do, and reward those which do not. Do you see this? Because I sure don't. What I see is a synopsis. From my perspective, not just Harvard and Yale, but in fact all major American universities in the Western world offer exactly the same intellectual product. Which institution is more to the left, for example? Harvard or Yale? You can pick any two mainstream universities and you will not be able to answer this question. It's a sort of intellectual peloton. And it's not that we don't see drift. There is plenty of drift. If you ask which is more to the left, Harvard today or Harvard in 1958, the answer is easy. Yet somehow the entire peloton is drifting in the same direction at the same speed. Does this scream Type 3 inches to you? And yet if there is some Goebbels telling Harvard and Yale professors what to profess, the secret is awfully well kept. The same is true of newspapers. The so-called mainstream media is certainly a synopsis. Just as there is a bright line between mainstream and non-mainstream universities, there is a bright line between mainstream and non-mainstream media. The latter may be all over the map. The former constitute a synopsis, and the journalistic and academic synopses are clearly identical. Mainstream journalists do not, as a rule, challenge mainstream academic authority. These mainstream institutions look very, very like the set of information organs that we'd expect to see in a Type 1 society, and their product is clearly a synopsis, yet they are clearly not subject to any kind of central coordination. I think the post-1945 mainstream synopsis is important enough to be a proper noun. Let's call it the synopsis. Let's also give the set of institutions that produce and propagate the synopsis, mainstream academia, journalism, and education, a name. Let's call them the cathedral. What explains these phenomena? The synopsis, of course, has an answer. The answer is that we live in a Type 3 society, and the synopsis is the set of all reasonable ideas. As for the cathedral, it is simply the culmination of the great human quest for knowledge. It is just as permanent as the reality it exists within and elucidates, which is why there will still be a Harvard and a Yale in 2108, 2208, and 3008. Here again is our null hypothesis. If you believe in the synopsis and trust the cathedral, you are either a progressive or an idiot. There is no way to receive a mainstream university education, read the Times every morning, trust both of them, and not be a progressive. Unless, of course, you're an idiot. But there is another hypothesis, which is that we live in a Type 2 society. The Type 2 society is the consensus society. Its hallmark is the phenomenon of spontaneous coordination. You might call it Gleichschaltung without Goebbels. Spontaneous coordination can produce an official information system which in all other respects resembles that of a Type 1 society, but which is not responsible to any central authority or institution. Basically, a Type 1 society is a government in which the state controls the press and the universities. A Type 2 society is one in which the press and the universities control the state. It is easy to tell the two forms apart, but the customer experience is pretty much the same. Like a Type 1 society, a Type 2 society can be reasonably comfortable and pleasant to live in. The Type 2 design is more stable in some ways and less stable in others. It is not the end of the world. As one who would prefer a Type 3 society, however, I consider it pernicious. Type 2 societies tend to form from the breakdown of central authority in Type 1 societies. Recall that in a Type 1 society, public opinion is power. It is the power of the mob. A mob cannot defeat an army, but if the army is neutral, whoever has the biggest mob wins. What happens in a Type 1 society when the center fails? When censorship no longer operates, journalists no longer take orders, heretics are no longer burned at the stake, professors are no longer hired or fired for their political beliefs? You might think that the natural outcome would be a Type 3 society, a marketplace of ideas in which only freedom, rules, and thoughts compete on their value alone. But the connection between public opinion and political power still holds. Therefore, the information organs are still acting as power centers. If their views diverge, as without Type 1 supervision they will, they can compete in two ways, on the basis of intellectual righteousness or on the basis of political power. If they choose the former and abjure the latter, they will be at a disadvantage against those to whom all weapons are friends. Moreover, since political power is a deadlier weapon, successful competitors are likely to resolve any trade-offs between power and righteousness in favor of the former. We can describe the Type 1 pathology as coercive power distortion. Political power distorts the landscape of ideas, rendering the playing field non-flat. Ideas that the state favors are artificially popularized. Ideas that it disfavors are artificially discouraged. The Type 2 equivalent is attractive power distortion. The coercive state does not exist, or at least does not coerce, but the connection between power and public opinion remains. Ideas, therefore, are selectively favored on the basis of their capacity to serve as standards around which to organize coalitions which can struggle for power by whatever means are effective. Again, from the Type 3 perspective, attractive power distortion is pathological for the same reason as coercive power distortion. It is an alternative criterion which contributes to the success or failure of ideas, and has nothing to do with their validity. For example, in many ways, nonsense is a more effective organizing tool than the truth. Anyone can believe in the truth. To believe in nonsense is an unforgeable demonstration of loyalty. It serves as a political uniform. And if you have a uniform, you have an army. We saw this effect earlier in the cohesive Type 1 state, but it works just as well for competing Type 2 factions. This does not explain, however, how the chaotic post-Type 1 society congeals into the mature, spontaneously coordinated Type 2 society. Why do we have one synopsis and one cathedral, rather than a whole host of competing synopses and cathedrals? The answer, I think, is that even the Type 2 society has only one government. It is impossible for two competing information systems to capture a single government. And capturing a government gives an information system a considerable advantage over any competitors. It can subsidize itself. It can penalize its competitors. It can indulge in the entire sordid range of Type 1 pathologies. Without acquiring a central coordinator, the cathedral can capture the resources and powers of the state. It can devise theories of government which it can incorporate into the synopsis, and which the state must follow. These theories naturally involve lavish support for the cathedral, which becomes responsible for the production of public policy, that is, government decisions. I.e., real power is held by the professors and journalists, that is, the cathedral, not through their purity and righteousness, but through their self-sustaining control of public opinion. Lenin's great question, whom, is answered. But why does the cathedral not break into factions? What keeps Harvard aligned with Yale? Why doesn't one of the two realize that there is no need for 1,000 synoptic progressive universities and a vast unfilled demand for a single top-notch conservative university? Why, in short, is the synopsis stable? I think the answer is that the synopsis includes only political propositions whose adoption tends to strengthen the cathedral and weaken its enemies. It rejects and opposes all other propositions. Inasmuch as these sets shift over time, the synopsis will shift as well. It follows a sort of hill-climbing strategy, not in the landscape of truth, but that of power. Thus, by definition, it cannot be opposed from within. To be progressive is simply to support the cathedral and the synopsis. Today's synopsis is the lineal descendant of the first Type 2 movement in modern history, the Reformation. Through the Reformation, we reach the Enlightenment, whose link to the synopsis is obvious. The post-1945 Western regime, whose victory over all pre-Reformation or anti-Enlightenment forces appears final and irreversible, is the Whig millennium. I mean millennium only in the sense of utopia. I don't actually expect it to last 1,000 years. The terminal condition of our present system of government is that it satisfies the demand for power only by expanding. As it expands, its policy-making process includes more and more input, to the point at which it is completely ineffective. It can thus no longer expand. I don't think analogies to the stellar cycle are at all misplaced. This analysis, which is obviously broad and facile, still explains a few things. For example, let's consider the case of libertarianism. Libertarians often call themselves classical liberals, and indeed the word libertarian today means about what John Stuart Mill meant when he called himself a liberal. In fact, in Europe today, liberal still means more or less libertarian. Why in the US did the term stay the same and the meaning change? Because in fact the real meaning has not changed. In 1858, as in 2008, a liberal is a supporter of the cathedral, that is a Whig, a progressive, a radical, etc. It is the synopsis that shifted, and it is today's libertarians who are not with the program. 19th century liberal Whigs and radicals supported economic freedom because economic freedom meant the destruction of Tory privileges such as the Corn Laws, whose beneficiaries were landed aristocrats, which harmed their supporters and benefited their enemies. This position may have been explained on the basis of principle, but if it had not been politically advantageous, spontaneous coordination would have produced other principles. Either Mill would have embraced these other principles, in which case you still would know his name, or he would have been genuinely committed to economic freedom, in which case you wouldn't. By the start of the 20th century, the old British aristocracy was in full flight. Only scraps remained of the throne and altar system, and by the standard of a half-century earlier, basically everyone was a radical. Therefore, the progressive movement could become socialist and stand for economic centralization and official charity. These aims were not attainable in the era of Mill because the radicals were too weak and the Tories too strong. These tactical changes did not emerge from any secret cabal. Spontaneous coordination is entirely to blame. Libertarianism in the late 20th and early 21st centuries has gained little political traction. Why? 1, it opposes the cathedral, which controls most real power and does not deal kindly with its enemies. 2, by definition, it has no mechanism for using any power it does gain to create jobs for its followers, because it does not believe in the expansion of government. 3, it either appeals to the anti-cathedral townies or conservatives, making itself unfashionable, thus unpopular, and thus ineffective as an opposition, or it tries to ingratiate itself with the cathedral, making itself thus ineffective as an opposition. It has nowhere to go. It cannot recreate the world of John Stuart Mill with its target-rich environment of Tory landlordism. Thus we see again Dr. Johnson's hypothesis. All the principles of Whigs, even those which seem austere and noble, are consistent with the objective of seizing power. Moreover, the Whig is concerned with his own power rather than with the state of society. He would much rather rule in hell than serve in heaven, and he will turn any heaven into a hell to get there. And yet he is quite sincere in all his Whiggery, which makes him all the more dangerous. Of course, there is also the null hypothesis. Maybe we already do live in the open society, and the synopsis is no more than sweet reason itself. It would certainly be nice. But if Dr. Johnson was right, what is the answer? Having left the loyal society far behind, how can we proceed from the consensus society to the open society?
Chapter 5, The Shortest Way to World Peace. After 4 loping and windy installments in this chapter, I thought I'd vary the formula. Instead of an open letter to open-minded progressives at large, this is an open letter to just one, Charles Stross, the science fiction writer. My first excuse for this audacity is that I know Charlie, sort of. At least we hung out on the same Usenet group in the early 90s when he was an aspiring novelist and I was an annoying teenager. Frankly, anyone who could tolerate me even slightly in my Rimbaud period is too supine to protest at any atrocity I could possibly perpetrate now. My second excuse is that last year on his Christmas wish list, Charlie included a goodie which I know a lot of you open-minded progressives have been wishing for as well. World peace. Well, it just so happens I have a plan for world peace. Only one problem, it's not a progressive plan. Do you want to hear it? Come on, I know you do. My proposal is the most obvious one imaginable. Perhaps this is why I've never heard anyone propose it. It can be expressed in one sentence. Are you ready? Here we go. The U.S. should recognize the independence and sovereignty of every government on earth and respect it according to the principles of classical international law. Perhaps this proposal sounds progressive to you. It's meant to sound progressive. As we'll see, it's about as progressive as William the Conqueror. Perhaps you doubt its power to produce that fantastic desideratum, world peace. Reader, I will simply have to rely on your patience. All will be uncovered, but not immediately. Why can't I just explain my peace plan directly? Why do you have to churn through another few thousand words? Because you are a progressive and I am a reactionary, and terms like independence, sovereignty, and international law don't mean the same things to us. As Wittgenstein said, if a lion could talk, we would not understand him. As citizens of the progressive 20th century, we grew up with the progressive theory of government and history. All or almost all intelligent people today believe this theory, and if we accept it as reality, the concept of a reactionary plan for world peace makes no more sense than a talking lion. There are 2 explanations of why everyone today, including conservatives, whose deviations from Whiggery are negligible by historical standards, is a progressive. The first is that progressive values are universal, and progressive analysis is irrefutable. The second is that the progressive worldview has some property other than truth and righteousness, which has enabled it to consistently defeat its enemies. I say defeat because I mean defeat. Imagine, for example, that the Axis had won the war. There are many easy ways to construct this counterfactual, but perhaps the easiest is to imagine that Heisenberg had done a better job with the Nazi bomb. If the Nazis have nukes in, say, 1943, the road to a Nazi 2008 is pretty straight. The question is, in our Nazi 2008, what would Wikipedia look like? Let's assume there is a Nazi Wikipedia. Let's assume it has exactly the same NPOV policy it has today.
All Wikipedia articles and other encyclopedic content must be written from a neutral point of view, NPOV, representing fairly and as far as possible without bias all significant views that have been published by reliable sources. Of course, in the Nazi 2008, all significant views are Nazi views. All reliable sources are Nazi sources. All the Wikipedia editors, all the contributors are, you get it. Of course, there will be diversity of opinion. There will be radical Nazis, conservative Nazis, and moderate Nazis. Nazipedia must reflect all the major currents of the great river of Nazi thought. If you really want to break your brain, imagine if the Nazi 2008 found a way to send a film crew into the real 2008 and made a propaganda documentary showing the world as it would be if the Jewish Bolshevik plutocrats had not been vanquished. The camera eye is, of course, selective, but what would it select? But in the real 2008, Nazipedia does not exist. Why? Because there are not enough Nazis to write it. There are actually no Nazis at all in 2008. There are neo-Nazis, but they are low-life scum. Neo-Nazism attracts only weirdos and losers because A, it is idiotic, and B, it has no chance of success. National Socialism proper, while no less idiotic, was successful. Even among the intellectual classes, not exactly its political base, it found supporters galore. There was never any shortage of talented and ambitious Nazis. Why would there be? So there is no Nazi Wikipedia, but there could be. There is no Confederate Wikipedia, but there could be. And there is no Jacobite Wikipedia, but there could be. If you can imagine the first, can you imagine the second? I can't even imagine the third, and I'm a Jacobite myself. On certain subjects, I'm sure Nazipedia would be quite reliable. Medicine, for example, or physics. Nazi nukes would have spelled Finis for Deutsche Physik. It's not at all improbable that in many technical areas, the Axis scientists and engineers of 2008 would have outperformed our own. It'd certainly be cool to see what, say, a Nazi CPU looks like, but on the subjects of Jews, Judaism, Judeology, etc., do we care what Nazipedia has to say? We don't. We know that it is nonsense, or to be more exact, some combination of truth and misinterpretation. Perhaps there will even be some factual errors. But why should there be? As Goebbels always said, the truth is the best propaganda. If the page for Jew links you to all the sinister deeds that have ever been performed by anyone who happened to be Jewish, it will certainly suffice. Kevin MacDonald is a modern master of this game. So here is my claim about government. As a progressive, your theory of government, its history, its principles, even its present-day structure and operation is nonsense. Just as a misunderstanding of Jews is a fundamental element of the Nazi synopsis, a misunderstanding of government is a fundamental element of the Whig synopsis. It is simply beyond repair. If you are a progressive and you want to understand government past and present, your best strategy is to forget everything you know and start from scratch. Zen mind, beginner's mind. A fun way to demonstrate this, I find, is the method of mysteries. Using my reactionary Jedi mind tricks, painstakingly sifted from the ashcan of history, I ask a question you can't answer. Then I answer it. And you are enlightened, whether or not you want to be. Here is a question. What is the most successful Protestant denomination in the U.S. today? Given that North America was colonized largely by Protestant refugees, you'd think the answer would be pretty obvious. I think it's extremely obvious. It's almost a trick question. Is it obvious to you? If not, let's see if we can find some enlightenment. Suppose you're poking through old books one day and you find a strange little essay that was written 300 years ago. The author is certainly one of the 10 most important writers in the history of your language, perhaps even one of the top 5. The essay was originally printed as a pamphlet. It is a polemical pamphlet written with great wit and sharpness, and its politics are extremely, extreme. It advocates policies that perhaps would have been approved by some figures of the time, but never publicly endorsed. Nothing like them was applied. In fact, the political winds shifted in the opposite direction. Yet what's strange is that the arguments seem quite cogent, not just from the perspective of 300 years ago, but from the perspective of now. Not that the extreme policies of 300 years ago are now mainstream, at least not these extreme policies. But the pamphlet warns that if X is not done, Y will happen. X was not done, and Y happened. What's even stranger is that the pamphlet was printed anonymously as a sort of provocation or black propaganda. It was not a Swiftian satire, it was believable. Its readers took it quite seriously. But its actual author was quite opposed to X, and when his identity was disclosed, the authorities were not amused. The author was Daniel Defoe. The pamphlet was The Shortest Way with the Dissenters. I recommend reading The Shortest Way in its entirety. It is, of course, short and quite fun. What's neat about The Shortest Way is that it gives us a more or less complete Tory history of England in the 17th century without any mealy-mouthed pandering or Whig double-talk. From the viewpoint of the narrator, who of course is an uber-high Tory, the history of 17th century England is the history of a nation beset by a kind of mental virus. The virus is called dissent. Its slavering zombies, who somehow manage to be both religious fanatics and communist conspirators, are the dissenters. The fruit of this tree is clear: war, poverty, revolution, and tyranny. The only way to deal with the contagion is to root it out with a rod of iron. Now let us crucify the thieves. If the 2008 election gets your blood flowing, woo baby. Politics in 1704 was certainly a contact sport, and yet no historian would dispute the essential claim of the piece, that the Anglicans, when in power, were far more tolerant of the dissenters than vice versa. In case you're wondering, a dissenter is more or less the same thing as a Puritan. And what's really fascinating is the arch-Tory prediction of what will happen if, despite all reason, these wretches are allowed to continue with their conspiring. How just will such reflections be when our posterity shall fall under the merciless clutches of this uncharitable generation, when our church shall be swallowed up in schism, faction, enthusiasm, and confusion, when our government shall be devolved upon foreigners and our monarchy dwindled into a republic? Rowan Williams, anyone? Brussels, anyone? Granted, England retains its symbolic monarchy, but I'd hate to imagine what any writer who could describe William of Orange as a mock king would make of the present royals, who are as machtlos as they are feckless. Of course, to today's Whig, our modern progressive, all these changes are good. The English monarchy has not dwindled into a republic. It has grown into a republic. Its government has not devolved upon foreigners. It has joined with them in a great act of principled unity, etc. Yet I see no reason to think that even Defoe himself, let alone an old high Tory, would have seen it this way. Republic in 1704 meant, praise God, barebone. A Republican in Queen Anne's England was about as hard to find as a Nazi in modern Germany. Okay, I exaggerate slightly, but here is the conundrum. We have here a 300-year-old document whose proposals, even by the standards of 1704, were so right-wing that no one could utter them seriously. The only thing to the right is, literally, the Spanish Inquisition. And yet its analysis and its predictions are spot on. Don't you find that a little weird? Does this answer the Protestant question? Is it the key to world peace? Neither. It is just a little clue, that's all. You go back to poking through old books, and you find another one. This one is a history book. It is only 100 years old. A spring chicken, really. I had never heard of the author, and I can't find any biographical information on him. He is simply a historian, a rather good one, too, as far as I can tell, and quite reputable in his day. But the book is a little stick of dynamite. It is a critical reevaluation of the foundation myth of the most important government on earth. It is deeply subversive. According to the official story, the founders were prudent and principled men whose rights had been violated once too often by a tyrannical occupation regime, whose love of freedom finally overcame their love of peace, and who prevailed by their courage and force of arms after a desperate struggle. According to the historian, however, but why spoil it? The book is Sidney George Fisher's True History of the American Revolution. Here is the original New York Times review. I believe Fisher was an American himself, which is remarkable considering his results. As he puts it in his first paragraph, the purpose of this history of the revolution is to use the original authorities rather more frankly than has been the practice with our historians. They appear to have thought it advisable to omit from their narratives a great deal which, to me, seems essential to a true picture. To a revision junkie like me, a paragraph like this produces an almost physical excitement. Imagine you're a crackhead, just walking down the street looking for car windows to smash, when suddenly on the sidewalk you see an enormous rock the size of a softball. Whose is it? Who left it there? Will it fit in your pipe? Who cares? You're on it like a wolf on a baby. What, if we are to believe Mr. Fisher, did the historians omit? Let's resort again to the method of mysteries. Here are some questions about the American Revolution for which you may find you have no good answer. 1. Why do the American Loyalists share a nickname with a British political party? Is this just a coincidence, or does it imply some kind of weird alliance? And what is on the other side of said alliance? If the Loyalists are called Tories, why does no one call the Patriots Whigs? 2. What on earth is the British strategy? Why do the Redcoats seem to be spending so much time just hanging around in New York or Philadelphia? Valley Forge is literally 20 miles from Philly? Okay, I realize it's winter. But come on, it's 20 miles. General Washington is starving in the snow out there. His troops are deserting by the score. And Lord Howe can't send a couple of guys with muskets to go bring him in? Heck, it sounds like a well-phrased dinner invitation would probably have done the trick. 3. If the Stamp Act was such an intolerable abuse, how did the British Empire have all these other colonies, Canada, Australia, yada yada, where everyone was so meek? Surely we can understand the idea that taxation without representation was the first step toward tyranny. So where is the tyranny? Where are Her Majesty's concentration camps? Okay, there was the Boer War, I guess. But more generally, why is the history of America so different from that of the other colonies? 4. Why does no one outside America seem to resent these unfortunate events at all? I mean, the revolution was a war. People got pretty violent on both sides. In some parts of the world, when people lose a war, they don't feel that it was just God's will. They feel that God would be much more satisfied if there was some payback. And they tend to transmit this belief to their offspring. In the American unpleasantness, a lot of people, loyalists, got kicked out of their homes. They had to leave with only a small travel bag. When this sort of thing happens in the Middle East, it's remembered for the life of the known universe. There is actually a slight clue to 2 of these questions in the text we just left. The shortest way. Defoe, or rather his hyper-Tory alter ego, writes, "The first execution of the laws against dissenters in England was in the days of King James I. And what did it amount to? Truly, the worst they suffered was, at their own request, to let them go to New England and erect a new colony, and give them great privileges, grants, and suitable powers, keep them under protection, and defend them against all invaders, and receive no taxes or revenue from them. This was the cruelty of the Church of England, fatal lenity. It was the ruin of that excellent prince, King Charles I. Had King James sent all the Puritans in England away to the West Indies, we had been a national unmixed church. The Church of England had been kept undivided and entire. I think we can take it for granted that the difference between sending the Puritans to Massachusetts or Jamaica is not, at least in the narrator's mind, a matter of climate. Oh, no. We learn 3 things from this passage. 1, the issues of the Revolution were already in play 70 years earlier. 2, since Whiggery is the political projection of Puritanism, elsewhere our narrator refers to fanatical Whiggish statesmen, this is indeed a conflict of Whig and Tory. And 3, at least from the Tory perspective, New England, far from being subjected to unprecedented despotism, has enjoyed a unique set of privileges. Indeed, as Fisher puts it, the British government, only too glad to be rid of rebellious Puritans, Quakers, and Roman Catholics, willingly gave them liberal charters. This explains that freedom in many of the old charters which has surprised so many students of our colonial history. Some of these liberal instruments were granted by the Stuart kings, with the approval of their officials and courtiers, all of whom showed by almost every other act of their lives that they were the determined enemies of free parliaments and free representation of the people. Connecticut, for example, obtained in 1662 from Charles II a charter which made the colony almost independent. And today there is no colony of the British Empire that has so much freedom as Connecticut and Rhode Island always had, or as Massachusetts had down to 1685. Connecticut and Rhode Island elected their own legislatures and governors and did not even have to send their laws to England for approval. No modern British colony elects its own governor, and if it has a legislature elected by its people, the acts of that legislature can be vetoed by the home government. A community electing its own governor and enacting whatever laws it pleases is not a colony in the modern English meaning of the word. Connecticut and Rhode Island could not make treaties with foreign nations, but in other respects they were, as we would now say, semi-independent commonwealths under the protectorate or suzerainty of England. One of the many neat things about Fisher's history is that it was written when the British Empire was actually a going concern, not a shadowy boogeyman from the past. From the British perspective, the condition of the semi-independent commonwealths was irregular at best and corrupt at worst. Generally the latter. This space is too short to contain the vast tapestry of corruption and venality that Fisher presents. Read the book. Basically, both England and America were happy not to force the issue while there was a third party on the scene, France. But in 1763, this changed. Canada being conquered and England in possession of it, the colonies and England suddenly found themselves glaring at each other. Each began to pursue her real purpose more directly. England undertook to establish her sovereignty, abolish abuses, or, as she expressed it at that time, to remodel the colonies. The patriotic party among the colonists resisted the remodeling, sought to retain all their old privileges, and even to acquire new ones. Again, I don't have the space to copy Fisher's encyclopedic evisceration of the bizarre jailhouse lawyer barratry that the Americans, newly safe from Frenchification, put forth in their attempts to wriggle out of Britain's embrace. Read the book. And along with the barratry, there was another and more ominous development: mob violence. During that summer of 1765, while the assemblies of the different colonies were passing resolutions of protest, the mobs of the Patriot Party were protesting in another way. It certainly amazed Englishmen to read that the mob in Boston, not content with hanging in effigy the proposed stamp distributors, leveled the office of one of them to the ground and smashed the windows and furniture of his private house. That they destroyed the papers and records of the Court of Admiralty, sacked the house of the Comptroller of Customs, and drank themselves drunk with his wines. And finally, actually proceeded to the house of Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson, who was compelled to flee to save his life. They completely gutted his house, stamped upon the chairs and mahogany tables until they were wrecked, smashed the large gilt-framed pictures, and tore up all the fruit trees in his garden. Governor Hutchinson was a native of the province, was its historian, and with his library perished many invaluable historical manuscripts which he had been 30 years collecting. The mob cut open the beds and let the feathers out, which they scattered with his clothes, linen, smashed furniture, and pictures in the street. That this outrage had been incited the day before by the preaching of the Reverend Dr. Mayhew, a Puritan divine, did not lessen its atrocity in the eyes of Englishmen. He had held forth on the text, "I would they were even cut off which trouble you," and the mob came very near obeying his instructions literally. A great many respectable citizens were shocked, or appeared to be shocked, at this violence and excess. They held town meetings of abhorrence. A guard was organized to prevent such outrages in the future, and rewards were offered for rioters. But it is quite significant that, although the rioters were well known, as the historians assure us, no one was punished. 2 or 3 were arrested, but were rescued by their friends, and it was found impossible to proceed against them. I love that "appeared to be shocked." Does it not capture the essence of Dr. Johnson's hypothesis? As a more recent thinker put it, guilty as sin, free as a bird, it's a great country. But we now reach the heart of the problem, which is that not all Americans are Whigs, and not all Englishmen are Tories. The history of the Whig-Tory conflict is best told as a series of 3 civil wars: one east of the pond in the 17th century, one across the pond in the 18th, and one west of the pond in the 19th. So the American Revolution, a civil war with an ocean in the middle. As Fisher describes, the whole question of the taxation of the colonies was raised again. Witnesses, experts on trade, all sorts of persons familiar with the colonies, including Franklin, were called to the bar of the House, examined, and cross-examined. The agents of the different colonies were constantly in attendance in the lobbies. No source of information was left unexplored. The ablest men of the country were pitted against each other in continual debates, and colonial taxation was the leading topic of conversation among all classes. There were 2 main questions. Was the Stamp Act constitutional? And, if constitutional, was it expedient? It was the innings of a radical section of the Whigs, and being favorable to liberalism in the colonies, they decided that the Stamp Act was not expedient. They accordingly repealed it within a year after its passage. But they felt quite sure, as did also the vast majority of Englishmen, that Parliament had a constitutional right to tax the colonies as it pleased. And so they passed what became known as the Declaratory Act, asserting the constitutional right of Parliament to bind the colonies in all cases whatsoever. And this is still the law of England. The rejoicing over the repeal of the Stamp Act was displayed, we are told, in a most extraordinary manner, even in England. The ships in the Thames hoisted their colors and houses were illuminated. The colonists had apparently been able to hit a hard blow by the stoppage of trade. The rejoicing, however, as subsequent events showed, was not universal. It was the rejoicing of Whigs, or of the particular ship owners, merchants, and working men who expected relief from the restoration of the American trade. It was noisy and conspicuous. There must have been some exaggeration in the account of the sufferings from loss of trade. It is not improbable that Parliament had been stampeded by a worked-up excitement in its lobbies, for very soon it appeared that the great mass of Englishmen were unchanged in their opinion of proper colonial policy. And as was discovered in later years, the stoppage of the American trade did not seriously injure the business or commercial interests of England. But in America, the rejoicing was, of course, universal. There were letters and addresses, thanksgivings in churches, the boycotting associations were instantly dissolved, trade resumed, homespun given to the poor, and the people felt proud of themselves and more independent than ever because they could compel England to repeal laws. The colonists were certainly lucky in having chanced upon a Whig administration for their great appeal against taxation. It has often been said that both the Declaratory Act and the repeal of the Stamp Act were a combination of sound constitutional law and sound policy, and that if this same Whig line of conduct had been afterwards consistently followed, England would not have lost her American colonies. No doubt if such a Whig policy had been continued, the colonies would have been retained in nominal dependence a few years longer. But such a policy would have left the colonies in their semi-independent condition without further remodeling or reform, with British sovereignty unestablished in them, and with a powerful party of the colonists elated by their victory over England. They would have gone on demanding more independence until they snapped the last string. In fact, the Whig repeal of the Stamp Act advanced the colonies far on their road to independence. They had learned their power, learned what they could do by united action, and had beaten the British government in its chosen game. It was an impressive lesson. Consciously or unconsciously, the rebel party among them was moved a step forward in that feeling for a distinct nationality which a naturally separated people can scarcely avoid. Such a repeal, such a going backward and yielding to the rioting, threats, and compulsion of the colonists was certainly not that firm and consistent policy which both then and now has been recommended as the true course in dealing with dependencies. The Tories condemned the repeal on this account, and in the course of the next 10 or 15 years ascribed to it the increasing coil of colonial entanglement. This is the very nub of the issue. What's fascinating here is that we have two practical theories of how to deal with dependencies. One says that the most effective way to retain a dependency is to redress its grievances, tolerate its errors, and understand its complaints. The other says that the true course is a firm and consistent policy. This is not a moral disagreement. This is a case of is, not of ought. Both parties in England agree, or at least appear to agree, on the goal: American colonies that acknowledge the authority of Parliament. The Whigs think the most effective means to this end is to persuade America that England is really their friend, by making concessions when concessions are demanded. The Tories think the most effective means to this end is to use firm and consistent force, to show the Americans that they have no alternative. After the war, the Whig theory became generally accepted in Britain. This answers question 4, why the British have no hard feelings. They have no hard feelings because they believe the war resulted from a British mistake. In Chapter 3, we read the first paragraph in Macaulay's History of England, that famous archetype of Whig history. From the second, it will be seen how, in two important dependencies of the Crown, wrong was followed by just retribution, how imprudence and obstinacy broke the ties which bound the North American colonies to the parent state, how Ireland, cursed by the domination of race over race and of religion over religion, remained indeed a member of the empire, but a withered and distorted member, adding no strength to the body politic and reproachfully pointed at by all who feared or envied the greatness of England. Later, of course, England followed Macaulay's advice and made concessions in Ireland. As a result, the Irish have enjoyed many years of peace and have rewarded the British Empire with their eternal devotion and love. Not. History is not science, nor is government. Neither the American experiment nor the Irish is a general case with all variables controlled. They are more like parenting. Every kid is different. Nonetheless, you'll find that most parenting experts, a few progressives excepted, indeed endorse the firm and consistent approach. And most parents consider it obvious. From a purely intellectual standpoint, the Whig theory of government is attractive because it is not obvious. In fact, it's counterintuitive. If you want to keep your colonies, set them free. It's almost a sting song. And there is a place in this theory for the intellectual. It demands explanation, whereas the firm and consistent policy is again obvious. And whoever made a living by explaining the obvious? On the other hand, the Whig theory has another attraction, of a more practical sort. Suppose the Whig theory is right and the Tory theory is wrong. In that case, the Tories are working against their own interests. Unusual, certainly, but not unheard of. Suppose the Whig theory is wrong and the Tory theory is right. In that case, the Tories are advancing their own interests. And the Whigs are... See, here's the funny thing. There's a natural alliance between the American Patriot Party and the British Whigs. They are both, after all, Whigs. You'd expect some solidarity. Why don't the British Whigs just endorse the American rebels? Because it's not 2008 is why. In the 21st century, encouraging an enemy in arms against your own government is normal politics. The word treason is almost funny. In the 18th, it was a different matter. The doctrine, exclusively American in its origin, that rebels were merely men in arms fighting for an idea, mistaken or otherwise, who, when once subdued, were to be allowed to go their way like paroled prisoners of war, had not yet gained ground. Rebellion was at that time a more serious thing than it has since become under the American doctrine of the right of revolution. Most of the colonists could remember the slaughter and beheading inflicted in England on the rebels under the Pretender of 1745. The frightful hanging, torturing, and transportation of men, women, and even children for such rebellions as that of Monmouth were by no means yet forgotten. There was not a colonist who had not heard descriptions of London after a rebellion, with the bloody arms and hindquarters of rebels hung about like butcher's meat, the ghastly heads rotting and stinking for months on the poles at Temple Bar and on London Bridge, with the hair gradually falling off the grinning skulls as the people passed them day by day. If the Whigs in Parliament had openly sided with the rebels, dreams of the shortest way would have danced in the eyes of the Tories. The pro-American stance taken by the likes of Burke, who later redeemed himself with the Reflections but was always a Whig, was in fact the most effective way for a British politician to support the rebels. Not on the grounds that they deserve independence, but on the grounds that conciliation is the most effective way to prevent it, as military coercion cannot possibly work. Does this sound at all familiar? We see here also why the American patriots never described themselves as Whigs, and nor did their friends in Britain. If we think of the revolutionaries as Whigs, we are tempted to ask who is in the driver's seat, the ragtag armies and mobs in America, or the British intellectuals who encouraged their rebellion. We are tempted to see the revolution as a continuation of British politics by other means, much as our Republicans and Democrats of today might find themselves backing opposing armies in some insignificant country halfway around the world. Obviously, this could never happen, but it would be very disturbing. You'll note that the Whig theory of the American Revolution cannot in any way be regarded as directly proven. America was not conciliated into a return to the fold. In the Whig mind, this, of course, is because Whig conciliation was not really tried, or at least not tried enough. A higher dose, no doubt, would have cured the patient. However, the Tory theory is disproved indirectly because the Tories tried to fight a war and failed. One of the two must be right, so the Whig theory is proven, indirectly. A very typical piece of Whig logic. There is only one problem. Suppose I'm a civil engineer and I send a letter to Caltrans, warning them that serious design flaws in the New Bay Bridge will cause it to collapse. If they hire me, I will fix it for them. They ignore my letter. the bridge collapses. This makes me a prophet, or at least a whistleblower. On the other hand, suppose an acetylene torch with my fingerprints on it is found around the base of the bridge. This puts the matter in a different light, n'est-ce pas? And so, for the failure of the Tories to suppress the American Revolution to be regarded as evidence for the Whig theory of conciliation, it sure would be nice to know that the reason that the Tories failed isn't that the Whigs prevented them from succeeding. I am neither a specialist in the period nor a historian at all. So I will simply point out one undisputed fact in the matter, which is that two of the leading British generals, Howe and Cornwallis, were Whigs, in fact, Whig MPs. For the rest, I will leave you in Fisher's hands. Perhaps he is right, and perhaps he isn't. What's really interesting is that no one seems to care. After all, we live in a world which is more or less ruled by the U.S. government. Whether through its military power or its moral leadership, Washington is not without critics. And you'd think that anti-Americans everywhere would leap at an interpretation of history that presented the American project as more or less fraudulent from day one. And perhaps they will. Perhaps Sidney George Fisher will go viral. Perhaps by next week, Ayman al-Zawahiri will have a printout in his cave. Unfortunately, the true history has a lot of bad page scans, but you can also try his Struggle for American Independence, a later 2-volume expansion. I'm afraid no Arabic translation is available. But I doubt it, because the true history, as a loyalist or Tory history, is a reactionary history. It would afford rich amusement to any reactionary anti-Americans that might bump into it. However, since there are only about 15 reactionary anti-Americans left in the world, none of whom is under the age of 60, I think Google can put off that server upgrade for a while. What is reactionary anti-Americanism anyway? Charles Francis Adams expresses it well in his essay, A National Change of Heart, 1902. I recalled my first experiences in England far back in the 60s, in the dark and trying days of our Civil War, and again more recently during the Commercial Depression and contest over the free coinage of silver in 1896. Then, especially in the earlier period, nothing was too opprobrious, nothing too bitter and stinging for English lips to utter of America and men and things American. We were, as the Times, echoing the utterances of the governing class, never wearied of telling us a dishonest and a degenerate race. Our only worship was of the almighty dollar. A hearty dislike was openly expressed in terms of contempt which a pretense of civility hardly feigned to veil. They openly exulted in our reverses. Our civilization was, they declared, a thin veneer, democracy a bursted bubble. In the 1960s, too, nothing was too opprobrious for English lips to utter of America. But were we a degenerate race of barbarians ruled by the mob? Au contraire. Now, America was not democratic enough. We had become reactionary, fascist, capitalist pigs. And in between, as Adams describes, there was a honeymoon. And now what a change, and so very sudden. Nothing was too good or too complimentary to say of America. Our representatives were cheered to the echo. In the language of Lord Rosebery, at the King Alfred Millinery celebration at Winchester, on the day following the McKinley funeral, the branches of the great Anglo-Saxon stock were clasping hands across the centuries and across the sea, and the audience applauded him loudly as he spoke. Ah, the great Anglo-Saxon stock. As Hunter S. Thompson put it, we've certainly learned a lot about race relations since then. So in the course of a century, we see Britain passing from anti-Americanism through pro-Americanism back to anti-Americanism. Is this a reversal? Did the pendulum swing, then swing back? But when we look at the actual political motifs in the two kinds of anti-Americanism, we see very little in common, besides, of course, hatred of America. Clearly, it's this word anti-American that's confusing us. If we split it in half, we can see the trend clearly. To be counter-American is to resist American political theory. To be ultra-American is to accept American political theory so completely that you become more American than America itself, and you feel America is not living up to her own principles. Thus, we have a monotonic trend, increasing acceptance of American political theory. Adams has an interesting explanation. The first was the outcome of our gigantic, prolonged Civil War. At one stage of that struggle, America, loyal America, I mean, touched its lowest estate in the estimation of those called, and in Great Britain considered, the ruling class, the aristocracy, the men of business and finance, the army and navy, the members of the learned professions. Nonetheless, they then saw us accomplish what they had in every conceivable form of speech pronounced impossible. We put down the rebellion with a strong hand, and then, peacefully disbanding our victorious army, made good our every promise to pay. We accomplished our results in a way they could not understand, a way for which experience yielded no precedent. Nonetheless, the dislike, not unalloyed by contempt, was too deep-rooted to disappear at once, much more to be immediately transmuted into admiration and cordiality. They waited. Then several striking events occurred in rapid succession, all within 10 years. I am no admirer of President Cleveland's Venezuela diplomacy. I do not like brutality in public any more than in private dealings. Good manners and courtesy can always be observed, even when firmness of bearing is desirable. Nonetheless, bad for us as the precedent then established was, and yet will prove, there can be no question that, so far as Great Britain was concerned, the tone and attitude on that occasion adopted were productive of results at once profound and, in some ways, beneficial. The average Englishman from the very bottom of his heart respects a man who asserts himself, provided always he has the will as well as the power to make the self-assertion good. This, as a result of our civil war, they felt we had. We had done what they had most confidently proclaimed we could not do, and what they, in their hearts, feel they have failed to do. Throughout our rebellion, they had insisted that even if the conquest of the Confederacy was possible, which they declared it manifestly was not, the pacification of the Confederates was out of the question. They thought also they knew what they were talking about. Had they not for centuries had Ireland on their hands? Was it not there now? Were they not perpetually floundering in a bottomless bog of Hibernian discontent? Would not our experience be the same, except on a larger scale and in more aggravated form? The result worked out by us wholly belied their predictions. Not only was the rebellion suppressed, but the Confederates were quickly conciliated. The British could not understand it. In the case of the Transvaal, they do not understand it now. They merely see that we actually did what they had been unable to do and are still trying to do. The Spanish War showed that our work of domestic conciliation was as complete as had been that of conquest. In other words, they love us because we're badasses, quite a contrast to the present-day theory of anti-Americanism, but hardly refuted by it. Quite a bit of badassery has flowed under the bridge since the Venezuela arbitration. Supposedly, Eisenhower used barnyard language on the phone to Anthony Eden in the Suez Crisis. Eden was not an uncultured man. He was surely familiar with the old counter-American tradition, and I suspect he muttered once or twice to himself that if Palmerston and Russell had just bit the bullet and recognized the freaking Confederacy, none of this would be happening. Adams's point boils down to the truism that a rational actor, if forced to take sides in a conflict, should choose the side more likely to win. Recently, another prominent statesman expressed the same point in more equestrian terms. Thus, we understand ultra-Americanism. In a world where all the real shots are called in Washington, ultra-Americanism is the most effective way to influence said calls. First, you ally yourself with the ultra-Americans in America proper, of which there has never been any shortage. What is Howard Zinn? An Eskimo? By definition, power in America is moving in the direction of these actors, so you are on the winning team. Second, you add your weight to the winning team, thus entitling yourself to some kind of payback by expressing the following sentiment ad nauseum. America, we hate you, and if you don't start living up to American principles, we will continue to hate you. Of course, none of this is a conscious strategy. It just happens to work. You might be surprised how many Americans ascribe their support for ultra-American politics to this phenomenon, which enables the likes of a Barack Obama to talk about America's moral leadership. As a counter-American might put it, if America is a moral leader, you really have to wonder who the moral followers are. Has the planet really sunk so low? Yes, I'm afraid it has. If you hate America, but you're tired of being an ultra-American, especially now that everyone else is one, why not consider a switch to the counter-American persuasion? I have just the perfect book for you. It's called Memoirs of Service Afloat by Admiral Raphael Semmes, and it is the great Confederate novel, or would be if it was fiction. If you have ever felt yourself tempted to use the phrase universal Yankee nation in a disparaging sort of way, run, do not walk, to Admiral Semmes. Bear in mind, however, that many of your other opinions will need to change. But we note something else in Adams's presentation. It is quite inconsistent with the Whig theory of the American Revolution. No wonder the British are impressed.
Macaulay has just been telling them that Americans cannot be conquered and pacified by mere military force. Along comes the universal Yankee nation and does just that. Perhaps it's just Yankees proper who are invulnerable, like the Lord's Resistance Army, to bullets. And we are reminded once again of the shortest way. Sir Roger Lestrange tells us a story in his collection of fables of the cock and the horses. The cock was gotten to roost in the stable among the horses, and there being no racks or other conveniences for him, it seems, he was forced to roost upon the ground. The horses jostling about for room and putting the cock in danger of his life, he gives them this grave advice: "Pray, gentle folks, let us stand still, for fear we should tread upon one another." There are some people in the world who, now they are unperched and reduced to an equality with other people, and under strong and very just apprehensions of being further treated as they deserve, begin, with Aesop's cock, to preach up peace and union and the Christian duty of moderation, forgetting that, when they had the power in their hands, those graces were strangers in their gates. So we see that when Whigs rebel against Tories, Tories should stand still, for fear we should tread upon each other. When the shoe is on the other foot, however, those graces were strangers in their gates. This is not a matter of the merits of the rebel causes in the American Revolution and the Civil War. As a progressive, of course, you believe not very strongly that the first rebellion was just, and you believe very strongly that the second was unjust. These are matters of morality over which we cannot argue. The question is the physical efficacy of coercive suppression in both cases. Your theory of history, which of course you did not invent but have received, assures you that coercion could not have worked in the first case. No theory is required to know that it worked in the second. If you were truly a believer in the Calvinist providence, like your Whig forebears of old, the problem would be solved. God, whose ways are mysterious but whose arms are invincible, is on the side of the just. Therefore, it is futile to attempt to overcome a just cause, whereas an unjust one must be resisted with all our might. God helps those who help themselves. You have long since given up this belief, but its corollary persists, out of sheer habit, I must assume. I can find no other explanation. And since the belief, true or false, is clearly central to any strategy for world peace, most of today's wars being insurgencies of one sort or another, we have to resolve it. In our pursuit of the Whig theory of war, we have advanced from the early 17th century to the late 19th. Let's pull just a little way into the 20th and pick an episode which everyone will recognize, but hopefully few have strong attachments to. Joseph Tumulty, a New Jersey politician, was one of Woodrow Wilson's advisors. Think Colonel House minus 20 IQ points. In 1921, he published an adoring political memoir, a genre somewhat new to history, called Woodrow Wilson as I Know Him. It includes the following passage, which I'd like to think at this point is self-explanatory. If you get bored, you can skim, but don't be discouraged. There is a punchline. No one standing on the sidelines in the capital of the nation and witnessing the play of the ardent passions of the people of the Irish race, demanding that some affirmative action be taken by our government to bring about the realization of the right of self-determination for Ireland, it seemed as if the American President Woodrow Wilson, who first gave utterance to the ideal of self-determination for all the oppressed peoples of the world, was woefully unmindful of the age-long struggle that Irishmen had been making to free their own beloved land from British domination. But to those like myself, who were on the inside of affairs, it was evident that in every proper and legitimate way the American president was cautiously searching for efficient means to advance the cause of self-government in Ireland and to bring about a definite and satisfactory solution of this complicated problem. Long before the European War, the president and I had often discussed the Irish cause and how to make his influence felt in a way that would bring results without becoming involved in diplomatic snarls with Great Britain. He was of the opinion that the Irish problem could not be settled by force, for the spirit of Ireland, which for centuries had been demanding justice, was unconquerable. He pointed out to me on many occasions when we discussed this delicate matter that the policy of force and reprisal which the English government had for centuries practiced in had but strengthened the tenacious purpose of the Irish people and had only succeeded in keeping under the surface the seething dissatisfaction of that indomitable race. I recall that at the conclusion of one of our talks after a cabinet meeting, shaking his head as if he despaired of a settlement, the president said, European statesmen can never learn that humanity can be welded together only by love, by sympathy, and by justice, and not by jealousy and hatred. He was certain that the failure of England to find an adjustment was intensifying feeling not only in our own country but throughout the world, and that the agitation for a settlement would spread like a contagion and would inevitably result in a great national crisis. In discussing the matter with me, he said, "The whole policy of Great Britain in its treatment of the Irish question has unfortunately been based upon a policy of fear and not a policy of trusting the Irish people. How magnificently the policy of trust and faith worked out in the case of the Boers. Unfortunately, the people of Ireland now believe that the basis of England's policy toward them is revenge, malice, and destruction. You remember, Tumulty, how the haters of the South in the days of Reconstruction sought to poison Lincoln's mind by instilling into it everything that might lead him in his treatment of the South toward a policy of reprisal, but he contemptuously turned away from every suggestion as a base and ignoble thing. Faith on the part of Great Britain in the deep humanity and inherent generosity of the Irish people is the only force that will ever lead to a settlement of this question. English statesmen must realize that in the last analysis, force never permanently settles anything. It only produces hatreds and resentments that make a solution of any question difficult and almost impossible. I have tried to impress upon the Englishmen with whom I have discussed this matter that there never can be a real comradeship between America and England until this issue is definitely settled and out of the way." Many times in informal discussions with British representatives that came to the White House, the President sought to impress upon them the necessity for a solution, pointing out to them how their failure was embarrassing our relations with Great Britain at every point. I am sure that if he could with propriety have done so, Woodrow Wilson would long ago have directly suggested to Great Britain a settlement of the Irish question, but unfortunately, serious diplomatic obstacles lay in the way of an open espousal of the Irish cause. He was sadly aware that under international law, no nation has the right to interest itself in anything that directly concerns the affairs of another friendly nation, for by the traditions of diplomacy, such interference puts in jeopardy the cordial relations of the nations involved in such controversy. Long before he became president, Woodrow Wilson had eloquently declared his attitude with reference to self-government for Ireland and had openly espoused the cause of Irish freedom. In a speech delivered at New Brunswick, New Jersey on October 26, 1910, he said, "Have you read the papers recently attentively enough to notice the rumors that are coming across the waters? What are the rumors? The rumors are that the English program includes not only self-government for Ireland, but self-government for Scotland, and the drawing together in London or somewhere else of a parliament which will represent the British Empire in a great confederated state upon the model, no doubt, of the United States of America, and having its power to the end of the world. What is at the bottom of that program? At the bottom of it is the idea that no little group of men like the English people have the right to govern men in all parts of the world without drawing them into real substantial partnership, where their voice will count with equal weight with the voice of other parts of the country. This voice that has been crying in Ireland, this voice for home rule, is a voice which is now supported by the opinion of the world. This impulse is a spirit which ought to be respected and recognized in the British Constitution. It means not mere vague talk of men's rights, men's emotions, and men's inveterate and traditional principles, but it means the embodiment of these things in something that is going to be done, that will look with hope to the program that may come out of these conferences. If those who conduct the government of Great Britain are not careful, the restlessness will spread with rapid agitation until the whole country is aflame, and then there will be revolution and a change of government. In this speech, he plainly indicated that his plan for the settlement of the Irish question was the establishment of some forum to which the cause of Ireland might be brought, where the full force of the public opinion of the world, including the United States, could be brought to play in a vigorous and wholehearted insistence upon a solution of this world-disturbing question. As we read the daily papers, containing accounts of the disturbances in Ireland, what a prophetic vision underlay the declaration contained in the speech of Woodrow Wilson in 1910. If those who conduct the government of Great Britain are not careful, the restlessness will spread with rapid agitation until the whole country is aflame, and then there will be revolution and a change of government. I recall his passionate resentment of the attitude and threats of Sir Edward Carson, leader of the Unionist forces in the British Parliament, when he read the following statement of Carson carried in the American press after the passage of Home Rule through the House of Lords. In the event of this proposed Parliament being thrust upon us, we solemnly and mutually pledge ourselves not to recognize its authority. I do not care twopence whether this is treason or not. Discussing Carson's utterance, the president said, I would like to be in Mr. Asquith's place. I would show this rebel whether he would recognize the authority of the government or flaunt it. He ought to be hanged for treason. If Asquith does not call this gentleman's bluff, the contagion of unrest and rebellion in Ireland will spread until only a major operation will save the empire. Dallying with gentlemen of this kind who openly advocate revolution will only add to the difficulties. If those in authority in England will only act firmly now, their difficulties will be lessened. A little of the firmness and courage of Andrew Jackson would force a settlement of the Irish question right now. I swear to God, I have elided nothing except where indicated. Tumulty segues directly from the unconquerable spirit of the Irish to the firmness and courage of Andrew Jackson. There is not even a segue, it's just bam bam. Check it for yourself, page 397. Did you catch also that bit about how magnificently the policy of trust and faith worked out with the Boers? Yeah, trust, faith, and concentration camps. What Wilson means, as in his reference to the South, is that after the Boer War, Britain devolved a large amount of local responsibility on the South African government. After, of course, delivering a thorough and comprehensive ass-whooping with the firmness and courage of Andrew Jackson. Mr. Tumulty, of course, was an Irish ward boss political hack. He was not writing for 2008, but he made the wonderful gaffe of emitting the Whig theory of revolution and the Whig theory of rebellion in a single breath, where we can see how oddly they fit together. The Whig theory of rebellion turns out to just be the Tory theory of revolution. They can coexist, but only with the distinction between justified revolution and unjustified rebellion that is implausible, to say the least. And yet, as a progressive, you believe them both, and you will never confuse the two. Imagine, for example, that some confused conservative intellectual had responded to the crimes of Timothy McVeigh, or Eric Rudolph, or Byron de la Beckwith, with Wilsonian rhetoric about deep-seated grievances or age-old struggles or whatnot. These men were not revolutionaries, they were rebels. That is, they were right-wing political criminals rather than left-wing ones. They deserved to be crushed, and somehow this did not prove hard at all. Nor did right-wing intellectuals experience any difficulty in choosing not to excuse their acts. Here's a fact that may have escaped your attention. There has never been a successful right-wing insurgency. That is, there has never been any successful movement employing the tactics of guerrilla or urban guerrilla or terrorist war in which the guerrilla forces were to the political right of the government forces. To some extent, you can classify Franco in Spain as a successful right-wing rebel, but his forces were more organized and disciplined than the government's. Franquismo was a coup that turned into a rebellion, and it succeeded in the end only because, for unusual reasons, England and the US declined to intervene against it. For example, if oppression and injustice really are the cause of insurgent movements, why was there never anything even close to an insurgency in any of the Soviet bloc states? Excepting, of course, Afghanistan, a rather suspicious exception. You may be a progressive, but you can't be such a progressive that you believe there was no such thing as communist oppression, yet it never spawned any kind of violent reaction. What up with that, dog? The obvious answer is just Defoe's. When they had the power in their hands, those graces were strangers in their gates. The cause of revolutionary violence is not oppression. The cause of revolutionary violence is weak government. If people avoid revolting against strong governments, it is because they are not stupid, and they know they will lose. There is one and only one way to defeat an insurgency, which is the same way to defeat any movement. Make it clear that it has no chance of winning, and no one involved in it will gain by continuing to fight. I mean, think about it. You hear that in country X, the government is fighting against an insurgency. You know nothing else. Which side would you bet on? The government, of course, because it is stronger by definition. It has more men and more guns. If it didn't, it wouldn't be the government. So insurgency in the modern age is not what it appears to be. It is an illusion constructed for a political audience. If Fisher is right,
It was not the Continental Army that prevailed in 1783, but the alliance of the Continental Army and the British Whigs. Together they produced a new Whig republic to replace the old one that had collapsed with Cromwell's death. Neither could conceivably have achieved this mission alone. Insurgency, including what we now call terrorism, is thus a kind of theater. Guerrilla theater, you might say. It exists as an adjunct to democratic politics and could not exist without it. I exclude partisan campaigns of the Peninsular War type in which the guerrillas are an adjunct to a war proper. The goal of an insurgency is simply to demonstrate that the violence will continue until the political demands of its supporters are met. The military arm produces the violence. The political arm explains, generally while deploring the violence, that the violence can be stopped by meeting the demands, and only by meeting the demands. What's so beautiful about this design, at least from the devil's perspective, is that it requires no coordination at all. It is completely distributed. There is no command and control. It often arouses suspicion when politicians and terrorists are good friends. With the insurgency design, both can benefit from each other's actions without any incriminating connections. They do not even need to think of the effort as a cooperation. Insurgents and politicians need not even share a value system. There is no reason at all, for example, to think that Ayman al-Zawahiri shares any values with American progressives. I have a fair idea of the kind of government that Sheikh al-Zawahiri would create if he had his druthers. I can certainly say the same for progressives. They have nothing at all to do with each other, regardless of anyone's middle name. Yet when Sheikh al-Zawahiri attributed the Democratic victory in the 2006 elections to the Mujahideen, he was objectively right. The Democrats won because their prediction that Iraq would become a quagmire for the U.S. military, which everyone and his dog knows is a Republican outfit, turned out to be true. Without the Mujahideen, who would have turned Iraq into a quagmire? Space aliens?
To make a proper feedback loop, the efforts of the politicians must assist the insurgents, and the efforts of the insurgents must assist the politicians. The al-Zawahiri effect, which is not exactly a unique case, is a good example of the latter. The former is provided by a tendency in Whig politics that we can call anti-militarism. Anti-militarism assists the armed struggle in the most obvious way, by opposing its opponents. All things being equal, any professional military force will defeat its non-professional opponent, just as an NBA team will defeat the women's junior varsity. The effect of anti-militarism is to adjust the political and military playing field until the insurgents have an equal or even greater chance of victory. Wars in which anti-militarism plays an important role are often described as asymmetric. The term is a misnomer. A real asymmetric war would be a conflict in which one side was much stronger than the other. For obvious reasons, this is a rara avis. A modern asymmetric war is one in which one side's strength is primarily military and the other's is primarily political. Of course, this does not work unless the political and military sides are at least nominally parts of the same government, which means that all asymmetric wars are civil, although they may be fought by foreign soldiers on foreign territory. How does anti-militarism do its thing? As always in war, in any way it can. In the case of Lord Howe, we see what looks very much like deliberate military incompetence. Military mismanagement may occur at the level of military leadership, as in the case of Lord Howe, or in civil-military relations, as with McNamara. The military may win the war, and its civilian masters may then simply surrender, as in the case of French Algeria. The most popular approach today, however, is to alter the rules of war. War is brutal. If you were a space alien, you might expect a person opposed to this brutality to ameliorate it, or at least attempt to by A, deciding to support whichever side is the least brutal, B, promoting rules of war which minimize the incentive for brutal conduct, and C, encouraging the war to end as quickly as possible with a decisive and final result. Modern progressivism does not resemble any of these actions. In fact, it resembles their polar opposite. It is certainly motivated by opposition to brutality, but the actions are not calculated to achieve the effects. In a word, it is anti-militarism. For example, the modern U.S. military has by far the highest lawyer-to-soldier ratio in any military force in history. It requests legal opinions as a routine aspect of even minor attacks. It is by no means averse to trying its own soldiers for judgment calls made in the heat of battle,
a practice that would strike Lord Howe as completely insane. Here is a personal narrative of the consequences. Meanwhile, its enemies relish the most barbaric tortures. And which side does the progressive prefer? Or rather, which side do his objective actions favor? Adjusting the rules of war in this way is an excellent strategy for the 21st century anti-militarist. He does not have to actually express support for the insurgents, as his crude predecessors of the 1960s did. As Tom Hayden put it, we are all Viet Cong now. Today, anyone who can click a mouse can learn that the NLF was the NVA, and the NVA were cold-blooded killers, but this knowledge was controversial and hard to obtain at the time. The people who knew it were not, in general, the smart ones. We are all Al-Qaeda now simply does not compute, and you don't hear it. But nor do you need to. An arbitrary level of anti-militarism can be achieved simply by converging military tactics with judicial and police procedure. Suppose, for example, Britain was invaded by the Bolivian army in a stunning seaborne coup. Who would win? Probably not the Bolivians, which is why they don't try it. But suppose that the Bolivian soldiers have the full protection of British law. The only way to detain them is to arrest them, and they must be charged with an actual crime on reasonable suspicion of having committed it. Being a Bolivian in Britain is not a crime. You cannot, of course, shoot them, at least not without a trial and a full appeal process. Any sort of indiscriminate massacre, as via artillery, airstrikes, etc., is of course out of the question, etc. So Britain becomes a province of Bolivia. War is always uncertain, but the Bolivians certainly ought to give it a shot. What do they have to lose? A few soldiers who might have to spend a little time in a British jail. Not exactly the black hole of Calcutta. So why not? And this is how anti-militarism produces war. War is horrible, and no one is willing to fight in it unless they have a chance of winning. Anti-militarism gives the insurgents that chance. And this is the other half of the feedback loop. Now we're ready to answer the question that you've probably forgotten about. What is the most successful Protestant denomination in the United States? Successful is a tricky word. Should we count it statistically by mere numbers? But I am a reactionary. Head count and warm bodies mean nothing to me. Better to count it by influence and importance. Whose counsels are heard in the corridors of power? To what sect do the rich, famous, and fashionable belong? Who controls the prestigious institutions? But an even trickier word is denomination. The problem is that denominations don't always seem to mean that much. In many cases, they seem to be meaningless labels inherited from the past. To define people as members of separate sects, you'd expect them to disagree about something important. When was the last time you saw, say, a Congregationalist having it out with an Episcopalian? Do Unitarians and Methodists castigate each other in furious theological catfights? No. I suspect the major reason for this is the ecumenical movement. It's unsurprising that this would result in a convergence of opinion. In practice today in the U.S., there are two kinds of Protestant: mainline, that is ecumenical, and evangelical. Confusingly, the people described as evangelical in the 19th century are the ancestors of today's mainliners. I prefer to say traditionalist. As one would expect from the history of the great Christian faith, these two sects hate each other like cats and dogs. Mystery resolved. And as the name suggests, mainliners are more socially prestigious and far more likely to be found in positions of influence or authority. Does this answer our question? Not quite. The thing about mainline Protestant beliefs is that they are not only shared by Protestants. You can find Catholics, Jews, Muslims, and quite a few atheists who hold essentially the same worldview as the mainline Protestants. What is a moderate Muslim? A Protestant Muslim, more or less. For the last century and a half, one of the most influential American sects has been the Unitarians. The beliefs held by Unitarians have changed over time, but modern Unitarians, or Unitarian Universalists, believe that you can be a Unitarian while being any religion or no religion at all. Of course, if you are a Muslim or a Catholic, you need to discard almost all the traditional beliefs of these sects, often retaining just the name. But since Unitarians have done more or less the same to their own beliefs, it's no sweat, man. The neat thing about primary sources is that often it takes only one to prove your point. If you find the theory of relativity mentioned in ancient Greek documents, and you know the documents are authentic, you know that the ancient Greeks discovered relativity. How, why, it doesn't matter. Your understanding of ancient Greece needs to include Greek relativity. One of the discoveries that impelled me to start this blog was an ancient document. Well, not that ancient, actually. It's from 1942. It is of unquestionable authenticity. In fact, it is still hosted by the same organization that wrote it. If you're an old UR reader, you have seen this before. If you're an open-minded progressive, you may be surprised. The document is here. Religion, American Malvern, Monday, March 16th, 1942. These are the high spots of organized U.S. Protestantism's super-Protestant new program for a just and durable peace after World War II. Ultimately, a world government of delegated powers. Complete abandonment of U.S. isolationism, strong immediate limitations on national sovereignty, international control of all armies and navies, a universal system of money so planned as to prevent inflation and deflation, worldwide freedom of immigration, progressive elimination of all tariff and quota restrictions on world trade, autonomy for all subject and colonial peoples, with much better treatment for Negroes in the U.S., no punitive reparations, no humiliating decrees of war guilt, no arbitrary dismemberment of nations, a democratically controlled international bank to make development capital available in all parts of the world without the predatory and imperialistic aftermath so characteristic of large-scale private and governmental loans. This program was adopted last week by 375 appointed representatives of 30-odd denominations called together at Ohio Wesleyan University by the Federal Council of Churches. Every local Protestant church in the country will now be urged to get behind the program. As Christian citizens, its sponsors affirmed, we must seek to translate our beliefs into practical realities and to create a public opinion which will ensure that the United States shall play its full and essential part in the creation of a moral way of international living. Among the 375 delegates who drafted the program were 15 bishops of 5 denominations, 7 seminary heads, including Yale, Chicago, Princeton, Colgate, Rochester, 8 college and university presidents, including Princeton's Harold W. Dodds, practically all the ranking officials of the Federal Council, and a group of well-known laymen, including John R. Mott, Irving Fisher, and Harvey S. Firestone, Jr., intellectually, said Methodist Bishop Ivan Lee Holt of Texas, "This is the most distinguished American church gathering I have seen in 30 years of conference going." The meeting showed its temper early by passing a set of 13 requisite principles for peace, submitted by Chairman John Foster Dulles and his Interchurch Commission to study the basis of a just and durable peace. These principles, far from putting all the onus on Germany or Japan, bade the U.S. give thought to the short-sighted selfishness of its own policies after World War I, declared that the U.S. would have to turn over a new leaf if the world is to enjoy lasting peace. Excerpts. For at least a generation, we have held preponderant economic power in the world, and with it the capacity to influence decisively the shaping of world events. It should be a matter of shame and humiliation to us that actually the influences shaping the world have largely been irresponsible forces. Our own positive influence has been impaired because of concentration on self and on our short-range material gains. If the future is to be other than a repetition of the past, the U.S. must accept the responsibility for constructive action commensurate with its power and opportunity. The natural wealth of the world is not evenly distributed. Accordingly, the possession of such natural resources is a trust to be discharged in the general interest. This calls for more than an offer to sell to all on equal terms. Such an offer may be a futile gesture unless those in need can, through the selling of their own goods and services, acquire the means of buying. With these principles accepted, the conference split up into 4 groups to study, respectively, the social, economic, and political problems of the post-war world and the problem of the Church's own position in that world. Discussion waxed hot and heavy, with one notable silence. In a week when the Japs were taking Java, discussion of the war itself was practically taboo. Reason: the Federal Council felt that since 5 of its other commissions are directly connected with the war effort, the conference's concern should be with plans for peace. One war statement, "The Christian Church as such is not at war," was proposed by editor Charles Clayton Morrison of the influential and isolationist before Pearl Harbor Christian Century. This statement was actually inserted in a subcommittee report by a 64-58 vote after a sharp debate. In the plenary session, however, it was ruled out of order. Some of the conference's economic opinions were almost as sensational as the extreme internationalism of its political program. It held that a new order of economic life is both imminent and imperative, a new order that is sure to come either through voluntary cooperation within the framework of democracy or through explosive political revolution. Without condemning the profit motive as such, it denounced various defects in the profit system for breeding war, demagogues and dictators, mass unemployment, widespread dispossession from homes and farms, destitution, lack of opportunity for youth and of security for old age. Instead, the church must demand economic arrangements measured by human welfare, must appeal to the Christian motive of human service as paramount to personal gain or governmental coercion. Collectivism is coming, whether we like it or not, the delegates were told by no less a churchman than England's Dr. William Peyton, co-secretary of the World Council of Churches. But the conference did not veer as far to the left as its definitely pinko-British counterpart, the now famous Malvern Conference. Time, January 20th, 1941. It did, however, back up Labour's demand for an increasing share in industrial management. It echoed Labour's shibboleth that the denial of collective bargaining reduces labor to a commodity. It urged taxation designed to the end that our wealth may be more equitably distributed. It urged experimentation with government and cooperative ownership. Every individual, the conference declared, has the right to full-time educational opportunities, to economic security and retirement, to adequate health service, and an obligation to work in some socially necessary service.
The conference statement on the political basis of a just and durable peace proclaimed that the first post-war duty of the Church will be the achievement of a just peace settlement with due regard to the welfare of all the nations, the vanquished, the overrun, and the victors alike. In contrast to the blockade of Germany after World War I, it called for immediate provision of food and other essentials after the war for every country needing them. We must get back, explained Methodist Bishop Francis J. McConnell, to a stable material prosperity not only to strengthen men's bodies, but to strengthen their souls. Politically, the conference's most important assertion was that many duties now performed by local and national governments can now be effectively carried out only by international authority. Individual nations, it declared, must give up their armed forces except for preservation of domestic order and allow the world to be policed by an international army and navy. This League of Nations with teeth would also have the power of final judgment in controversies between nations, the regulation of international trade and population movements among nations. The ultimate goal, a duly constituted world government of delegated powers, an international legislative body, an international court with adequate jurisdiction, international administrative bodies with necessary powers, and adequate international police forces and provision for enforcing its worldwide economic authority. Note, despite their zeal for world political, social, and economic unity, the churchmen were less drastic when it came to themselves. They were frank enough to admit that their own lack of unity was no shining example to the secular world, but did no more than call for a new era of interdenominational cooperation in which the claims of cooperative effort should be placed, so far as possible, before denominational prestige. The program of the Federal Council is immediately recognizable as the modern progressive agenda. But that adjective is not used, except in its dictionary sense. Nor is the other adjective that is generally associated with the same program liberal. I really hate using this word. It makes me sound like Rush Limbaugh. Instead, what is the adjective our reporter uses to describe this program? Super Protestant. In other words, we have a candidate for the most successful Protestant denomination in the U.S. today. That denomination is progressivism itself. Progressives, at least the majority of progressives, do not think of themselves as a religious movement. In fact, presumably for adaptive reasons, they have discarded almost every trace of theology, though there is still some lingering fondness for the Prince of Peace. But the line of descent from the English dissenters to Bill Moyers is as clear as that from chimp to man. After some failed experiments, I coined the name universalism, for progressivism understood as a Protestant sect, and have been using it here for a while. I am still not sure about this word, though it is appropriate for several reasons, theological and mundane.
It seems inoffensive, and progressives will often describe themselves as small U universalists. But progressive is what its adherents call themselves, and it seems polite to respect this. I may just go back and forth. Whatever you call it, progressivism is not just a religious movement. It is not just a matter of spiritual opinion. Like classical Islam, it is a complete way of life, and it comes with a political arm, Whiggery. Whether you believe the dissenter-Whig complex is good or evil, you cannot avoid admitting that it is the most successful religious and political movement in the history of the known universe. So that's one answer to our question. There is an even more disturbing answer, though. Another way to measure success is by fidelity of transmission. While universalism is most certainly descended from the 17th century American Puritans, read this book if you don't believe me, your average Puritan would be absolutely horrified by progressive beliefs, as would just about anyone in the 17th century. But who is the closest? Actually, there is a 17th century of extremist dissenters whose beliefs closely track modern progressivism. They are not identical. That would be too much to expect. But you will have to work hard to find any point on which the two conflict, at least to the point where someone might get into an argument. Many superficial rituals and traditions have been discarded, but modern members of this sect are certainly progressives. And the sect, though young by dissenter standards, has been quite influential ever since the writing of The Shortest Way. I refer, of course, to the Quakers. If the Time reporter had described the program of the Federal Council as super Quaker, he might well have confused his audience, but his theology would have been, if anything, more accurate. The history of mainline Protestantism in America is more or less the history of its Quakerization. Basically, we are all Quakers now. Even I find Quaker writings remarkably sympathetic, and I'm a reactionary Jacobite. There is a reason, though, that they were expelled from England. Here in this fascinating 1917 discussion of Quakers and World War I, which in the great Quaker style, both innocent and shameless, is hosted by the Quaker Heritage Press, is an example of what creeps some people out about the Quakers. It should be noted in the first place that in practice, the Quaker attitude upon this issue, the war, is no more than that of socialists, of whom some are ardent nationalists and some inveterate pacifists. The Friends have their patriotic and military heroes. Betsy Ross, who made our first flag, was a member of the society. Thomas Mifflin, a major general and Washington's first aide-de-camp, was a Quaker. So was Major General Nathaniel Greene. So was Jacob Brown, a Bucks County schoolmaster who rose to be commander-in-chief of the United States Army. Robert Morris financed the Revolution largely by means of Quaker loans. John Bright, one of the foremost of English Quakers, justified the American war to exterminate slavery. Whittier's abolition poems were militant to the last degree. Even William Penn proposed an international league to enforce peace, requiring compulsion by arms if necessary. The doctrine of pacifism, nevertheless, always has been vital in the principles of Quakerism, and one of the curious chapters in American history deals with the strange expedients which members of the society employed to make their genuine love of country harmonize with their beliefs by supporting necessary projects of defense which they could not officially countenance. Franklin gives an illuminating account of the embarrassment given them in the Pennsylvania Assembly whenever application was made to grant aids for military purposes. Unwilling to offend the government and averse to violating their principles, he says, they used a variety of evasions, the commonest one being to grant money for the king's use and avoid all inquiry as to the disbursement. But once, when New England asked Pennsylvania for a grant to buy powder, this ingenious device would not serve. They could not grant money to buy powder, for that was an ingredient of war, but they voted an aid of 3,000 pounds and appropriated it for the purchasing of bread, flour, wheat, and other grain. Some of the council, desirous of giving the House still further embarrassment, advised the governor not to accept the provision as not being the thing he had demanded. But he replied, "I shall take the money, for I understand very well their meaning. Other grain is gunpowder," which he accordingly bought, and they never objected to it. If this makes no sense to you, black powder of the time came in corns, that is, grains. The story of other grain, which I would be prepared to accept as apocryphal — Franklin is hardly a trustworthy source — is rather famous among Quaker haters. Note also William Penn's League to Enforce Peace, of which I was entirely unaware until 5 minutes ago. You learn something new every day. Even I find it hard to restructure my brain to think of progressivism as a religious movement. Frankly, the proposition that our society, far from advancing into a bright future of rationality and truth, is slipping inexorably into the iron grip of an ancient religious sect, is one I find almost impossible to contemplate. One thought experiment for this purpose, however, is to imagine that perhaps through the action of evil aliens, every progressive, whether or not he or she self-identifies as a Christian, was converted automatically into a traditionalist, and vice versa. Except, of course, for you. You'd suddenly realize that you lived in a world in which all the levers of power, prestige, and influence were held by dangerous religious maniacs. At least people you consider dangerous religious maniacs, being a progressive and all. Well, exactly, I'm not a progressive, but I'm also not a traditionalist. I'm not a Christian at all. I believe it is worth some effort to try to wake up from all this historical baggage. We are now prepared to consider the subject we started with, world peace. From a semiotic perspective, I didn't go to Brown for nothing, kids. The fascinating thing about world peace is that while these two little words are remarkably precise and their compound is hardly less exact, the phrase is not without its Emersonian edge. It reminds us of two concepts which are not logically connected. A goal in which Planet 3 is free from the state of human interaction known as war, and a strategy for achieving that goal. This strategy is generally known as pacifism. In 19th century and 20th century history, pacifism is associated with a movement, i.e., a group of people acting collectively, if not within any fixed organizational structure, which might be called the internationalist movement. While this inevitably fuzzy category embraces an enormous set of individuals and projects across the last 200 years, I think it's a fair summary to say that an internationalist believes that the best way to achieve world peace is to build global institutions which act in the interest of humanity as a whole. Tennyson's Locksley Hall is the classic expression. Till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man, the federation of the world. There the common sense of most shall hold a fretful realm in awe, and the kindly earth shall slumber, lapped in universal law. On an issue as important as world peace, there is certainly no point in confusing ourselves, so I object to the word pacifism. This sign, by joining two signifieds in one signifier, the goal of a world without war, and the strategy of Locksley Hall internationalism, sneaks in three assumptions which, while they may very well be true, strike me as quite non-obvious. 1. Internationalism is the only strategy which can achieve the goal. 2. Internationalism is an effective strategy with which to achieve the goal. 3. Internationalism is not the principal obstacle to the achievement of the goal. If you have actually read this far in the post without skimming even a little, I'd like to think that you know Whiggery and Quakerism when you see it. So let me suggest an alternative to the Locksley Hall strategy for world peace, a return to classical international law. Of course, our internationalists talk of nothing but international law. But what they mean is modern international law. They believe, good Whigs that they are, that the changes they have made in the last century are improvements. Quakerization is always an improvement, and international law has certainly been quite thoroughly Quakerized. By classical, I mean anything before World War I, but a century is a nice dividing line. Let's take as our text, therefore, Elements of International Law, 3rd edition, 1908, by George B. Davis. I know nothing about this book or its author, but it is obviously a standard text. There are little bits of proto-universalism to be found in it, but they are easily identified and discarded. For the most part, it contains all the wisdom on statecraft of the classical European world, and it is very good at citing its sources. It is certainly not a mere collection of the personal opinions of George B. Davis, whoever he was. Here, for example, is classical international law on guerrilla warfare. Guerrillas. The term guerrilla is applied to persons who, acting singly or joined in bands, carry on operations in the vicinity of an army in the field in violation of the laws of war. They wear no uniform, they act without the orders of their government, and their operations consist chiefly in the killing of picket guards and sentinels, in the assassination of isolated individuals or detachments, and in robbery and other predatory acts. As they are not controlled in their undertakings by the laws of war, they are not entitled to their protection. If captured, they are treated with great severity, the punishment in any case being proportioned to the offense committed. Their operations have no effect upon the general issue of the war and only tend to aggravate its severity. Life taken by them is uselessly sacrificed and with no corresponding advantage. Quell difference, here, on the rightfulness of war, rightfulness of war. With the inherent rightfulness of war, international law has nothing to do. War exists as a fact of international relations, and as such, it is accepted and discussed. In defining the law of war at any time, the attempt is made to formulate its rules and practices, and to secure the general consent of nations to such modifications of its usages as will tend towards greater humanity, or will shorten its duration, restrict its operations, and hasten the return of peace and the restoration of the belligerent states to their normal relations. Friends, this is the sweet music of reason, scanned, dequakerized, and presented for your perusal by the good progressives behind Google Books, who do much better than they know. I cannot quote this entire book. If you care about the subject, and who doesn't, it is simply worth reading. You can skip the chapters on diplomatic protocol, treaties, etc. War and sovereignty are your main concerns. Classical international law, while never perfect, was simply a beautiful piece of engineering. It solved, not perfectly, but quite effectively, a problem that today strikes us as unsolvable, enforcing good behavior among sovereign nations without a central enforcer. You might call it a peer-to-peer architecture for world peace. I'm afraid what we have now is more a client-server approach. It works, sort of. It does not strike me as stable or scalable. International law was designed for a world of equals. It broke down when one nation, first Great Britain and later the United States, took it upon itself, for motives that were superficially charitable and fundamentally Whiggish, to act as a global enforcer. At that point, it ceased to be an instrument of peace and independence and became one of domination and war. Other grain. If the entire tradition of classical international law were condensed down to 2 words, they might well be the Latin words uti possidetis. If there is a single phrase that is the key to world peace, it is this one. Amazingly enough, it even has a Wikipedia page, although the classical concept is confused with the modern and quite oxymoronic one of uti possidetis juris. The idea of uti possidetis is the principle that every government is legitimate and sovereign. All governments are de facto. Their borders are defined by the power of their military forces. If 2 states disagree on their borders, it is up to them to settle the dispute. Their settlement should be respected by all. As Davis puts it, treaties of peace resemble ordinary treaties in form, in the detailed method of preparation, and in binding force. They differ from ordinary treaties and from private contracts in respect to the position of the contracting parties who, from the necessities of the case, do not enter them upon equal terms. This in no respect detracts from their obligatory character, which cannot be too strongly insisted upon. Agreements entered into by an individual while under duress are void, because it is for the welfare of society that they should be so. If they were binding, the timid would be constantly forced by threats or violence into a surrender of their rights, and even into secrecy as to the oppression under which they were suffering. The knowledge that such engagements are void makes the attempt to extort them one of the rarest of human crimes. On the other hand, the welfare of society requires that the engagements entered into by a nation under duress should be binding. For if they were not so, wars would terminate only by the utter subjugation and ruin of the weaker party. In other words, exactly as they terminated in the 20th century, if they terminated, when either belligerent believes the object of the war to have been attained, or is convinced that it is impossible of attainment, or when the military operations of either power have been so successful as to determine the fortune of war decisively in its favor, a general truce is agreed upon, and negotiations are entered into with a view to the restoration of peace. You see the flavor of these rules. They are designed for a world of genuinely independent states, as opposed to British or American protectorates. Under the rule of uti possidetis, statehood is an objective description. No one asks, should Hamas have a state? One asks, is Gaza a state? Under classical international law, the answer is clearly yes. Let's take a brief look at how this plan would create peace in the Middle East. First, the borders between Israel and its neighbors are permanently fixed. They are simply the present lines of demarcation, as set at the end of the 1967 war. In the West Bank, there is an area of fuzzy jurisdiction. Israel maintains what might be called an imperfect occupation. Gaza is its own state. I suspect Israel would find it prudent to evacuate most of the West Bank and put it in the same status as Gaza. Call it Ramallah. The U.S. is completely neutral in these disputes. It gives Israel no aid. It gives the Palestinians no aid. It gives no one any aid. It does not need protectorates, friends, etc. It has the H-bomb and Angelina Jolie. Others can love it for the latter or fear it for the former, or possibly the reverse. It's up to them. The Middle East, and specifically the area around Israel, is actually an area of great natural stability. The area is stable because the state which does not want war, Israel, is much stronger than its aggressive, irredentist, and revanchist neighbors, Gaza and Ramallah. Therefore, there are two possibilities. One, Gaza and Ramallah recognize that they live next to the 800-pound gorilla. They watch their steps. They do not shoot rockets over the border, and they prevent their citizens from doing so. And there is no war. Two, Gaza and Ramallah persist in attacking Israel. Under classical international law, Israel exercises its right of redress and does whatever it takes to stop the attacks. If whatever it takes means that Israel has to convert the human population of Gaza into biofuel, so be it. The basic principle of classical international law is that every citizen of an enemy state is an enemy. Of course, the law of war is intended to make combat humane, and the basic principle of humanitarian war is that no forcible measures against an enemy which involve the loss of human life are justifiable, which do not bear directly upon the object of which the war is undertaken, and which do not materially contribute to bring it to an end. In other words, if Gazans are really so crazed with lust for Jewish blood that they will never stop blowing themselves up in cafes until the last Gazan is processed into a tank full of biodiesel, biodiesel it is. Otherwise, of course, these actions would be quite unjustifiable. Of course, Gazans are not really this crazy. They are normal people. They would take option one in a heartbeat. And the only reason they haven't already is that they are just doing their jobs. Hating Israel is the national industry of Palestine. That is, via American and European aid, it generates more or less the entire Palestinian GDP. If Palestinians stop attacking Israel, if they just settle down and live their lives like the normal people they are, there will be no reason for anyone to give them money, and the money will stop. Ah, you cry, but justice. The Palestinians cry for justice. Well, perhaps it is just for Israel to give the Palestinians money or land or cheeseburgers or something. I would like to think that this money should come from Israel, not from Washington. But if the Palestinians want money or land or cheeseburgers, they will have to find some way of extracting these goods from Israel or whoever else on their own. Because the world of classical international law is not the world that is ruled by Uncle Sam, dispenser of justice to all. This is the genius of classical international law. It is based on the concept of actual sovereignty. When you establish your Quaker League for enforcing peace, or even your British balance of power, you establish an international super-sovereign, which is a world government, which is not in the hands of the Quakers a workable design. It might be a workable design in the hands of the Nazis, but would you want it to be? The Palestinian problem is the reductio ad absurdum of Quakerism. Quakers believe that peace can be created by redressing grievances. When this principle is pointed toward the left, it becomes no justice, no peace. When it is pointed toward the right, it becomes appeasement. For example, New Zealand activist John Minto, who has Quaker written all over him, has produced a brilliant reinvention of Lebensraum, an artificial state for 4 million displaced Palestinians to govern themselves over several disconnected pieces of poor quality land not wanted by Israel is not viable in any meaningful sense of the word. Even if all the initial grievances are absolutely just by some objective standard, the cycle of grievance and reward will quickly attract gangsters and create a mafia grievance factory. The tragedy is that Mr. Minto and his ilk are so close to seeing the true principle of peace. Peace is learning to live with the world as it is, not as you want it to be. You'd think a Quaker would be able to see this in a flash, but I'm afraid power has corrupted them. Do the Palestinians find themselves with poor quality land? Then agriculture is probably not their métier. Dubai has some pretty crappy land as well. Its residents spend far less time brooding over the subject of Jews. Perhaps a simple solution would be for Dubai to annex Gaza. Contiguous borders, while preferable, are hardly essential in the 21st century. Forget about the past. Live in the future. It is almost impossible to overestimate how politically dependent the world's nations are on the U.S. I suspect that if we embraced the principles of classical international law overnight, next week would see military coups in almost every country in the world. In the present world, a military government in, say, Brazil would be ostracized and isolated into oblivion with remarkable speed. In the world of classical international law, the U.S. does not care what form of government is practiced in Brazil. It only cares that Brazil does not invade it, harass its shipping, welsh on its debts, etc. There is a lot of order to restore in Brazil, and a lot of prestige to be won by restoring it, at least in Brazil. And why should it matter what Washington thinks of Brazil? Answer: it shouldn't. The world of 2008 has one major sovereign state, the U.S. There are two smaller ones, Russia and China, which have passed through communism to a system of government that might almost be described as neo-reactionary. By avoiding dependency on American aid, the oil kingdoms of the Gulf also retained a certain level of sovereignty. Iran and its satellites are trying to achieve stable sovereignty by building nuclear weapons and being insanely aggressive toward America. Hopefully their aggression will stop after they succeed, but who knows? The salient financial feature of the present world is the gigantic trade deficit between the democratic world and the neo-reactionary world in favor of the latter. This is not a coincidence. The Gulf states are neo-reactionary because they have oil, which has enabled them to preserve something vaguely like their traditional forms of government, rather than becoming just more third world protectorates of the State Department. Russia, too, has oil, which after communism had the same effect. And China has that real rara avis, a healthy capitalist industrial base, a consequence of its bold resistance to democracy. This financial imbalance is oddly reminiscent of the situation between the communist and Western worlds before the collapse of the former. Of course, it could just be a coincidence. Don't get your hopes up. This one will take a while. There was a funny article the other day in the Times. It seems Kuwaitis have noticed that they have democracy, that Dubai doesn't, and that the latter seems to be rather better off for it. Don't miss the pictures of Kuwait's financial district, side-splitting. Not that Kuwait has much democracy. It's a constitutional monarchy. But Dubai is an absolute monarchy, and the difference is, remarkable, especially since Kuwait has way more oil than Dubai. The great wave of Whiggery has washed to the end of the world and the top of the beach. Its source is not moral righteousness, but mere power. That power is waning. It still looks like the future, but not as much as it used to. Patches of sand are starting to show through the water. Will another wave come, or will the water just wash back? And if so, will it wash back slowly, or will it all just disappear one day, the way communism did? Chapter 6. The Lost Theory of Government. The best way to understand government is to assume everything you know about it is nonsense. Or so at least I claimed in Chapter 5. Let's demonstrate it by solving the problem from scratch. Growing up in the modern Western world, you learned that in all pre-modern, non-Western societies, everyone, even the smartest and most knowledgeable, put their faith in theories of government now known to be nonsensical. The divine right of kings, the apostolic succession of the Pope, the Marxist evolution of history, etc. Why did such nonsense prosper? It outcompeted its non-nonsensical competitors. When can nonsense outcompete truth? When political power is on its side. Call it power distortion. And why, dear open-minded progressive, do you think your theory of government, which you did not invent yourself but received in the usual way, is anything but yet another artifact of power distortion, adapted to retain your rulers in their comfortable seats? Probably because there is a categorical difference between modern liberal democracy and the assorted monarchies, empires, dictatorships, theocracies, etc., which practiced the black art of official mind control. The priests of Amun tolerated no dissent. They flayed the heretic, the back-talker, the smart-mouth, and stretched his still-living flesh to crack and writhe in the hot African wind till the hyena or the crocodile came along to finish him.
But now they are all pushing up the asphodels, and Google hasn't even thought about deleting my blog. You think of freedom of thought as a universal antibiotic, a sure cure for power distortion. It certainly allows me to post my seditious blasphemies for now. But as a progressive, your beliefs are the beliefs of the great, the good, and the fashionable. And as we've seen over the past few chapters, power can corrupt the mind in two ways, by coercion or by seduction. The Whig, the liberal, the radical, the dissenter, the progressive, protests the former with great umbrage, especially when his ox is being gored. Over the past 4 centuries, he has ridden the latter to power. He is Boromir. He has worn the ring and worked it. And it, of course, has worked him. Today's late Whiggery, gray and huge and soft, lounges louche on its throne, fastened tight to the great plinth of public opinion that it hacked from the rock of history with its own forked and twisted tongue. The mass mind, educated to perfection, is sure. It has 2 alternatives, the Boromir thing or Hitler. And who wants Hitler? Resistance is more than useless. It is ridiculous. The Whig cackles and knocks back another magnum of mums, and a few small rats wear out our incisors on the stone. In this chapter, we'll learn the real principles of government, which have spent the last 4 centuries sunk under a Serbonian bog of meretricious liberalism. The funk of 40,000 years. We'll have to wait until chapter 7 to see what government is today. The two, of course, have nothing to do with each other, nor is this likely to change soon, nor can you do anything about it. So why bother? Why think about government? The only defense I can offer is Václav Havel's idea of living in truth. As a fellow cog in the global public supermind, you are bombarded constantly and from every direction with the progressive theory of government, with which all humans who are not ignorant, evil, or both must agree by definition, and which makes about as much sense as the Holy Trinity. If you are ready to be the nail that sticks up and is hammered down, you can be a conservative, which ties up a few of the loose ends and unties others. It also makes you a social pariah, unless most of your neighbors are named Earl. This shit is stressful. Most of us already have stressful lives. Do we need it? We don't. The nice thing about understanding government is that it gives you an off button for the endless political yammering. While it may replace this with a bit of despair as regards the future is a long way off, and not entirely without hope, but that's another post. In any case, government. First, let's establish what a government is. A government is a sovereign corporation. It is sovereign because its control over its territory is not subject to any higher authority. It is a corporation because it has a single institutional identity. All governments in history fit this definition unless their sovereignty is compromised by some stronger power. In this case, that power is the true sovereign, and your analysis should be aimed at it. Second, what makes a government good or bad? The easiest way to think about this problem is to think subjectively. Assuming you have no power over the government's decisions, under what kind of government would you prefer to live? Given 2 governments A and B, what would make you move or want to move from A to B or vice versa? The key is that we are evaluating a government based on what it does, not what it is. As Deng Xiaoping, probably the greatest statesman of the 20th century, put it, who cares if the cat is black or white so long as it catches mice? The subjective approach asks whether the government catches mice. It does not ask who the government's personnel are, or how they are selected, or how they are managed. Perhaps they are all Dinka warriors from the middle of nowhere, Sudan, chosen for their impassive visages as they execute the brutal Dinka ritual of auto-hemicastration with no implement but their own fire-hardened fingernails. If they govern well, so much the better. Your subjective desires for government may be different from mine. They probably are. In a world of good governments, subjective preferences would reduce to the trivial and cosmetic. If I am in the market for fast food and I see a Burger King next to a McDonald's, I will go with the king. Why? Does it matter? Fast food is a fine metaphor for government. You'd think managing a sovereign corporation is probably more complicated and difficult than operating a fast food chain. Heck, operating a non-sovereign U.S. state is probably harder than flipping burgers. And if B is harder than A, you'd think anyone who can pull off B would ace A. But if I saw a McDonald's next to a car meet, Mickey would be my man. Of course, there is no car meet. We do not live in a world where the state of California sees fit to operate restaurants, fast or otherwise.
There is no state burger. Even as an open-minded progressive, however, I'm afraid you will have to concede that if there was a car meet, it would either be either horrible or horribly overpriced, and probably both. Why? It will become obvious if it isn't already. But what it tells us, if this isn't already obvious, is that we don't live in a world of good government. California is better governed than 9/10 of the Earth's surface, and there is no way its government could flip a decent burger. As Mark Twain put it, Omar Khayyam, the poet-prophet of Persia, writing more than 800 years ago, has said, "In the 4 parts of the earth are many that are able to write learned books, many that are able to lead armies, and many also that are able to govern kingdoms and empires, but few there be that can keep a hotel." Twain's quote does not strike me as authentic, but I quail at the notion of Cal Stay. In any case, not only do we not live in a world of good government, we live in a world of disastrously bad government. If the 20th century does not go down in history as the golden age of awful government, it is only because the future holds some fresher hell for us. So we are not concerned with the subtleties of good government. We are not interested in excellent government. It would be nice, but we would be satisfied with mere competence, perhaps with whatever enables McDonald's to survive in a world that contains not only BK, but also In-N-Out, even though its burgers taste like boiled cardboard. Our goal is the mere basics. Here are the basics. A government should be secure, effective, and responsible. None of this is rocket science. The only secret is that there is no secret. Let's define and analyze these qualities individually, assuming the others in each. When we explain how to make a government responsible, we'll assume it is secure and effective. When we explain how to make it secure, we'll assume it is effective and responsible, etc. Let's start with effectiveness. Effectiveness is the ability to accomplish what you're trying to do. Under what design is a government most effective? We can think of effectiveness as a measure of good management. A well-managed enterprise hires the right people, spends the right amount of money on them, and makes sure they do the right things. How do we achieve effective management? We know one simple way: find the right person and put him or her in charge. This single, frail being, our administrator, holds final decision-making authority, the Roman Imperium, over budget, policy, and personnel. In the military world, this is called unity of command. In the non-sovereign corporate world, and in the non-profit world that opposes it, this individual is the CEO. Even that most anarchic of human endeavors, the open source project, tends to follow the administrator design. Why does individual administration work? When said individual is a douche, it doesn't. There is no reliable formula for good management. But there are many reliable formulas for bad management. A better question is, why does management by committee not work? Divided control of any human enterprise tends to fail because of a phenomenon generally known around the office as politics. Politics always emerges when management breaks down. An individual manager with undivided control of some enterprise can only succeed by making the enterprise succeed. Replace one manager with two, the unorthodox administrative design known as two in a box, a disaster I personally have experienced, and either has a new way to succeed, making the other fail. The more cooks, the worse the broth. In every human endeavor outside government itself, undivided administration is well known to produce optimal results. If Pete's could beat Starbucks, Southwest JetBlue, or In-N-Out Mickey D's by adopting a separation of powers or a constitution or some other architecture of leadership by consensus, one of them would certainly have tried it. Contemplate, dear friends, the great heap of Rococo procedural ornamentations that have replaced the simple principle of personal decision in the modern Western government. Montesquieuian separation of powers is the least of it. Outside the military, in which the principle of command still functions to some extent, it is simply impossible to find anyone with unified responsibility for getting anything done. And even military officers, while they have some vestiges of imperium, rapidly being sucked away by the judicial system, seldom control anything like their own budgets and have zero power over personnel. So, the modern aversion to individual management cannot be motivated by effectiveness. Undivided administration is more effective, period. We can only explain the penchant for collective decision-making as a function of responsibility or security. It is hard to see how it has anything to do with security. It must be a matter of responsibility. But in a system where no individual can be connected reliably with any success or failure, where is the responsibility? As none other than Woodrow Wilson put it in 1885, it is quite safe to say that were it possible to call together again the members of that wonderful convention of 1787 to view the work of their hands in the light of the century that has tested it, they would be the first to admit that the only fruit of dividing power had been to make it irresponsible. Wilson himself, of course, had a great deal of undivided power, nor did he use it responsibly. When we think of sovereign executives, we tend to think of bad examples. We think of Hitler, not of Frederick the Great. We don't think of Sultan Qaboos or Lee Kuan Yew or Hans Adam II. If you think this is a coincidence, think again. But perhaps a thought experiment will help. Washington, especially since it governs not only the United States but also most of the world, is just too huge to serve as a good thought experiment for government. It's easier and more fun to think in terms of California, if California could somehow be a sovereign state. Assuming security and responsibility, how could we produce effective government in California? The answer: find the world's best CEO and give him undivided control over budget, policy, and personnel. I don't think there is any debate about it. The world's best CEO is Steve Jobs. Which would you rather live in? California as it is today or Applefornia? Which would you rather carry, the iPhone or the Calphone? I rest my case. So let's segue into responsibility. Assuming a government is responsible and secure, we know how to make it effective. Hire Steve. But how do we make it responsible? Steve, after all, is a turbulent fellow. He is moody at best. He could easily go around the bend, and he is already a notorious megalomaniac, a tendency that total imperium over the Golden State, including its new military forces, whose heads are shaved, whose garb is white linen, and whose skill in synchronized martial arts demonstrations is unmatched even on the Korean Peninsula, can hardly ameliorate. A responsible, effective government has three basic parts. One is the front end, all the people who report to Steve. Two is the middle, Steve himself. Three is the back end, the people Steve is responsible to. Apple itself, like all public corporations in the modern system, has a two-level back end, a board of directors, elected, in theory, by a body of shareholders. There is no reason to copy the details of this system. Corporate governance in the U.S. today is nothing to write home about. It is the principles that matter. Call the back end the controllers. The controllers have one job: deciding whether or not Steve is managing responsibly. If not, they need to fire Steve and hire a new Steve. Mark Andreessen, perhaps. This design requires a substantial number of reasonably cogent controllers whose collective opinion is likely to be trustworthy and who share a single concept of responsibility. What happens if the controllers disagree on what responsible government means? We are back to politics. Factions and interest groups form. Each has a different idea of how Steve should run California. A coalition of a majority can organize and threaten him. Do this, do that, or it's out with Steve and in with Mark. Log rolling allows the coalition to micromanage. More funding for the threatened Mojave alligator mouse, and so on. That classic failure mode, parliamentary government, reappears. Call a controller model with a single shared concept of responsibility coherent. How, with an impossibly fuzzy word like responsibility, can we round up a large number of intelligent individuals who share a common definition? The task seems impossible, and our whole design relies on this coherent back end. Actually, there's one way to do it. We can define responsibility in financial terms. If we think of California as a profitable corporation, a capital asset whose purpose is to maximize its production of cash, we have a definition of responsibility which is not only precise and unambiguous, but indeed quantitative. Moreover, this definition solves a second problem. How do we select the controllers? If our controllers are the parties to whom the profits are actually paid, and their voting power is proportional to the fractions they receive, they have not only a shared definition of responsibility, but an incentive to apply that definition in practice. We have, of course, reinvented the joint stock company. There is no need to argue over whether this design works. It does. The relevant question is, in the context of government, does this financial definition of responsibility actually match the goal we started out with? In other words, will an effectively managed government, remember we are assuming security and effectiveness, which is responsible only in the sense that it tries to maximize its profits in the infinite term, actually provide the good customer service that is our goal? Will it catch mice for us? Or will it flay us and hang us out to dry, etc.? As a progressive, you consider undivided government, dictatorship, the root of all evil. It is impossible to enumerate the full list of reasons behind this belief. It's like asking you why you prefer a romantic candlelight dinner for two at a simple yet elegant French restaurant to being dragged alive behind an 18-wheeler at highway speed until there is nothing on the rope but a flap of bloody skin. When we add the abominable and astonishing suggestion that said government should actually turn a profit, we reach maximum horror. But if we are not willing to question even our deepest beliefs, our minds are hardly open. First, it helps to remember that profitability is hardly antithetical to good customer service. Again, try the restaurant analogy. If all restaurants were non-profits, do you think we would have better food or worse? How does a non-profit restaurant differ from Carl Meat, which has no institutional incentive to keep its diners coming back? Perhaps if the restaurant is a small cooperative run by people who really love food, it will continue to shine. California is not a small anything, and my own interactions with its employees have revealed no such passion. Second, I suspect that your deepest fear about undivided government is that it will in some way prove sadistic. It will torment and abuse its residents for no reason at all. Perhaps, for example, Steve will decide to massacre the Jews. Why not? It's been done before. Think about this for a minute. Steve is responsible to his controllers, who evaluate his performance based on his stewardship of one asset, California. The value of California is the sum of the value of its shares. If one goes up or down, so does the other. Which is worth more? California or California infested by Jew-eating crocodiles? Which can be made to produce more revenue? The former, clearly. Jews pay taxes. Crocodile dung doesn't. And from the perspective of either Steve or the Jews, what is the difference between crocodiles and stormtroopers? At least the former will work for free. Perhaps this is skipping ahead slightly, but one way to understand why Stevifornia will not be sadistic and aggressive is to explain why the Third Reich and the Soviet Union were. Sadism was not profitable for Hitler or Stalin, not that they cared all that much. But they cared a little. Money meant power, and Hitler and Stalin certainly cared for power. The sadistic side of these states is best understood as part of their security model. Hitler and Stalin were not gods. They could not shoot lightning bolts or resist bullets. They rose to and stayed in power by ruthless intimidation, up to and certainly including murder. Stalin didn't kill all those old Bolsheviks because they had bad breath or had made passes at his wife. In the 20th century's totalitarian states, murder, foreign and domestic, was an essential strut in the leader's security design. We will not be reproducing this element, but I digress. Third, as a progressive, you think of government as a charitable institution. You think of its purpose as doing good works. And indeed, today's governments do many good works. They also do many things that are not good works, but purport to be. But that is beside the point. Let's assume that all its good works are good indeed. Clearly, good works are not compatible with turning a profit. It is easy to see how California improves its bottom line by refraining from the massacre of Jews. It is hard to see how it improves its bottom line by feeding the poor, healing the lame, and teaching the blind to see. And indeed, it doesn't. So we can separate California's expenses into two classes, those essential or profitable for California as a business, and those that are unnecessary and wasteful, such as feeding the poor, etc., etc. Let them starve. Who likes poor people anyway? And as for the blind, bumping into lampposts will help them build character. Everyone needs character. I am not Steve Jobs. I would be very ill-suited to the management of California, and I have not done the math. But my suspicion is that eliminating these pointless expenses alone, without any other management improvements, would turn California, now drowning in the red, into a hellacious gold-spewing cash machine. We're talking dividends up the wazoo. Stevifornia will make Gazprom look like a pump-and-dump penny stock, and suddenly a solution suggests itself. What we've done with our separation of expenses is to divide California's spending into two classes, essential and discretionary. There is another name for a discretionary payment, a dividend. By spending money to heal the lame, California is in effect paying its profits to the lame. It is just doing it in a very fiscally funky manner. Thus, we can think of California's spending on good works as profits which are disbursed to an entity responsible for good works. Call it CalGood. If instead of spending $30 billion per year on good works, California shifts all its good works and good workers to CalGood, issues CalGood shares that pay dividends of $30 billion per year, and says goodbye, we have the best of both worlds. California is now a lean, mean cash printing machine, and the blind can see, the lame can walk, etc., etc. Furthermore, CalGood's shares are, like any shares, negotiable. They are just financial instruments. If CalGood's investment managers decide it makes financial sense to sell California and buy Google or Gazprom or General Electric, they can go right ahead. So without harming the poor, the lame, or the blind at all, we have completely separated California from its charitable activities. The whole idea of government as a doer of good works is thoroughly phony. Charity is good and government is necessary, but there is no essential connection between them. Of course, in real life, the idea of CalGood is slightly creepy. You'd probably want a few hundred special-purpose charities, which would be much more nimble than big lumbering CalGood. Of course, they would be much, much more nimble than California, which is kind of the point. We could go even farther than this. We could issue these charitable shares not to organizations that produce services, but to the actual individuals who consume these services. Why buy canes for the blind? Give the blind money. They can buy their own freaking canes. If there is anyone who would rather have $100 worth of free services than $100, he's a retard. Some people are, of course, retards. Excuse me, they suffer from mental disabilities. And one of the many, many things that California State of Love does is to hover over them with its soft, downy wings. Needless to say, Stevifornia will not have soft, downy wings. It will be hard and shiny with a lot of brushed aluminum. So what will it do with its retards? My suspicion is that Stevifornia will do something like this. It will classify all humans on its land surface into 3 categories: guests, residents, and dependents. Guests are just visiting and will be sent home if they cause any trouble. Residents are ordinary grown-up people who live in California, pay taxes, are responsible for their own behavior, etc. And dependents are persons large or small, young or old, who are not responsible but need to be cared for anyway. The basic principle of dependency is that a dependent is a ward. He or she surrenders his or her personal independence to some guardian authority. The guardian holds imperium over the dependent, that is, controls the dependent's behavior. In turn, the guardian is responsible for the care and feeding of the dependent, and is liable for any torts the dependent commits. As you can see, this design is not my invention. At present, a large number of Californians are wards of the state itself. Some of them are incompetent, some are dangerous, some are both. Under the same principle as CalGood, these dependents can be spun off into external organizations along with revenue streams that cover their costs. Criminals are a special case of dependent. Most criminals are mentally competent, but no more an asset to California than Jew-eating crocodiles. A sensible way to house criminals is to attach them as wards to their revenue streams, but let the criminal himself choose a guardian and switch if he is dissatisfied. I suspect that most criminals would prefer a very different kind of facility than those in which they are housed at present. I also suspect that there are much more efficient ways to make criminal labor pay its own keep. And I suspect that in Stevifornia there would be very little crime. In fact, if I was Steve, which of course I'm not, I might well shoot for the goal of providing free crime insurance to my residents. Imagine if you could live in a city where crime was so rare that the government could guarantee restitution for all victims. Imagine what real estate would cost in this city. Imagine how much money its owners would make. Then imagine that CalGood has a third of the shares. It won't just heal the lame, it will give them bionic wings. But I digress. So we move on to our third essential, security. Note that this is Arnold Kling's objection to the above design, which I've given the cute name of neo-cameralism. Security is the art of ensuring that your decision process cannot be compromised by any force, domestic or foreign. Steve, for instance, is entirely indifferent to the opinions of Stevifornians, except inasmuch as those opinions affect his quarterly numbers. This is the ideal type 3 inches state. You think what you want, and Steve does what he wants. The government neither controls public opinion nor is controlled by it. If nothing quite like a neo-cameralist government has ever existed in history, the reason is not hard to figure out. How do you secure an intricate decision mechanism like the above? What happens if the controllers decide to fire Steve and Steve doesn't want to go? How does Steve remain in power if 1 million Stevifornians storm the presidential palace and the guards side with the crowd and turn their guns around? Fortunately, we do not have to design a solution that will protect Charles X, no relation to Malcolm, from the machinations of the treacherous Marmont. The neo-cameralist state never existed before the 21st century. It never could have existed. The technology wasn't there. Secure neo-cameralism depends on a cryptographic decision and command chain, CDCC. Once the world has cryptographically secure government, it will wonder how it ever lived without it. In the world of today, the security of all governments is dependent on mere personal loyalty. The U.S. Army could take over Washington tomorrow if it wanted to. It certainly cannot be compelled to obey the President, the Supreme Court, the Congress, or anyone else. It so happens that the U.S. military has a strong tradition of loyalty, a tradition that was tested, for example, in the case of the Bonus Army. Would today's army fire on an American mob, especially a mob that shared its political orientation? Hopefully, we will not find out. The only reason that we accept this appalling and dangerous state of affairs is that we don't know there's an alternative. But there is, actually, in the form of permissive action links. This is an old Cold War design that implements the command side of a CDCC for nuclear weapons only. The control codes are in the president's pocket. In a full CDCC government, the sovereign decision and command chain is secured from end to end by military-grade cryptography. All government weapons, not just nukes, but everything right down to small arms, are inoperable without code authorization. In any civil conflict, loyal units will find that their weapons work. Disloyal units will have to improvise. The result is predictable, as results should be. Cryptographic command of the military has a critical effect on political dynamics. It makes public opinion irrelevant. Today, even the most militaristic of military despotisms has to invest considerable effort in persuading, cajoling, or compelling the public to support it, because the army is inevitably drawn from that public. Witness Marmont, who decided his chances were better with Orléans than Artois. This is the final blow in the elimination of politics. Men enter politics because they have a lust for power. Good men as well as bad men lust for power. And sometimes it does happen that good men lust for power, seize it and use it to do good things. But it is more the exception than the rule, and the lust for power is an eminently practical one. If no power is available, no one will bother to scheme for it. Take Apple, for example. Mac users, such as myself, are tied to its vagaries. For example, the battery for the MacBook Pro is shite. It's disposable. I believe it may actually be made of toilet paper, chewing gum, and old paper clips. I go through 2 a year, and I hardly use them. How do I cope with this appalling injustice? I deal. Why do I deal? Because even if I went onto the right forums and whipped up a screaming mob and persuaded them to march around and around and around one infinite loop, chanting slogans and burning old batteries, I know that it would have absolutely no impact on Steve's handling of the problem, which I suppose he doesn't think is a problem at all. In fact, it would probably make him more stubborn. There is simply no way for anyone outside Apple to influence Apple's decision process by the use of force. Apple is not sovereign. It does not have a white-robed, black-belt army. It relies on the security forces of Uncle Sam, or at least Cupertino. But the problem is solved anyway, and I consider this a good thing. Cryptography applies to the back end as well, the decision side. If the controllers vote to refuse to renew Steve's key and anoint Mark instead, Steve will no longer have command of the army. He won't even have command of his office door. He will have to call security to let him out of the building. If you doubt that this is technically feasible, it is. Once we realize that 21st century technology is needed to implement the neo-cameralist design, we understand why good old cameralism, Frederick the Great style, was the best that previous centuries could do. What Whigs call absolute monarchy and non-Whigs just call monarchy collapsed the controllers and the administrator into a single royal person, solving the decision problem quite neatly and introducing a nasty biological variable into the responsibility mix. And on the command side, it relied on loyalty, which was not always there. Was royalism a perfect system? It was not. But if we imagine a world in which the revolutions and civil wars of the last 4 centuries had never happened, it is hard not to imagine that world as happier, wealthier, freer, more civilized, and more pleasant. At least if you're an unregenerate Jacobite like me.
Chapter 7. The Ugly Truth About Government. In Chapter 6, Dear Open-Minded Progressive, we worked through a clean room redesign of government. The result had no resemblance to present institutions and little resemblance to past ones. Should this surprise you? Do you expect history's fruits to be sweet? In this chapter, we'll look at what those fruits actually are. Perhaps you didn't spend your 11th grade civics class hanging out behind the goalposts smoking chiba. If you are still in 11th grade civics class, it's much more exciting if you're stoned. Perhaps you even read the Times on a regular basis. The Times is even more awful when you're stoned. Perhaps you assume by default that the vast parade of facts poured into your head by this and other such reliable sources must constitute at least a basic understanding. You would be incorrect in this. And we have a Mr. Machiavelli who is to government as Isaac Newton is to physics, Barry Bonds is to baseball, and Albert Hoffman is to LSD to tell us why. He who desires or attempts to reform the government of a state and wishes to have it accepted and capable of maintaining itself to the satisfaction of everybody must at least retain the semblance of the old forms, so that it may seem to the people that there has been no change in the institutions, even though in fact they are entirely different from the old ones. For the great majority of mankind are satisfied with appearances, as though they were realities, and are often even more influenced by the things that seem than by those that are. So, for example, the Roman Principate, and even to some extent the Dominate, preserved the forms of the old republic. If Rome under Augustus had had a New York Times, it would have been full of the doings of the Senate and the consuls. The senators said this, the consuls did that, when in reality, everything that mattered went through Augustus. If the entire Senate had fallen through a manhole in the Forum, nothing would have changed, except, of course, that the illusion of the Republic could no longer be maintained. The Romans even had a word for a monarch, the good old Latin rex. No Roman emperor, however dissolute, autocratic, or hubristic, ever adopted the title of king. Emperor is simply an anglicization of imperator, meaning commander, i.e., a general. Often when the illusion ceases to delude anyone, it persists as a linguistic convention, especially on the tongues of officials. So in British official language, one still may speak as if the Queen were the absolute personal ruler of the UK, when in fact she has no power at all. No one is confused by this. It is just a quaint turn of speech. Still, it has its effect. Power is a shy beast. She flees the sound of her name. When we ask who rules the UK, we are not looking for the answer, the Queen. The Queen may rock, but everyone knows she doesn't rule. Parting this thin outer peel, we come on the word Parliament, with which most of us are satisfied. This is your official answer. The Queen holds nominal power. Parliament holds formal power. But does this tell us where the actual power is? Why should we expect it to? Since when has it ever? Power has all the usual reasons to hide. Power is delicious, and everyone wants it. To bite into its crisp, sweet flesh, to lick its juices off your lips. This is more than pleasure. It is satisfaction. It is fulfillment. It is meaning. The love of a bird for a caterpillar is a tenuous and passing attachment next to the bond between a man and power. Of course, power, like the caterpillar, may have other defenses, poison-filled spines and the like. But why not start with camouflage? Why look like anything more than a stick or a leaf? Of course, as a progressive, you have all sorts of ideas about where power is hiding. It is in the hands of the corporations, the crooked politicians, the bankers, the military, the television preachers, and so on. It would be unfair to denigrate all of these perspectives as conspiracy theories. And it is also unfair to denigrate all conspiracy theories as false. Lenin, for instance, was a conspirator. So were Alger Hiss, Benedict Arnold, even Machiavelli himself. Nonetheless, the best place to hide is usually in plain sight. For example, Noam Chomsky once wrote a book called Manufacturing Consent, which argues that corporations exercise power by controlling the mass media. The phrase is borrowed from Walter Lippmann's Public Opinion, a book which every progressive will do well to read. LaWick has a fine summary. When properly utilized, the manufacture of consent, Lippmann argues, is useful and necessary for modern society because the common interests, the general concerns of all people, are not obvious in many cases and only become clear upon careful data collection and analysis.
which most of the people are either uninterested in or incapable of doing. Most people, therefore, must have the world summarized for them by those who are well informed. Since Lippmann includes much of the political elite within the set of those incapable of properly understanding by themselves the complex, unseen environment in which the affairs of the modern state take place, he proposes having professionals, a specialized class, collect and analyze data and present the conclusions to the decision makers. The decision makers then take decisions and use the art of persuasion to inform the public about the decisions and the circumstances surrounding them. Who is Lippmann's specialized class? Is it Chomsky's corporate CEOs? Rupert Murdoch, perhaps? Au contraire. It is folks like Lippmann himself, journalists. Lippmann described his analysis and persuasion agency, somewhat infelicitously, as an intelligence bureau. Thus, we have two candidates for who is manufacturing consent. It could be the corporate executives to whom the journalists report. Or it could be the journalists themselves in plain sight. Or, of course, both, in the true Agatha Christie style. As political detectives, we may ask, which of these parties has the means, motive, and opportunity? But I'm getting ahead of myself. Starting from the usual first principles, we are attempting to understand our system of government. What one word, dear progressives, best describes the modern Western system of government? You probably said democracy. If you got two words, you might say representative democracy. So, our progressive scratch monkey, Mr. Strauss, explains the success of democracy in terms of its supposed advantages here. He actually comes surprisingly close to the truth, as we'll see in a little bit. Words mean whatever we want them to. But if we interpret the phrase representative democracy to mean a political system in which power is held by the representatives of the people as chosen in democratic elections, the United States is a representative democracy in just the same sense that the Roman Empire was a republic, the United Kingdom is a kingdom, and the Chinese Communist Party is communist. In fact, dear progressive, you fear and loathe democracy. Moreover, you are right to do so. Representative democracy is a thoroughly despicable system of government. It is dangerous and impractical at best, criminal at worst. And you hate it like the poison it is. But you don't hate it under this name. You hate it under the name of politics. Think of the associations that the words political, partisan, politician, and so on produce in your mind. You say, George W. Bush politicized the Justice Department, and this is a brutal indictment. If you hated black people the way you hate politics, you might say George W. Bush Negroized the Justice Department, and the phrase would carry the same payload of contempt. Similarly, when you hear antonyms such as apolitical, nonpartisan, bipartisan, or even the new and truly ludicrous postpartisan, your heart thrills with warmth and affection, just as it would if you were a racist and you heard the words Nordic, Anglo-Saxon, or a melanistic, and as it does when you hear the word democracy. You certainly would never say that George W. Bush democratized the Justice Department. And yet, when you hear the phrase apolitical democracy, it sounds slightly off. Can we have democracy without politics? Representative democracy without politics? What would that even mean? That there are no parties, perhaps? So let me get this straight. 2 parties is good, 1 party is bad, very bad, no parties at all is even better. Lawick has a curious page for non-partisan democracy in which some of these issues are explored in the typical disjointed and unenlightening manner. This is simply one of these contradictions that we find in the modern progressive mind. You have probably wondered idly about it yourself. Since, as we've seen, progressivism is an essentially religious movement, the mystery of politics, that necessary evil of democracy, slides neatly into the same lobe of your brain that was in less enlightened days reserved for the great questions of theology. How can God be 3 persons at once? A wondrous mystery indeed. 2 fresh yarns in the Pravda illustrate the irony beautifully. In the first, which we've linked to before, our brave reporter is positively amused to find a native tribe so benighted that they might imagine they'd be better off without democracy. In the second, our fearless correspondent is shocked that, in darkest North America, the savages are so backward and credulous as to entertain the preposterous belief that counting heads amidst the mob is a sensible way to select responsible public officials. Let's probe a little deeper into this mystery. If the actions of our democratic governments are not to be ascribed to the venal machinations of politicians, who is responsible for them? Who in the ideal a political, non-partisan, or post-partisan state calls the shots? We are back to the basic question of power, which Lenin once summarized as who, whom. This made more sense in English when we still use the word whom. What Lenin meant was who rules whom. So if politicians should not rule, whom dear progressives should? If we continue our pattern of two-word answers, the answer is public policy. To the progressive, rather ironically, considering the history, Lenin's question is completely inappropriate. You reject the idea that government means that who must rule whom. Rather, you believe that government, when conducted properly in the public interest, is an objective discipline, like physics or geology or mathematics. It does not matter who the physicists, geologists, or mathematicians are. There is no German physics, liberal geology, or Catholic mathematics. There is only correct physics, correct geology, and correct mathematics. The process and criteria by which physicists separate correct from incorrect physics is quite different from that for geology or mathematics, and none of these processes is perfect or works instantaneously. But all have an obvious tendency to progress from error and ignorance to truth and knowledge. Needless to say, if the United States were blessed with a Department of Mathematics, honestly, I'm not sure why it isn't, but we can rest assured that if this wrong is ever righted, it will stay righted. It would be thoroughly inappropriate and irresponsible for George W. Bush to politicize the department's deliberations on topology, computability, game theory, etc. Public policy, of course, must not contradict physics, geology, or mathematics. But these are not its main linchpins. When we look inside the magic box of public policy, we see fields such as law and economics and ethics and sociology and psychology and public health and foreign policy and journalism and education. And when we look at the history of these fields, we tend to see one of two things. Either A, the field was more or less invented in the 20th century, sociology, psychology, or B, its 20th century principles bear very little relation to those of its 19th century predecessor, law, economics. We saw this in Chapter 5, for example, with international law. But again, I am getting ahead of myself. As a progressive, you regard the fields of public policy as more or less scientific. The 20th century is the century of scientific public policy. And just as there is no German physics or Catholic mathematics, there is no German public policy or Catholic public policy. There is only public policy. There is no who. There is no rule. There is no world domination. There is only global governance. So we see why it's inappropriate for George W. Bush to politicize the Justice Department. It is because the Justice Department is staffed with legal scholars. Is George W. Bush a legal scholar? Is a boar hog an F-16? When politics intrudes on the realm of science, it's more than just a violation. It's a kind of rape. One is instantly reminded of the Nazi stormtroopers dancing around their flaming piles of books. One, if one is an American, is also reminded of the mindless jockery that ruled one's high school years. Do you, dear progressive, have any hesitation about picking a side in this dispute? Of course not. Thus we see the fate of representative political democracy, which survives as a sort of vestigial reptile brain or fetal gill slit in the era of scientific government. In classic Machiavellian style, the form democracy has been redefined. It no longer means that the public's elected representatives control the government. It means that the government implements scientific public policy in the public interest. Public policy is in the public interest by definition. We may summarize the whole in Lincoln's concise phrase, government of the people, by the people, for the people. All governments are of the people. They also provide animal control. The people being what they are by the people turns out to be a bad idea, but we can still have government for the people, which gives us 2 out of 3, which ain't bad. Since it is both of the people and for the people, and demos, after all, just means people, we can keep the good old word for our modern scientific democracy. You may already know all this, but perhaps it's worth a brief tour of how this system evolved. The basically criminal nature of the old political form of democracy has been discovered and rediscovered many times in American, and before that, of course, British history. In his American creation, the popular historian Joseph Ellis summarizes the founders' judgment on democracy, an alien parasitic force. This, of course, would be their judgment as of the 1790s, not the 1770s, at which point they had had plenty of experience with said parasitic force. Any pre-modern history of the period I recommend Albert Beveridge's 4-volume Life of John Marshall. Will show you why. There is a reason you didn't learn much about the First Republic in that 11th grade civics class. The Second Republic, or constitutional period, saw a return to government by enlightened aristocrats, first under the Federalists and later under the Jeffersonians, who rather cleverly rode a wave of mob agitation into office and then ruled in a distinctly Federalist style, a trick that would later be repeated. This era of good feelings lasted until the election of your politician Andrew Jackson, who, among other works of genius, invented the spoils system, the unabashed selection of political loyalists for government jobs. The following period of political turmoil, while distinguished by occasional flashes of sanity, such as the best system of government finance in history, and ameliorated by gridlock between North and South, which preserved a remarkably small and simple Washington, degenerated into the mass military insanity of the 1860s. Many Northern intellectuals, such as Henry Adams, had assumed that the defeat of the slave power would heal all the woes of the federal city and transform it into the shining light it was meant to be. Au contraire. Instead, in the Union period or Third Republic, what was by 20th century standards a remarkably limited government, but by 18th century standards an almost omnipotent one, fell into the hands of ethnic machines, corrupt politicians, quasi-criminal financiers, sinister wire pullers, unscrupulous journalists, vested interests, and the like. History, which of course is always on the side of the winners, has written this down as the Gilded Age. For all its faults, the Gilded Age system created perhaps the most responsible and effective government in U.S. history. Architecture is always a good clue to the nature of power, and Gilded Age buildings where they still stand are invariably decorative. The country's prosperity and productivity was, of course, unmatched. Its laws were strict and strictly enforced. Nothing like today's festering ulcers of crime were imaginable. An English journalist of Tory bent, G.W. Stevens, wrote an excellent travelogue of Gilded Age America, the land of the dollar. It's very readable, especially if you don't mind the N-word. Stevens, in 1898, was unable to locate anything like a slum in New York City, and his intentions were not complimentary. It's an interesting exercise to compare the hyperventilations of a Gilded Age social reformer like Jacob Riis, the title How the Other Half Lives may ring a bell, to the world of Sudhir Venkatesh. Riis's tenement dwellers are sometimes less than well scrubbed. They can be slovenly. They drink a lot of beer. Their apartments are small and have poor ventilation. Ventilation, for some reason, seems to be a major concern. All these horrors still afflict the present-day residents of the Lower East Side, who are hardly in need of anyone's charity. But the Gilded Age political system was, again, criminal. In other words, it was democratic. The old American system is probably best compared to the government of China today. While they evolved from very different origins, they have converged in that universal medium, corruption. Government serves as a profit center, but unlike in neo-cameralism, the distribution of profits is informal. The dividends are fought over with 1,000 non-transparent stratagems. Since China is not a democracy, vote buying is not practiced there. It was certainly practiced here. And the bosses and plutocrats were not, by and large, cultured men. Sometimes I feel this is the main objection of their enemies. The American intellectual aristocracy simply could not tolerate a world in which their country was governed by these corrupt, boorish thugs. So, as aristocrats will, they plotted their revenge. I mentioned reform earlier, and Machiavelli, if you scroll back to the top, uses the same word. Of course, he simply meant change the form of. He implies no connotations. But notice, dear progressive, your associations with the word reform. Like nonpartisan and all those other good words, it is connected with the happy part of your brain. Lawick's reform page is not bad. Politically, the deepest roots of the present regime are found in the liberal Republicans and the mugwumps of the early Union period. The cause they are most associated with is civil service reform, which removed the president's power to staff the civil service and replaced it with competitive examinations, which tended to select, of course, scions of said aristocracy. Lawick has many other discussions of early progressivism, the settlement movement, the Fabians, the muckrakers. You were probably exposed to large doses of this in your 11-3 grade civics class. If you are still in 11-3 grade civics class, take an extra hit for this material. You'll need it. It is interesting to go back and read, say, Lincoln Steffens today. Unfortunately, Google Books has failed us on his Shame of the Cities, But here is a sample, and Steffens' autobiography, really a series of rants drawn loosely from his life, is easily obtainable. What comes through is most of all a tremendous sense of smugness and arrogance. Steffens, for example, will be talking to Teddy Roosevelt, a close personal friend. But the Prez doesn't always take Steffens' advice. He compromises sometimes. That's because he's weak or ignorant or corrupt or maybe all three. Steffens' tone only works if you think of him as the underdog. But underdogs are infrequently found in the Oval Office, and hindsight indeed shows us that this underdog won, which makes him the overdog. And while its long-departed ghost is easily recognizable in the rhetoric of, say, a Michael Moore, a brief glance at Steffens' work will show you that nothing like the political tradition he is attacking exists in the world today. To the extent that there are ethnic political machines, they are firmly in the hands of Steffens' successors. Whereas Steffens' tradition has flourished, he was the mentor, for example, of Walter Lippmann. If you trace the social network of modern journalism, all the lines would go back to Steffens and his cronies. And the lines lead overseas as well. Steffens went to Russia in 1919, and he loved it. As he wrote in 1930, Soviet Russia was a revolutionary government with an evolutionary plan. Their plan was not by direct action to resist such evils as poverty and riches, graft, privilege, tyranny, and war, but to seek out and remove the causes of them. They were at present only laying a basis for these good things. They had to set up a dictatorship, supported by a small trained minority, to make and maintain for a few generations a scientific rearrangement of economic forces which would result in economic democracy first and political democracy last. Economic democracy. Contemplate this concept, dear reader. Whatever economic democracy may be, it certainly has nothing at all to do with the practice of entrusting control of the state to elected representatives. Steffens then allows Lenin, whom he is interviewing, to deliver a few paragraphs on the necessity of murdering the bourgeoisie, and finally delivers his famous line, "So you've been over into Russia?" asked Bernard Baruch, and I answered very literally, "I have been over into the future, and it works." This was in Joe Davidson's studio, where Mr. Baruch was sitting for a portrait bust. The sculptor asked if I wasn't glad to get back. I was. It was a mental change we had experienced, not physical. Bullitt asked in surprise why it was that, having been so elated by the prospect of Russia, we were so glad to be back in Paris. I thought it was because, though we had been in heaven, we were so accustomed to our own civilization that we preferred hell. We were ruined. We could recognize salvation but could not be saved. Indeed, what Steffens calls applied Christianity, and you, our readers, will recognize as our good old friend, creeping Quakerism, is seldom far beneath the surface in his work. I think you get the drift, but let us summarize. Note that propaganda is not yet a term of abuse in 1930. In Russia, the ultimate purpose of this conscious process of merging politics and business is to abolish the political state as soon as its sole uses are served, to make defensive war abroad and at home, and to teach the people by propaganda and by enforced conditions to substitute new for old ideas and habits. The political establishment is a sort of protective scaffolding within which the temporary dictatorship is building all agriculture, all industries, and all businesses into one huge centralized organization. They will point out to you from over there that our businesses, too, are and long have been coming together, merging trusts into combines, which in turn unite into greater and greater monopolies. They think that when we Western reformers and liberals resist this tendency, we are standing in the way of a natural, inevitable economic compulsion to form one big union of business. All that they have changed is the ownership, which they and Henry Ford think is about all that's wrong. Aren't they right to encourage the process? Aren't we wrong to oppose it? Note this recycling of ideas through Russia. There is nothing Russian at all about the dream Steffens is purveying. It is all in Edward Bellamy. From day one, a substantial and influential section of the American intelligentsia were the patrons, intellectual and political, of the Soviet Union, which spent all 80 years of its life manfully trying to implement Bellamy's vision. Imagine how, say, libertarians would react if Russia decided to turn itself into a libertarian utopia. Imagine how easily they might come to overlook the matter if achieving the libertarian utopia turned out to involve, just a little bit of good old Russian-style killing. In self-defense, of course. Libertarians believe in self-defense, don't they? And besides, we're just killing government officials, and so on. Your understanding of the bond between the American aristocracy and the Soviets has been distorted by both right and left. The left has done everything possible to bury their complicity in the monstrous crimes of their Slavic epigonies. The right has assisted them by misrepresenting the structure of this complicity, which was never, even in such clear-cut cases as Alger Hiss, a simple matter of treason. The American side was always the senior partner in the marriage. The prestige of their distinguished Western patrons was a key ingredient in the Soviet formula for legitimacy and internal control, and the growing staleness of the alliance contributed far more, I think, to the Soviet collapse than most today admit. Anyway, let's briefly finish up our origin myth, which ends, of course, in 1933. An excellent history of the period is supplied by the historian and progressive James Truslow Adams, who followed his 4-volume March of Democracy with 2 volumes of yearbooks, written every year and not, so far as I can determine, edited afterward, covering each year to 1948. This provides a pleasant hindsightless feel found in few other treatments of the period. In his history of 1933, Adams reports, nothing much was known about Roosevelt except his smile. As William Allen White wrote at the time of his inauguration, "We are putting our hands in a grab bag. Heaven only knows what we shall pull out." With the disingenuousness apparently required of a presidential candidate, his campaign speeches had not disclosed his real views. Well, that's putting it mildly. In fact, they had disclosed other views which were not his real views. As Mariner Eccles put it, given later developments, the campaign speeches often read like a giant misprint in which Roosevelt and Hoover speak each other's lines. Apparently, White, for some reason, knew the story behind the script. Of course, if you don't believe in democracy, there is no reason not to treat it with contempt. Adams, with only a mild glaze of sycophancy, reports the results. FDR was, in fact, with the help of what he considered the best expert advice, although always making final decision himself, trying experiments, and occasionally he frankly said so. In these experiments, he has been motivated by 2 objects. One, the overcoming of the Depression, and the other, the making over of the economic organization of the nation, the latter being what he called in his campaign speeches, the New Deal. It is this which appears, it is too soon to speak positively, his chief objective, and it is difficult as yet to judge what his conception of the new society may be. In his first year, he has shown enormous courage, but has, apparently, not seldom changed his point of view, as well as his advisers. As the latter loomed large in the administration, to a considerable extent displacing the regular cabinet in public sight, the so-called brain trust requires some comment. Of recent years, college professors have been more and more frequently called into consultation as experts. Hoover made frequent application to them when President Roosevelt did the same as governor of New York, and foreign governments have done likewise. However, they have never been so in the forefront of affairs as since Roosevelt entered the White House, and this, together with the vagueness of what the New Deal might signify, helped to hinder the restoration of confidence. The lack of ability to foresee the future, to say nothing in too many cases of the absence of personal integrity, had indeed thrown the big businessmen, the bankers and captains of industry, into the discard. But on the other hand, the American has never had much belief in the practical ability of a professor, and the experts have disagreed among themselves as notably as doctors are said to do. Moreover, Roosevelt chose many of his advisers from the distinct radical or left-wing group, the names of most of them being utterly new to the public. At first, among the chief of these appear to have been Professor Raymond Moley, Dr. R.G. Tugwell, and A.A. Burl, Jr., all of Columbia University, New York. In the summer of 1933, there were added to these and many others Professor G.F. Warren of Cornell, a leading advocate of the commodity dollar, and Professor J.H. Rogers of Yale. At least 20 or 30 others could be mentioned. It is to the brain trust that we owe the carrying out of the vague New Deal, or as a great admirer of the president prefers to call it, the Roosevelt Revolution. What the final result may be, no one can yet say. But as we shall see at the end of the chapter, they have presented a staggering bill for the American citizen to pay. Indeed, I doubt there is a more succinct history of the birth of public policy. I date the Fourth Republic and the Progressive period to 1933. We can read this story in two ways. We can read it as the coming of modern scientific government in the United States, or we can read it as the transfer of power from political democracy to the American university system, which, just for the sake of a catchy catchword, I like to call the cathedral. Albert J. Nock had no doubts on the matter. Allow me to reproduce a section of his diary from 1933, 29 October. And so Brother Hitler decides he will no longer play with the League of Nations. This leaves the League in rather a shattered state, as Artemus Ward said of the Confederate Army after Lee's surrender. That army now consists of Kirby Smith, 4 mules, and a bass drum, and is moving rapidly towards Texas. 30 October. Public doings in this country are beyond all comment. Roosevelt has assembled in Washington the most extraordinary aggregation of quacks, I imagine, that was ever seen herded together. His passage from the scene of political action will remove the most lively showman that has been seen in America since the death of P.T. Barnum. The absence of opposition is remarkable. Republicans seem to have forgotten that the function of an opposition is to oppose. I say this in derision, of course, for our politics are always bipartisan. I have talked with many people. No one has any confidence in Roosevelt's notions, but the organs of public opinion either praise him or are silent. And no one expects that Congress will call him on the carpet. The only certain things are that his fireworks will cost a lot of money, and that they will enlarge our bureaucracy indefinitely. Most of the big federal slush fund that the taxpayers will create next year will go to local politicians, nominally for improvements, unemployment or whatnot, but actually for an increase of jobs and jobbery. This ought to build up a very strong machine for the next campaign, as I am convinced it is meant to do, and all it is meant to do, and no doubt it will. I notice that the new move of juggling with the price of gold has been turned over to the RFC instead of to the Treasury, thus making the RFC a personal agent of the president. 31 October. To my mind, there was never a better example of getting up a scare in order, as Mr. Jefferson said, to waste the labors of the people under the pretense of taking care of them. Our improvement, such as it is, was underway in June, and there is no evidence whatever that Mr. Roosevelt's meddling has accelerated it. One is reminded of the headlong haste about framing the federal Constitution on the pretext that the country was going to the dogs under the Articles of Confederation, when in fact it was doing very well indeed, as recent researches have shown. All this is a despicable trick. The papers say that in this business of meddling with the gold market, Roosevelt is influenced by the theories of Irving Fisher. It reminds me that when I was in Europe, I heard that one of Hitler's principal lieutenants is a chap that I used to know pretty well. The only name I can think of is Helfschlager, and that is not right. His family are the big art dealers in Munich, Hanfstangl, that's it. I got well acquainted with him in New York, and saw him afterward in Munich, and came away with the considered belief that he is a fine fellow and uncommonly likable, but just as crazy as a loon. I have long had precisely that opinion of Fisher. Therefore, if it is true that Irving Fisher is to the front in America and Helfschlager in Germany, I think the future for both countries looks pretty dark. Don't miss LeWick on Irving Fisher. The page demonstrates the dichotomy perfectly. So, as so often here on UR, we have two ways to see reality. Either power has passed into the hands of the cathedral, or it has disappeared and been replaced by mere science, public policy. Of course, you know what I think, but what do you think? If we can conceive the cathedral as an actual, non-divinely inspired political machine for a moment, suspending any resentment or reverence we may feel toward it, not assuming that the policies it produces are good or bad or true or false, we can just admire it from an engineering perspective and see how well it works. First, if there is one pattern we see in the public policies the cathedral produces, it's that they tend to be very good at creating dependency. We can observe the dependency system by imagining what would happen if Washington, D.C., out to the radius of the Beltway, is suddenly teleported by aliens into a different dimension where its residents will live out their lives in unimaginable wealth, comfort, and personal fulfillment. We here on Earth, however, see the federal city disappear in a flash of light. In its place is a crater of radioactive glass. What would happen? Many, many checks would no longer arrive. Children would go hungry, not just in North America, but around the world. Old people would starve. Babies would die of easily preventable diseases. Hurricane victims would squat in squalor in the slums. Drug companies would sell poison, stockbrokers would sell worthless paper, Toys R Us would sell little plastic parts designed to stick in my daughter's throat and choke her, etc., etc., etc. Washington has made itself necessary, not just to Americans, but to the entire world. Why does Washington want to help the survivors of Cyclone Nargis? Because helping is what it does. It dispenses love to all. Its mission is quite simply to do good on a planetary basis. And why does the government of Burma want to stop it? Why turn down free help, including plenty of free stuff and possibly even some free money? Because dependency is another name for power. The relationship between dependent and provider is the relationship between client and patron, which is the relationship between parent and child, which also happens to be the relationship between master and slave. There's a reason Aristotle devotes the first book of the Politics to this sort of kitchen government. Modern Americans have enormous difficulty in grasping hierarchical social structures. We grew up steeped in applied Christianity, pretty much the way the Hitler Youth grew up steeped in Hitler. Suggesting that slavery could ever be or have been, as Aristotle suggests, natural and healthy, is like suggesting to the Hitler Youth that it might be cool to make some Jewish friends. Their idea of Jews is straight out of Judd Suss. Our idea of slavery is straight out of Uncle Tom's Cabin. If you want an accurate perspective of the past, a propaganda novel is probably not the best place to start. If you want an accurate perspective of American slavery, I recommend Eugene Genovese's Jordan role, which is a little Marxist, but only superficially so. No work like it could be written today. Legally and socially, a slave is an adult child. There's a reason the word emancipation is used for the dissolution of both bonds. We think of the master-slave relationship as usually sick and twisted and invariably adversarial. Parent-child relationships can be all three, but they are not normally so. If history, not to mention evolutionary biology, proves anything, it proves that humans fit into dominant submission structures almost as easily as they fit into the nuclear family. Slavery is an extreme, but the general pattern is that the patron owes the client protection and subsistence, while the client owes the patron loyalty and service. The patron is liable to the public for the actions of the client. If they offend, he must make amends. In return, he has the right, indeed the obligation, to regulate and discipline his clients. He is a private provider of government. Thus, Aristotle, slavery is government on the micro scale. Heed the Greek dude. So comparing the social paternalism of Washington to the classical relationship between master and slave is not at all far-fetched or even particularly pejorative. And if it is pejorative, it is because the 20th century imitation often seems to resemble less a functional paternal bond than a dysfunctional one, less parent-child than parent-teenager. With many of Washington's clients, foreign and domestic, there is plenty of subsistence and even protection, but precious little loyalty, service, discipline, or responsibility. We are now in a position to understand the relationship between Washington and Rangoon. Rangoon, I refuse to call it Yangon. The idea that a government can change the name of a city or a country is a distinctly 20th century one, refuses to accept the assistance of the international community because it does not want to become a client. You'll find that any sentence can be improved by replacing the phrase international community with State Department. State does not impose many obligations on its clients, but one of them is that you can't be a military government. At least not unless you're a left-wing military government with friends at Harvard. The roots of the present Burmese regime are basically National Socialist. That is, no friends at Harvard. Burma cannot go directly from being an enemy to being a rebellious teenager. It would have to go through the helpless child stage first. And that means the end of the generals. One reason the Jonah Goldbergs of the world have such trouble telling their right from their left is that they expect some morphological feature of the state to answer the question for them. For anyone other than Goldberg, Stalin was on the left and Hitler was on the right. The difference is not a function of discrepancies in administrative procedure between the KZs and the Gulag. It's a function of social networks. Stalin was a real socialist. Hitler was a fake one. Stalin was part of the international socialist movement, and Hitler wasn't. But I digress. What specifically will happen if Burma admits an army of aid workers? What will happen is that they'll make friends in Burma. Their friends will not be the people in power, not quite.
but they will probably be close to it. Thus, the ties between the international community and all kinds of alternatives to the generals will be strengthened. Since the latter's position is already precarious at best, much better if a few of the victims have to eat mud for a month or two. They will fend for themselves in the end. People do. And why is Washington playing this game? Just because it does. In that golden city are armies of desks, each occupied by a dedicated public servant whom the cathedral has certified to practice public policy, whose job it is to care about Burma. And he or she does. That's what Washington does. As George H.W. Bush put it, message, I care. When our patron suffering clients are actually American citizens, this pattern, as Knock predicted correctly, generates votes. Before the New Deal, vote buying in America was generally local and informal. Retail, you might say. After 1933, it was wholesale. But however much of a client it becomes, I really can't imagine the generals can hold out that much longer. Burma will never export electoral votes. Statehood is unimaginable. So why does Washington continue to molest the generals in pursuit of the love and fealty of the Burmese people? Just because it does. There is adaptive value in applied Christianity. That adaptive value derives from its domestic application. There is little or no adaptive value in restricting the principle to domestic clients, and it involves a level of conscious cynicism which is not compatible with the reality of progressivism. So the restriction does not evolve. Thus, the neo-Quakerism, which supplies the ethical core of progressivism and is evangelized with increasingly relentless zeal by the cathedral's robeless monks, is completely compatible with the acquisition and maintenance of political power. Not only does the design work, I find it hard to imagine how it could work any better. Which does not mean that applied Christianity is evil, that the Burmese generals are good, or that their suffering subjects would not be better off under Washington's friendly umbrella. Second, let's observe the relationship between the cathedral and our old friend, democracy. Since 1933, elected politicians have exercised minimal actual control over government policy. Formally, however, they have absolute control. The cathedral is not mentioned in the Constitution. Power is a juicy caterpillar. Maybe it looks like a twig to most of us birds, but Washington has no shortage of sharp eyes, sharp beaks, and growling bellies. We can see the answer when we look at the fate of politicians who have attacked the cathedral. Here are some names: Joseph McCarthy, Enoch Powell, George Wallace, Spiro Agnew. Here are some others: Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, Margaret Thatcher. The first set are politicians whose break with the cathedral was complete and unconditional. The second are politicians who attempted to compromise and coexist with it, while pulling it in directions it didn't want to go. The first were destroyed. The second appeared to succeed for a while, but little trace of their efforts, at least in domestic politics, is visible today. Their era ends in the 1980s, and it is impossible to imagine similar figures today. What we see, especially in the cases of McCarthy and Powell, the recent BBC documentary on Powell is quite good, is a tremendous initial burst of popularity, trailing off into obloquy and disrepute. At first, these politicians were able to capture large bases of support. At least 70% of the British electorate was on Powell's side. This figure may even be low. But Powell, Radio Enoch aside, never had the tools to preserve these numbers and convert them into power. Similar majorities of American voters today will tell pollsters that they support Powellian policies, ending immigration, deporting illegals, terminating the racial spoils system. These majorities are stable. No respectable politician will touch them. Why? Because they cannot afford to antagonize the cathedral, whose policies are the opposite. Recall LeWick's simple summary of the Lippmann system. The decision-makers then take decisions and use the art of persuasion to inform the public about the decisions and the circumstances surrounding them. Of course, all politicians in all Western countries depend on the official press to promote and legitimize their campaigns. Powell and McCarthy had no direct channel of communication with the Powellists and McCarthyists. They had to rely on the BBC and on ABC, NBC, and CBS, respectively. It's rather as if the U.S. attempted to invade the Third Reich by booking passage for its soldiers on the Imperial Japanese Navy. The OP, known to most bloggers as the MSM, is part of the civil service complex around the cathedral. Call it the Polygon.
An institution is in the polygon if it defers to the cathedral on all disputable questions. Because to a devotee of the cathedral, its perspectives are beyond question. No two devotees can disagree on any serious matter, unless, of course, both sides of the disagreement are represented in the cathedral itself. And the cathedral is not exactly noted for disagreeing with itself, at least not from an external perspective.
You will not see the Times attacking Harvard, for example, or the State Department. They all have the same ant smell, as it were. The Times is not formally a government institution as the BBC is, but it might as well be. If American journalism were coordinated into a Department of Information, as it was in World War I and World War II, and journalists were granted GS ranks, very little in their lives would change. As civil servants, they would be exactly as immune to political pressure as they are at present, and they would have exactly the same access to government secrets that they have at present. The cathedral's response to these dissident politicians thus took two forms, one fast and one slow. Both would have been effective. Together, they were devastating. First, the art of persuasion, more dramatically known as psychological warfare, convinced their supporters that the politicians themselves were sick, awful, and weird, and so by extension was anyone who followed them. Second, the cathedral itself adapted to the doctrines of Powell and McCarthy by making opposition to them an explicit tenet of the faith. Since the cathedral educates the world's most fashionable people, and since it holds power and power is always fashionable, cathedralism is fashionable more or less by definition. Of course, if you were fashionable, you knew instantly that Powell and McCarthy were on the slow boat to nowhere. But the unfashionable are always the majority, and they are not unfashionable because they choose to be. They are unfashionable because they can't pull off fashionable. As it became clear to all that Powell and McCarthy were not done, their fans disappeared. Their bases of support had been a mile wide and an inch deep. Their attacks on the cathedral were pathetic and doomed, like taking on the Death Star with a laser pointer. Personally, both men were mercurial and unstable. Powell was a genius, the last real statesman in British politics, while McCarthy was an old-school, hard-drinking politician with Roy Cohn on his team. And it is no surprise that none of their colleagues emulated their suicidal bravado. As for the second class, the Thatchers and Nixons and Reagans, in terms of their own personal outcomes, they were smarter. They attacked the cathedral not across the board, but on single issues on which their support was overwhelming. Sometimes they actually prevailed for a while on these points. Reagan got his military buildup, Thatcher got deregulation, Nixon defeated North Vietnam. Of course, the Nixon administration also created EPA, initiated the racial spoils system, and imposed wage and price controls. Thatcher got Britain inextricably into the EU, and so on. These semi-outsider politicians provide a valuable service to the cathedral. While opposing a few of its policies, they validate all the others as a bipartisan consensus, which everyone decent is obligated to support. They thus do the heavy lifting of persuading their supporters, who probably wouldn't read the Times even if they did trust it, to change with the changing times. And the times are always changing, and we just can't not change with them, can we? To the extent that democratic politics still exists in the Western world, it exists in the form of the two-party system. The parties have various names, which they have inherited from history, but there are only two parties, the inner party and the outer party. It is never hard to tell which is which. The function of the inner party is to delegate all policies and decisions to the cathedral. The function of the outer party is to pretend to oppose the inner party, while in fact posing no danger at all to it. Sometimes outer party functionaries are even elected, and they may even succeed in pursuing a few of their deviant policies. The entire polygon will unite in ensuring that these policies either fail or are perceived by the public to fail. Since the official press is part of the polygon and has a more or less direct line into everyone's brain, this is not difficult. The outer party has never even come close to damaging any part of the polygon or cathedral. Even McCarthy was not a real threat. He got a few people fired, most temporarily. Most of them were actually Soviet agents of one sort or another. They became martyrs and have been celebrated ever since. His goal was a purge of the State Department. He didn't even come close. If he had somehow managed to fire every Soviet agent or sympathizer in the U.S. government, he would not even have done any damage. As Carol Quigley pointed out,
McCarthy and his supporters thought he was attacking a nest of communist spies, whereas in fact he was attacking the American establishment. Don't bring a toothpick to a gunfight. McCarthy never even considered trying to abolish the State Department, let alone state Harvard, the CFR, the Rockefeller Foundation, and every other institution in the same class. By my count, if you lump all his efforts together with the entire phenomenon of McCarthyism, you get about 10 milli-Hitlers. And not even Hitler, of course, succeeded in the end. An essential element in the art of persuasion is the systematic propagation of the exact opposite of this situation. Devotees of the inner party and the cathedral are deeply convinced that the outer party is about to fall on them and destroy them in a new fascist upheaval. They often believe that the outer party itself is the party of power. They can be easily terrified by poll results of the type that Powell, etc., demonstrated. There are all kinds of scary polls that can be conducted which, if they actually translated into actual election results in which the winners of the election held actual power, would seriously suck. That's democracy for you. But power in our society is not held by democratic politicians, nor should it be. Indeed, the intelligentsia are in a minority. Indeed, they live in a country that is a democracy. Indeed, in theory, their entire way of life hangs by a thread. But if you step back and look at history over any significant period, you only see them becoming stronger. It is their beliefs that spread to the rest of the world, not the other direction. When outer party supporters embrace stupid ideas, no one has any reason to worry because the outer party will never win. When the inner party goes mad, it is time to fear. Madness and power are not a fresh cocktail, and thus we see the role of democracy in the progressive period. Strauss says, democracy provides a pressure release valve for dissent. As long as the party in power are up for re-election in a period of months to single-digit years, opponents can grit their teeth and remind themselves that this too shall pass, and wait for an opportunity to vote the bums out. Democracies don't usually spawn violent opposition parties because opposition parties can hope to gain power through non-violent means. This is the theory. But since elected politicians in the cathedral system have, as we've seen, no real power, what we're looking at here is not a pressure release valve, but a fake pressure release valve. The regular exchange of parties in power reassures you, dear voter, that if the state starts to become seriously insane, the valve will trip, the bums will be thrown out, and everything will return to normal. In fact, we know exactly what Washington's policies 20 years from now will be. They will certainly have nothing to do with politics. They will be implementations of the ideas now taught at Harvard, Yale, and Berkeley. There is a little lag as the memes work their way through the system. As older and wiser civil servants retire and younger, more fanatical ones take their place. But this lag is getting shorter all the time. And by the standards of the average voter 40 years ago, let alone 80, Washington already is seriously insane. What is the probability that by your standards, as progressive as they may be, Washington 40 years from now will not seem just as crazed? Fairly low, I'm afraid. And this brings us to the third point about the public policy apparatus. While appearing unconscious of its audience, it adapts to it. This is the most incriminating point because there is no good explanation for it, and the trend is quite ominous if projected outward. Take the recent decision of the California Supreme Court, who have just discovered that the state's constitution allows people of the same sex to marry. As a matter of policy, I have no objection at all to this. Quite the contrary. I think it's an excellent and sensible policy. I do, however, have an interest in where this policy came from. This is what, in the 20th century progressive public policy world, we call law. The craft of the lawyer used to be the craft of discovering how the words of a law were intended by the officials who ratified the law to imply that one's client was in the right. I think it's fairly safe to assume that the drafters and ratifiers of the California Constitution and its various amendments had no such understanding of their work. Try reading the actual decision. It's a fascinating hunk of boilerplate. Nonetheless, the drafters wrought better than they knew. The practice of drafting laws which are vague to the point of meaninglessness, then empowering judges to interpret them, is simply another way of abolishing politics. Congress legislates this way all the time. All they are doing is transferring the power of legislation to a more private body, which is not subject to public scrutiny and the other painful woes of politics.
The great thing about the gay marriage decision is that no one in California has any idea who made it. I think there are 9 people on the California Supreme Court. Who are they? How did they get their jobs? Who the heck knows? No one seems to care at all. The U.S. Constitution was the first and greatest offender in this department. Its drafters did not even agree on such basic matters as whether a state could leave the Union. In practice, it made the Supreme Court the supreme legislative assembly, which over the last 200 years, mostly over the last 50, has created a body of decisions perfectly comparable to Britain's unwritten constitution that we call constitutional law. The idea that this legislative corpus can be derived in some mystical yet automatic way from the text of the Constitution is preposterous, and no one holds it. Instead, we have the living Constitution, which always seems to live to the left. I've never heard anyone, not even the most deranged fundamentalist, propose reinterpreting the Constitution to provide rights to fetuses, an obvious corollary of this approach. If the inner party and the outer party were symmetric opposites, and the life of the Constitution was powered by political democracy. Of course it is not. It does not rest in formal interpretation of texts. It rests in ethical judgments. It is the job of the legislator to make ethical judgments, and the California Supreme Court is doing its job. It's a pity it has to carpool with such a large bodyguard of lies, but that's the modern world for you. And we know where these ethical judgments come from. They are inner party judgments, and the inner party's ethics are Christian, Protestant, and Quaker in their origins. Fine. We all need ethics, and applied Christianity will do as well as anything else. What interests me is when these ethical judgments come about. Imagine, for instance, that the California Supreme Court had decided in, say, 1978, that it was unethical, unconstitutional, for California to prohibit its male citizens from marrying each other. Is this a thinkable event? I think not. And yet the court's writ ran just as far and was just as powerful in 1978 as in 2008. And ethics surely have not changed. The living Constitution does not adapt with changes in ethics. It adapts with changes in public opinion, as long as that public opinion is shifting in the direction of applied Christianity. Public opinion was ready for abortion in 1973, barely. It was ready for gay marriage in 2008. Barely. It was not ready for gay marriage in 1973. What will it be ready for in 2033? One can see this as a noble concession to the great principle of democracy. One can also see it as the cathedral getting away with whatever it can get away with, and nothing else. Larry Oster, probably the most imaginative and interesting right-wing writer on the planet, who also happens to be a converted fundamentalist Christian with all the theopolitical baggage that you, dear open-minded progressive, would expect from such a person, has a good term for this: the unprincipled exception. Briefly, an unprincipled exception is a policy that violates some absolute principle of ethics held by the policymaker, but is not openly acknowledged as such a violation. For example, dear progressive, why is racism wrong? Racism is wrong because all humans are born simply as humans, having done nothing right or wrong, and it is incompatible with our deeply held ethical principles to mark these newborn babies with indelible labels which assign them either privileges or penalties which they have not earned, such as the privilege of being able to drink at sparkling clean water fountains marked whites only, or the penalty of having to go out back to the horse trough. We hit that one out of the park, didn't we? Okay. So why is it ethical to label newborn babies as American or Mexican? Due to nothing but the descent and geographical position at birth of their parents, and give the former a cornucopia of benefits from which the latter is barred, such as the right to live, work, and drink from drinking fountains in the continental United States? What makes Washington think it is somehow ethical to establish two classes of human, Americans and Mexicans, based only on coincidences of birth that are just as arbitrary as black versus white, and treat the two completely differently? How does this differ from racism, Southern style? You think this is ugly? Oh, we can get worse. Let's suppose the U.S., in its eagerness to treat these second-class humans, if not quite as well as possible, at least better than we treat them now, establishes a new guest worker program which is open only to Nigerians. Any number of Nigerians may come to the U.S. and work.
There are certain restrictions, however. They have to live in special guest worker housing. They have to go to their workplace in the morning and return before the sun sets. They may not wander around the streets at night. They must carry special guest worker passes. Obviously, they can't vote. And they are strictly prohibited from using all public amenities, including, of course, drinking fountains. Is it a more ethical policy to have this program or not to have it? If you think no Nigerians could be found to take advantage of it, you're quite wrong. If you have the program, should you cancel it and send the Nigerians home to a life of continued poverty back in Nigeria? How is this helping them? On the other hand, our program has all the major features of apartheid, and surely no apartheid is better than apartheid. There is a very easy resolution to this problem. Adopt the principle that no person is illegal. This rule is perfectly consistent with applied Christianity. It is taught at all our great universities. It is implied every time a journalist deploys the euphemism undocumented, and I'm sure there are dozens of ways in which it could be incorporated into our great living constitution. There is only one problem. The people are not quite ready for it, but perhaps in 30 years they will be. Perhaps. I would bet money on it. And I would also bet that by the time this principle is established, denying it will be the equivalent of racism. Us old fogies who were born in the 1970s will be convulsed with guilt and shame at the thought that the U.S. actually considered it ethically acceptable to turn away, deport, and otherwise penalize our fellow human beings on the ridiculous and irrelevant grounds that they were born somewhere else. So the cathedral wins coming and going. Today, it does not suffer the political backlash that would be sure to ensue if the inner party endorsed opening the borders to everyone. Still less if it actually did so. Unless it let the new Americans vote as soon as they set foot on our sacred soil, which of course would be the most Christian approach. And in 2038, having increased North America's population to approximately 2 billion persons, none of them illegal, and all living in the same third world conditions which it has already inflicted on most of the planet, our blessed cathedral will have the privilege of berating the past with its guilt for not having recognized the obvious truth that no person is illegal. Ain't it beautiful? It is. But I have been talking about this cathedral thing for long enough that I'm not sure you believe it really exists. Well, do I have a treat for you? It's not news that I believe the cathedral is evil. And since it's 2008, you'd expect evil to have not only a name, but a blog. And sure enough, it does. Evil's name is Timothy Burke. He is a professor of history, specializing in Southern Africa, at Swarthmore, and his blog is easily distracted. The great thing about Professor Burke is that he appears to have a conscience. Almost every post in his blog can be understood as a kind of rhetorical struggle to repress some inner pang of doubt. He is the good German par excellence. When people of this mindset found themselves in the Third Reich, they were moderate Nazis. In Czechoslovakia or Poland, they worked within the system. Professor Burke is nowhere near being a dissident, but there is a dissident inside him. He doesn't like it. Not at all. He stabs it with his steely knives. He can check out any time, but he can never leave. His position is a high one and not easy to get. The entire blog is characterized. Indeed, it could serve as a type specimen for the quality that Nabokov called poshlost. Simply an embarrassment of riches. I am saddened by the fact that as a new parent, I cannot devour the whole thing. But as a case study, I have selected this. The whole post is a treat. But I am especially tickled by the line. I am drawn to procedural liberalism because I live in worlds that are highly procedural, and my skills and training are adapted to manipulating procedural outcomes. Manipulating procedural outcomes. My entire post, maybe even my entire blog, reduced to 3 words. If you want to know how you are governed, this is it. You are governed by manipulating procedural outcomes. It's perfect. It belongs on someone's tomb. But don't even click on link if you are not prepared to work up a little steam. Barack Obama's handling of his grandmother was brutal, perhaps, but it really has nothing on the job Professor Burke does on his mother-in-law. When I talk to my mother-in-law, I often get a clear view of its workings and the role that mass culture, including the mainstream media, play in providing fresh narrative hooks and telling incidentals to its churnings. In the last 2 years, for example, every time I talk to her, she wants to return to the story of Ward Churchill, or she wants to talk about how terrible crime is, or about the problem of illegal immigrants, and so on. These are immobile, self-reproducing stories. Their truth in her mind is guaranteed by something far outside the actualities and realities that compose any given incident or issue. These are immobile, self-reproducing stories. I desperately, desperately want his mother-in-law to find this post, read it, and slap Professor Burke very hard across his overgrown 13-year-old face. But I doubt it'll happen. Their truth in her mind is guaranteed by something far outside the actualities and realities that compose any given incident or issue. Can even this awful sentence do justice to the twisted mind of Timothy Burke? To the cathedral as a whole, on which he is just one small gargoyle on a minor, far-flung flying buttress? Dear open-minded progressive, I invite you to read this post, or anything else on Professor Burke's remarkably revealing blog, if you remain undecided and ask yourself again, do I trust the cathedral? Do I consider it a source of responsible, effective public policy? And in the long term, is it secure? In Chapter 8, we try and figure out what to do if the answer turns out to be no.